They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
It all begins again.
Tasha St. Patrick, you're under arrest for the murder of James.
Right, guys, to Fog Entertainment, we're here with one of the brand new Ghost Power Books 2. That's what it is. Power Book 2 Ghost. And this one looks like it's focusing on Tyreek, which I thought it would be. And here, immediate thoughts on this show. I'm liking it. There's some things I don't like, but the main thing I do like, it feels like a direct sequel to the original Power show. And I was kind of worried about when shows do like sequels and prequels, if it feels connected. This immediately feels connected. You know, you've got Tyreek, you've got Tasha, you've got Sax, you've got Mac. Hell, you've even that wee weirdo for the Democratic Party in here. But you know what? We're introduced to a lot more characters. I will get used to names eventually. This episode, though, was called The Stranger, and this is Season 1, Episode 1. And I thought there might have been a time skip, because of course we've seen, like, Tyreek's St. Patrick on the door in the finale of Power, and it said, like, 2024. Turns out it's not quite that. So, yeah. Also, Tommy, not in this show, but his name does get name dropped. And there could be some serious ramifications for Tommy. But we kick off this show, we've got Tasha being escorted, so immediately it's like, right, yes, we're feeling the same, but she's getting run down by this guard's like, yeah, you didn't do this. And we're introduced to Tyreek again, reintroduced, sorry, and essentially we've got like the court hearing here for Tasha and the lawyer, who of course we knew her from the original Power. She was like the head of the district attorney of Sax, Angela, back in season 5. We've seen her in season 6. She is now representing Tasha. She gets her down to like 4 years on probation, but because Tasha lied a few times, Tasha fires her. And a ridiculous decision here for Tasha. I mean, they literally managed to convince everyone that like they actually managed to convince everyone that it was like self-defense and that Tasha was going to be killed next if she didn't stop Ghost. And like she's lied here, but now going forward, it's like, right, we've got to pin this murder on someone else, and I'll get to that a wee bit later on. But surely all credibility goes out the window when you've said you've tried to kill you've tried to kill him and you did kill him, and now you're trying to blame it on someone else. Surely a jury could just never vote you not guilty to that, right? Also, the judge, which was Janine Galante, played by the actress that's plays Janice Soprano. She's also in Deep Blue Sea, but I can't necessarily remember her name. But while this is all going down, Tasha will remain inside. Tyreek then receives a notification that he's got 30 minutes to the Simon Stern meeting, to which he has to run. And now he's having to do double duty at his school because he's having to look after this kid. I'll say this kid, man, the guy's fucking gigantic. He's like a basketball player in the making. Tyreek's going to essentially have to tutor him with all his classes. And yeah, things aren't looking good for Tyreek, man. He's having to run about university here and do all this crazy things. But that's the thing, I might have a problem with this show. It's like, I get it. It's going to be the rise of Tyreek, but I hope we don't spend this entire show in university. I hope there's a time skip that wraps things up. I really hope there is. There's no need. We're introduced to a few people in the university, right, but none have really had a lasting impression on me. Like the main one was Lauren, right, who looks like it could be his potential new love interest, to be honest. Tyreek, though, gets given a book, which he doesn't finish it. That causes a bit of problems behind the scene, but then once he reads it, they're all like, maybe this kid is really smart and should have been number one. So well done, Tyreek. You're laying the smackdown. Extra curriculum. You're the main man. You're the son your daddy always wanted. Except you killed him. But yeah, seeing Simon Stern again doesn't really do anything for me. I wouldn't have minded if we never seen Simon Stern again. We see Tasha struggling in prison. She's now got a new defense attorney who's shit. But Tyreek notices this other guy who's quite good, and I think he could become a main character. Didn't catch his name. Well, his name probably did get said, but here, there's a lot of characters. I think Power introduces a lot of people, and I think it is kind of also here on this channel. We're reviewing like a million things at once. To remember all these names, you'll be in deep trouble. That is for sure. But he manages to get this guy's attention via like an Instagram live. They seem to be incorporating a bit more of social media into this, and I get it. if it's based on Tyreek and he's in college, university, it makes sense to go down that route. It really does. But essentially, he gets this lawyer 50,000, and very soon he's going to need the other 450,000 retainer. And how's Tyreek going to get that? Well, it's moving some drugs, like he always did, like he's good at, like Kanan taught him to be. So he's going to have to do this. But look, he's just going down the same road. Like, I get it, this show would be incredibly boring if it was literally him just going to university, but you can see the problems here that are arising. But he manages to get the contact details of the stripper that, Tasha met in the original show, the one with blue hair. So yeah, looks like they're going to be moving some money and some product that way. Again, like, what's this spell for Tyreek? Like, what's the future hold for Tyreek? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, it just confirms like Ghost was right. It's like even Ghost, even it's like even like Ghost having to set up this trust fund for Tyreek to pass this and do the 4 years in order to get the money. It's, I know it's mad. Like it, it's weird. Like he's literally killed his father, and like Tyreek's showing like no proper remorse about it. Like, if we're being honest, like, well, I say no proper remorse. I guess when he did it, he was crying and all that crazy shit. So I mean, maybe that's a wee bit harsh, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it's weird seeing so much like emphasis on Tyreek in this show, but obviously this show is simply based around Tyreek, so I'm not really surprised about that in the slightest. But then we get the reintroduction of Sax. So we've got Sax and Mac. Absolutely, sign me up for these two. I'll take that every day of the week. Seeing these two again, absolutely. I mean, just has to be done. It has to be done at this stage of the game. Seeing Mac and Sax, especially Sax. I think Sax is really underrated. I can see why people wouldn't like him, but he's a guy who was very clean, but he's been made dirty over like these like years of going after these guys. He also, his hair looked very different as well in this, which I thought looked quite funny. But yeah, Saki's looking good. We're introduced to his family in a couple of scenes. His family are like complete and utter dickheads, to say the least. And the introduction scene to the basketball player, let's just say he's basketballs deep, baby. We're introduced to his family. I kind of felt for Tariq here. It's like he's just sticking it like a spare dick. He's introduced all these family members who I think will be playing a big part this season. There's a bit of a beef there because one of his cousins, the basketball player's cousins, was receiving head for this guy's girlfriend, and then we see him get killed later. So we're getting introduced to all these people, but all I'm seeing is like a party full of kids, like mostly black kids. There was a few white kids. There was a few. I think there was a few Asian kids, but it's like, am I supposed to take note of any of these people? Like, I get it when when the basketball guy talks about his cousins that are like brothers and sisters. I guess this family could be the next big family, but we'll have to wait and see. I hope there isn't too much focus on them, but judging off the wallpaper for this show and season, I think that's just the route that we're going to go down. Sax then reveals to not Ramona, Rakinda, whatever her name is, like, hypothetically speaking, what if Tyreek St. Patrick seen me with a gun at Truth and she's like, you'd be hypothetically fucked? He would be, but I don't get this defense for Sax. Why doesn't he go, like, why can't he just say it was Elwood Rodriguez? Is that the question? Or, I guess he was fired at the time. I mean, that's the only fucking problem. Then we see Tyreek meeting with Sax. Not really an awful lot going on there apart from, you need to get my mama off, I'm going to threaten the leverage I have on you. If Sax had any fucking, he's not the sort of guy that's going to go and kill Tyreek, like, so that's not going to happen. Then we get Tasha's, like, court case, so to speak, with her new lawyer, but she's not telling her new lawyer who she's protecting. But I think this guy kind of said to Tyreek, like, yeah, I know it was you, motherfucker, sort of deal. But then we get the verdict, but then Sachs is there, the Democratic Party members there, and he's like, how about we enact this Queen Pin thing that you shot down earlier with me and Mac? Sax's hand is forced, so he has to enact this to bring down Tasha. And it's not looking good for Tasha at this point because now it looks like she's getting tried for everything. But then she admits that the actual killer was, in fact, Tommy Egan. So again, they've landed Tommy Egan in the shit here. Now, obviously, I was told by Young Ats, shout out to Young Ats, to watch this season before Power Book Force. So maybe Tommy will appear in this. It would seem mental if Tommy gets name dropped, list it for the murder of Ghost and doesn't appear, unless it counteracts with like power force. Not too sure, but like I mean, I think the bridge, like the family relationship that Tyreek and Tasha had with Tommy, that's it done now. That has to be it done. Like that, this is a line that's just crossed at this stage of the game. So yeah, Tommy Egan gets fined, and then she's like, I told him to do it. I told him to kill Ghost." He's like, "Shut the fuck up." Really funny, and that's pretty much our episode ending with Tasha. Not exactly in a good place, and what's Tyreek gonna get? And you know what? I can see Sax going down for this murder. I can, and Tasha getting it, and maybe her getting killed by that new woman who seems to be the boss of her kids over that house that we've seen earlier. Something like that going down. I like Sax, but I'm surprised he survived the original Power show. I doubt he'll survive this one. So until next time, peace. Sorry though, it's no peace. It is in fact episode rating time. I will give this episode a 6 out of 10. I thought it was a pretty decent introduction to a new show, but come on, Pa. I need a wee bit more. Exceeding Expectations is the latest episode title of Power Book Ghost 2. And this is episode 2, so let's get into it and let's not talk about it. And what I like about this is the direct aftermath of the original show. But I think once this show gets a few seasons down the line and the further and further you get away from the aftermath of the original show, I think it could lose its sparkle a bit. As for this episode, I actually like this episode. We did kick off. Tasha is under a lot of threat here. It's not looking good for her. You know, even with the new attorney that's been appointed, he looks like he's going to be an attempt at main character. He's going to get him pushed. He is on the wallpaper for the show, so I'm expecting big things for him. Can he get her off? I'm not too sure about that. Will Tom Egan go down for the murder of Ghost? We'll have to wait and see, but we see Tyreek, he's going to some classes, he's late though, and he's getting buried, and we've just got constant back and forth in the classroom, you know, swearing. It's like, I know it's college, like, but like, where's the sense of control for this teacher? It's like one of the students is just like ghetto, and it's like, how are they even at this college reading about books, man? They don't have a clue what they're on about. Tyreek does show a bit of intelligence, but then he gets buried for not reading the book, and he sticks his head down, you know, like most people would when they get buried inside a classroom, because what's he going to do? I mean, he might have a few bodies on his record, you know, in terms of shooting, but could he really have just whipped out a gun and shot the teacher? No, you can't do that in college, so Tyreek just has to know his role and kind of accept where things are going. But he did write the report for Seek on Moby Dick, so again, like, that is a lot of what this series has been so far. It's literally Tyreek's like adventures in college, and we're introduced to a lot of more characters through him. But again, Parr ended with Ghost sending him to college. Well, from the grave, he sent him to college for the grave because, you know, he needed to do 4 years in order to get that estate, the trust fund, whatever we want to call it. But the teachers decide then, you know what, might be a good idea if we hold like a vigil for Tyreek, or Ghost, but you know, it's essentially for Tyreek. And I just knew at the time that this was going to be an absolute disaster, man. We see Simon Stern kind of scolding Tyreek. It's like, yo, this can't happen. You are not your father. And then he's like, yeah, you know what, you are your father. But we've got the new attorney wanting Tyreek to blast Ghost at the funeral. Simon Stern's kind of wanting him to not even acknowledge Ghost. Meanwhile, we've got Sax under pressure to actually, you know, try Tasha under the kingpin / queenpin stature. So it's not looking good for Tasha in that regard, because I mean, the amount of heat coming down from Mac and this Democratic Party guy is pretty immense. And realistically, Mac got Sax's job back. Mac should be like, me, I got your job back. I'll take it away for you if you don't, you know, deliver on this. But why can't Mac just step up and attempt to get this? I don't know. Sax, though, he's trying to work this case, essentially. He'll only be able to get the job done. I mean, we see a bit more of the two teachers at Tyreek's college. I don't really care for them. You know, they set up the Virgil for Tyreek, which just turned out to be an absolute disaster, to say the least. I mean, he shows up and he's like, what the fuck's this? And he leaves. And that's all before his father's funeral. And you know what? I can't blame him for completely walking away, and he decides to go to a party with his wee buddy, and then, you know, they use their weight, so to speak, to get the cops just to leave them alone, because we're the ones that put the pole in this college, so accept that. Then Uncle Frank appears out of nowhere, played by the same guy that plays Angel Batista in Dexter. Turns out he's out of jail. Obviously, we've got this family meeting. Tyreek's there with Seek, with his family. You know, we've got Kane there. We've got the head honcho, Mama. She's there. And essentially, Frank's like demanding a bit of money, and he's asking these weird sort of questions. And Kane then drives Tyreek home, and Tyreek's like, "Ain't it obvious? Your Uncle Frank's a fucking rat." He's like, "He's what? He's a rat." You know, he's like, these things take a while. You just don't get released from prison. There's hearings and all that stuff. He's obviously made a deal. And then the episode, one of the last scenes of the episode is essentially Kane killing Uncle Frank here. So yeah, Uncle Frank is dead. Again, I like, you know, I don't know the actor's name, but the guy who plays Angel Batista in Dexter, he's a good actor. I mean, from just to get introduced here and be killed off within a couple of minutes, I don't know, it seems like a wasted opportunity, to be honest. We've also got Tasha needing a morning after pill inside prison. Not for her, but for some other inmate. Tariq manages to sort it out. We then get Ghosted's funeral, where we're reintroduced to Rashad Tate. Like I said, I've talked about him in a couple of Fury fids. You know, he was supposed to get his own spin-off, apparently, but here he is here, appearing. So, yeah, we've got Tasha being pressurised into doing the speech, but then she's not allowed to do the speech. And then they're like, we've got a man that could do it. Sack's acting all smug. Tate could do it. Then Tariq decides to step up. I really like the speech here at the funeral. You know, seeing Ghost getting led into the ground. We also seen Ghost's uncle make up an appearance and confront Tariq. So, you know, it was a good funeral scene. And for the second season in a row, well, I'll say the second season in a row, this is a different show, I guess. I mean, it is a spin-off. Episode 2, that's where all the funerals seem to happen in the show, so you can expect that, man. But good speech, from Tyreek. I really did enjoy this. Sax then manages to get the upper hand at the end because he brings Blanca Rodriguez back. So yeah, she's returned to the show. So a lot of people returning. I'm liking this. There was already continuity, but I'm liking the fact they're bringing so many recurring characters back. It is seriously feeling like the same show, but where it's different, you know, flavour, so to speak. Got a wee bit of herbs on it. But she admits, it's like yes or no questions, and she's like, yes, Tasha knew about that. Yes, Tasha knew about that. And then as Sax leaves after getting the upper hand on the attorney, she's like, Sax is a dirty motherfucker. Like, why does she want Tasha St. Patrick to get off with this murder? Like, I get it. It's kind of dirty what Sax is doing with the Democratic Party, right? To take Tasha to court and, you know, distance Ghost for all that stuff and bring heat to the party. But this entire family is corrupt, man. They all know. It's this Rodriguez, man. She needs to hold her L and just accept this and do it. The episode ends with the Puerto Rican cop guy visiting the head honcho mama, and she's like, "Get me all the information you can on Tariq St. Patrick," and that's where it ends. You know, it's another decent episode. It's like another 6 out of 10 for me. I like the fact we've seen a few returning characters, but that's all it's going to get. Exceeding expectations. The expectations are probably whereabouts where they are. You know, we're missing Ghosty in here anymore. Tommy's not in the show, and there's a lot of other characters that aren't here, so I think the show is desperately missing like Tommy and Ghost. But here, that's the point of a spin-off. You get other people's point of views and all that crazy stuff. But anyway, guys, 6 out of 10. Till next time, peace. As Triple H would say, it's time to play the game. Welcome back to episode 3 of season 1 of Power Book Ghost 2. That's a very wordy title show, isn't it, man? But we're here, we're kicking off with some selling of the L drugs, the product. We see Drew and Kane. I'm beginning to get used to these characters' names. A wee montage of how they get their drugs sold, right? Then we're quickly in to the second part of this episode. And for me, this is ridiculous. So we have Tasha wanting to testify. Of course, she is on, you know, for the murder charge of Ghost, her husband. And essentially what the attorney has set up here is like a mock court session where he's paid off the judge, he's paid off the jury, and also the defense attorney, right? Where this is all under oath, where none of these people can comment on this. And essentially what this is, she keeps to get these attempts in order to get her story correct. And for me, that doesn't even make any sense. Is it actually a legal thing where someone can do these mock attempts in court in order to get the story right? Obviously, our attorney here, or her attorney, is trying to do this to make sure
that she gets her story together so it doesn't all come crashing down on the big day. Whatever episode that is, I'm not too sure. But to me, this just seems ridiculous. It wasn't just one day of court, it was 2 days of it. And it's like, what? Is this actually a thing? Now, considering how much emphasis and how much this show has actually shown in court, and there's so much detail go into like these district attorneys and court cases, I'm willing to bet they haven't just plucked this out their arse, but this to me just seems dodgy. I get it, right? Whether you're not guilty or guilty, these court cases, you have to stick to your story. You have to get it right to win over the jury. But to actually have these mock attempts at winning over the jury, whether or not they've signed an agreement never to speak of it, just seems ridiculous. And it just seems crazy that this actually exists. Like, is this judge... I don't even think they explained it well. Is this the same judge that's going to be on the actual hearing? Or is this just some other guy's paid off? Because even if it's some other guy's paid off, man, it's a bit ridiculous that this is even going down. But that pretty much wraps up the Tasha scenes until the end of this episode. I mean, it's just her going over her story again and again. Then obviously she's getting grilled numerous times. And the attorney's like, she might crumble at this. But you know what? We're going to go after Sachs. They view Sachs as the weak point. And obviously him being the defence in this case. Will he come crashing down alongside them? You never know. He might. But then we go to Tariq, and we get a lot of emphasis on his college work this episode, and I just, you know what, college is for fucking losers. You heard it here first. Like, he actually brings up some good points in his assignment here. Like, it's about, what's that guy's name? Socrates, right? Him. Greek mythology, all that crazy stuff, right? What he brings up is not what the tutor wants them to think about. He wants them to write about something else. So essentially what college, school, it's all the same shite. They want you to write what the teacher thinks in order to get the mark, but what Tariq has went for is what he truly thinks, and because of that, it looked like he was going to fail. But then, on the day of the test, it turns out he changed it to what the teacher wanted to do, but then the main teacher ain't the guy that's actually marking the test, it's the other teacher by the name of Theo Rollins, and this guy decides to give Tariq an NC, which is non-applicable, essentially. He gets no marks, he gets no credit, that's what it is, no credit. And then Tariq's like, well, why the hell didn't you give me any marks? He's like, you actually like me for doing this shit? And he's like, nah, what you said in the classroom is what I wanted you to write about. Our people didn't have to, sit at the back of the bus for this. And it's like, hold on here, right? This show's based in the 2020s, I get it. Our people. He's really whipping out the race card here of what Tariq did. It just seemed a bit woke. It just seemed a bit... And Tariq actually called them out on it. Fair play to Tariq. He's like, well, you think I'm just going to sit and take that shit in class? I don't like this new character, Theo Rollins. He's played by Redman. He sounds like he's a rapper. Not a fan of him, right? Not a fan of him in the slightest. Not doing it for me. Personally, I think the guy sucks. And also, like, his other... I don't even know what she's called. She's played by Melina Laburde, so let's just call her Melina for the sake of this review. Like, the other teacher at the school, like, these two are doing nothing. I get it, right? We're into a brand new show here, and we have to establish new characters, in a sense, in the spin-off. And here, Ghost as well, it's got Tariq having to go through 4 years of college in order to do it. But these characters are seriously bringing down the rest of the show, I think. Like, you've got the court case, the new family that's been introduced, to be honest, they don't actually bother me. I actually don't mind them. And what we've seen of them this episode was definitely the best part of the episode for me. We've got Prashandra, and essentially what it is, one of the sellers on the street is bragging. They're showing off on Instagram Live, or was it TikTok? It doesn't really matter. It's some form of social media. Hell, it could have been the Big X, Triple H, with his wee title in here. Maybe he's bringing a wee bit of DX to this episode, but Drew gets sent. He's the youngest son. She didn't want to send Drew. She wanted to send Kane. Obviously, Kane's a wee bit more explosive. We'll get them to listen. But the daddy who's in jail, he sent Drew. He wants Drew to learn because he thinks Drew can lead the organisation one day. Drew's got the smarts, but he doesn't have the brawn, so to speak. And when he goes, he kind of lets the guy walk over on top of him. He's like, oh, you're doing a good job. My mother's put the word out. And then he's like, but you need to reel back on these social media things you're doing, the live streams. And then once he says that, the guy kind of loses it. He goes ballistic. He's like, you don't fucking tell me what we do, all right? Did Lorenzo, the top man, expect this to happen, or did he expect something else to happen? I'm not too sure, to be perfectly honest, right? But at the end of the day, Kane was told by their mother to keep an eye on it. He comes in, he starts firing his gun, they then leave. And Drew can't believe that his mother kind of betrayed him by sending Kane there as backup when he was supposed to handle this beef. They then almost get arrested. They run down an alleyway, but then the dirty cop, I can't actually remember his name, but he then calls his partner back, and then, yeah, Kane is spared having to kill a cop, because how shit would that have been? That would have been an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, Seek, who Tyreek is also tutoring at school, things aren't. His basketball career's kind of out the windy at this point because he doesn't have enough credit, and the whole reason Tyreek is his tutor is to get this done, to get him over the line and get him back into the basketball team. But that doesn't exactly happen because the next game he misses because he doesn't have enough credit. But then at the press conference, he's like, yeah, you know what, though? I'll be back for the next game. See that white boy? I'm going to be the one hitting 3-pointers. But then his head coach is like, why is he saying this? Why is he saying this? He's not going to be back for the next game. He's talking shit. He's not happy. That pretty much wraps Seek up until the end where Tariq kind of forced him into meeting with his auntie. What's her name? Yeah, Prashandra again. And it looks like Tyreek is now going to be moving some weight for Prashandra, which we've seen Tyreek do. He's moved a decent amount of weight. How much is he going to sell? How much money is he going to make? Because, of course, he's got to make money to pay the lawyer and the attorney and all that good stuff for Tasha's case. And then at the end of the episode, we see Prashandra phone her husband in jail, Lorenzo. Then, obviously, he's the one that got all the stuff to Tasha last episode. He phones her and he's like, yeah, Tyreek's working for us now, but if he fucks up, we'll kill him. So you've got to stick together as well, so to speak. And we also have the teacher guy that I don't really like. What's his name? Where is his name? Theo Rollins. He sleeps with one of his students, and his ex-partner, the other teacher who we've talked about, Melena, whatever. She hears it. What they do not care. The college, the school stuff, it ain't doing it for me. I get it. Tariq's got to go to school, right? But I'm kind of glad he's made this arrangement with this Prashandra character. But what I'm looking forward to the most is this Tasha court case. Is she going to go to jail for this murder of Ghost? She's kind of landed Tommy in it by saying, well, I'm the one that told him to kill Ghost. Now, is Tommy going to be in this show? One can only assume he's going to be in this show because he's got to have to sort of clear his name before the other spin-off begins. Now, obviously, I've been told the order of the spin-offs is you watch this season 1, then you watch Power Book 4 season 1 after it. So I'm going to assume Tommy must be in the back end of this season. He must get his name clear, and then that's when he goes to Chicago to create his own spin-off and hang out with Tommy Flanagan. Oh yeah, carry weight. But for me, this episode, I'm going to get a 5. I thought, the gangster shit was good, so to speak, but the school stuff was really fucking dragging, man. The cringe stuff about fucking race. It's like, really? It's 2024, whatever. Whenever this season 1 was set, I believe it was 2020, just before the pandemic hit. Like, that guy whipping out that card to Tyreek, and then he just, Tyreek, who's also black, by the way, kind of just shuts him down. I was like, Tyreek's kind of growing on me here. I know he's killed some of the better characters in this show, but that was a decently comeback from. But anyway, I'm going to give this 5 out of 10. Time to play the game. Kind of stuttered and, botched this episode in terms of playing the game. It's like when your disc, got wee marks on it and it kind of buffers a wee bit. But we got there in the end. I thought the ending was alright. Set the next episode up to be hopefully good. But until then, peace. The Young Prince of Bel-Air. Welcome back, guys, to Power Book 2, Episode 4. This one is titled Prince. And we kick off where we left off last episode. We have Monique telling Tyreek the rules of the game. You get your money on time. It has to be cash. All that good stuff. You're never late with your money, right? I believe I actually called her by her wrong name, right? But when I typed in the cast yesterday on Google, the picture was linked up to the wrong name. So yeah, Monique is the leader of this family, so to speak. And then Tyreek is trying to meet with Simon Stern. But then we meet this young guy who is now, married to Simon Stern. It's like, okay. So essentially what happens here is, you're going to give me cash, big man. No wire transfers, and we're not going to tell Stern about it. And he's like, but I am a Stern. And then later in the episode, Tyreek actually needs a bit of money. He needs cash, but he also needs it through a bank account to make it legit to the lawyer. So therefore, yeah, this gets changed. And the 5% fee here, at the start of the episode, goes up to 15. Brilliant. Tasha then rings Tyreek. She's obviously fearing for him. Oh, don't you sell those drugs, man. You're going to get murdered. Then it's revealed at college that there's this new course going down. You can win a spot to go to Washington. And if you do it, instead of finishing your college course in 4 years, you could magically finish it in 3. Everyone's like, oh, why would you want to finish it in 4 or 3 when you could do 4? Because maybe some people just don't like college. I hate it. I hate college. It's pish. And this show is doing nothing to bolster it's doing everything, sorry, to bolster my opinion on that, man. It's reinforcing it like fucking bulletproof glass. Lauren then like wants to put herself forward, and then the sex pest teacher guy essentially is kind of funny here because his ex thinks that Lauren is the student he was banging the other day, but it's not. And then those two and Tyreek agree to go to dinner at Lauren's house. I wonder how that's going to go. Kane, his mum, Monique, then go meet with the gang that's doing the wee Instagram lives, and then he calls her a puta, and then Kane batters him. So yeah, it looks like this new gang's been put in their place. Pretty brutal for Kane, but I actually quite enjoyed this scene. We then get a montage of Hayden and Tyreek, getting their drugs essentially here and how they're doing it. But the only thing I would say about this is it's like it goes for like nothing to like 100 real fast. Like they go for like no money to like all the money in the fucking world really quick. And even to when a point when Drew shows up, Tyreek he rejects his product, and like 2 hours later he's like, fuck it, I need more, we've ran out, me and Hayden have ran out. But I think that my favourite parts of this episode were actually when Sax and Tasha's attorney were going back and forth here. Rodriguez trying to land Sax in the mud, but he wrecked her. She's like, you're the one that coerced Dre into admitting that he actually did in fact see Ghost killing, who was it killing who? Terry Silver. So yeah, it's like Rodriguez's report is going to mean absolutely nothing. But then by the end of this episode, it's like for Sax, is it really going to go down well for him? We're introduced to his niece. Pretty hot, I'm not going to deny that. His niece looks pretty hot. Talking of not so hot for heterosexual, Drew is in fact gay. And when Tariq brings him along to this art class, he meets this guy. And I tell you what, not what I wanted to see. Not what I wanted to see. They go back, they're kissing, they're touching. I mean, honestly, seeing this, I'm not looking at the screen. I honestly, I'm not. I can't watch it. I cannot watch gay sex scenes. And you know what? If gay people don't want to watch straight sex scenes, then fair enough. But for me, I can't. I just cannot watch this. But Sax is under serious pressure at this point to bring this down. So he's like, you know what? I need to establish that Tyreek is selling drugs. So what's he going to do? He's going to bail out his niece, Riley, and he's going to use her to spy on Tyreek. Again, another shady move by Sax here. But you know what? It goes according to plan, I guess. We'll see how it really goes at this stage of the game. But like I said, I really enjoyed the Sax stuff this episode with Agent Rodriguez. It really tickled my balls. You know what I'm saying? Then we get Mac and the Democrat guy. They confront Rashad Tate. And at this point, you've got a bit of chaos because Tate's like, what I'm guessing is you guys don't want me to go out there and say that James St. Patrick was a fucking drug dealing murderer who slept with every woman in New York just to get his way. He's like, no, I kind of want you to reel down. He's like, brothers, I don't want to testify. He's like, oh, we heard you, but you fucking testified. So he testifies, basically paints St. Patrick in a brilliant light. He's like, oh, all had to be Tasha. She threatened me just before James's death. I feared for my life. Yes, the ex-cop. He's like, yeah, and there was an attempt on my life. And Sykes never made me lie about St. Patrick. Oh, no. Never made me lie about Terry Silver and all that good stuff. Never, ever, ever. He didn't do that, damn it. He didn't do that. All that good stuff. So yeah, it looks like Sykes did get one here. And then Tariq, who was told to bring flowers to Lauren's dinner. Flower shop's closed. Oh, damn. I hate it, this scene. See Lauren's parents, the fucking dad, stuck up bastards, and they're still crying about the fucking race card. No, honestly, it's 2024, right? This is only a few years ago. If you're still crying about the fucking race card in the 2020s, you need your head looked at. I'm sorry, it's just, no, it's not an excuse. If this show was set in the fucking 60s, 70s, and I could maybe accept the 80s to a degree, It needs to be dropped. It needs to be dropped, man. And like, it wasn't too extreme, but the best thing about this was like the two teachers arguing, but it was fucking petty. Tariq then gets took upstairs by Lauren, they share a kiss, and then her boyfriend appears out of nowhere. Tariq's like, well, fuck this, I'm leaving. Do not blame him for leaving. And then the two teachers return to like the dorm and start having sex. I do not care about these two in the slightest. These two are doing absolutely nothing for me. This is filler. Absolute fucking filler. I get it, we need to introduce new characters, right? And it was a male and a female sex scene, so it was better than the previous sex scene we've seen. Absolutely, 110%, guys, right? But these two are doing nothing, and I mean fucking nothing. Sorry, rant aside, they're doing nothing. All right. Riley looks like she could become the girlfriend of Hayden here. Then we see the drug dealer on campus, like the original drug dealer on campus. Him and Hayden get into a fight, and he gets thrown out, and then ends up getting suspended. So. Pretty big circumstances there. Then we get like a pretty funny end to the episode where Lauren and Tyreek talk. He's like, just playing the game. I've got other options too, you know, because that's Diana on my phone. And then, Tasha receives a phone call and a picture, but Tyreek's like, kid's doing well. Then Riley sends Sax a picture of Tyreek at the party the other night, and he thinks he's probably going to be able to get Tyreek in on it. Anyway, guys, I enjoyed some scenes this episode. Like I said, I really enjoyed like the lawyer stuff, and I actually don't mind Tyreek as a character, but the college stuff, it's having too much of a bearing on the show for me. I get it; they want to make it feel different. And hell, they're doing a good job at feeling different. But anyway, we give us a 6 out of 10. Till next time, peace. We are at the halfway point of Power Book Ghost 2 this season, and it's episode 5. Season 1, and we have got Gift of the Magi, and we kick off with a returning character. Straight away we've got Tyreek's birthday celebrations, and for some reason I thought nothing was off here. Then I quickly realised, oh wait, Tasha is actually in jail. There's no way she could possibly be here for this. She opens the door and Raina returns. She hugs Raina. We've seen Ghost imagine Raina, now we've seen her imagine Raina. So yeah, pretty much rock bottom. She looks at a photograph of Ghost, Raina, her, and Tyreek, and interestingly enough, the two on the left are both dead, and the two on the right are very much alive, but could soon be dead. He then jumps in the car with Kane, does Tyreek. Where are they heading? I'll tell you where they're heading. They're going to the Monet's house, where Agent Ramirez gets told to piss off, because I have the P-U-S-S-Y, as Monet's trying to teach Diana, but it's not just about sex, you can manipulate them other way. Sax then goes to Moniqua, he's like, right, you need to not testify here, it could blow back bad, but she's like, nah, I'm testifying. Tyreek then meets with Sax, and they're in the same agreement, because, if she testifies about how the fact someone saw Sax at Truth that night and they realise it's Tyreek, they'll quickly they think that they'll quickly realise that he was the one that did it, but obviously Sax doesn't realise this, but Tyreek puts 2 and 2 together about who's the one that killed her. So yeah, I mean, I always said though, like, I think Tyreek being the one to like, his leverage against Sax doesn't really work for me. It's like, yeah, so what, have you seen him at fucking Truth? Him and Blanca, like, I guess he's in bad terms with Blanca Rodriguez, but at the time he wasn't in that bad of terms with her. Could have just lied, like, absolute disaster. Absolute disaster, to say the least, in that regard. But hey, moving on up. Riley then reports back to her Uncle Sax, and she's like, yeah, I've been kind of spending the time in Tyreek's room. He's like, Jesus, you've been fucking Tyreek. I didn't say sleep with him. He's like, no, I haven't been sleeping with him, I've been sleeping with his roommate. And he simply says, to report and observe. But does Riley take this message? No. Tyreek then shows up late to another class, right? Oh, fuck it, I hate this teacher, man. He's like, as a young black man, you're not making us look good, Tyreek. Fuck off. Why is he continuously playing the race card? He's like, oh, and then he talks to his brother late in the episode. Oh, us black folk weaseled our way in, and the white man can't get rid of us. What year is this show set? It's modern day. See in 2024, the 2020s, man, in this recent time period, there's one thing the media and everybody else hates, and that is a white, straight male. This guy trying to paint this picture of Tyreek that, oh, you're just living up the stereotype. No, loads of kids are late to school, mate. It doesn't matter if they're race or religion. Loads of kids are late. And to be honest, Tyreek showing up late's pissing me off because it means this guy goes on a rant about Black History Month each time he fucking does it. And Tyreek put him in his place. Like, you're not my fucking father. And you know what? I agree with that. Also, Monet did question Tyreek about do you know why Drew was drawing this? Tyreek then goes to Drew and is like, does everyone know you're gay? And he's like, yeah, kinda. So yeah, Riley's beginning now to pushing Hayden into spilling some beans about Tyreek, but I knew this wouldn't go exactly according to plan, and rightfully so. But Tyreek, he's trying to get Moniqua to come off the case. He goes to her, but as he goes to her, Sasha's attorney turns up and he's like, Sax, where the fuck are you, Sax? But obviously it's not Sax, it's Tyreek. So it looks like the ball's beginning to drop here. It's not looking good. Riley then trying to get some information out of Hayden more about Hayden, sorry. He kind of goes off on one. Tyreek then gets his drink drugged by Riley. And then, yeah, he falls asleep on the couch with Lauren. There was a bit of a love quarrel going on here between Tyreek, Lauren, and what's her name? Diana. I mean, if we're being honest, Lauren's clear over Diana every day of the week, but some people just simply aren't seeing that. We see Drew and Seek turn up. Seek's wearing a wee nightcap that I have. Like pretty badass there, Seek, aren't you? Drew then takes it bad that the guy tried to have sex with, completely rejects him in front of this open place, and then he goes outside. Then we see this like cringy scene where he's like, "It's everyone knows you're gay, man. It's okay." It's like, well, it's like, so what? My sister knows you're gay. Yeah, but the guy doesn't want to be affectionate towards you in public because he must be questioning his sexuality. And it's almost like Drew can't fucking see that. And yeah, you know what? Young Ats, you did say enjoy the Angela sex scenes because in the spin-offs, it's going to get a bit gay. And it did definitely get gay this episode. Riley then goes into Tyreek's room after he passes out due to the drugs, takes his phone to share it, the location with her, tells Sax about it, she starts crying. Sax then follows him to like a graveyard and basically records him admitting that he's the one that killed Ghost. Now he doesn't like openly admit it, but he's like, I had to do it. You know, I had to protect mom, sort of thing. And like Sax has got this on tape, right? Like obviously this is Tyreek's show and this is his spin-off. I'm gonna fucking love to see how they're gonna get weasel their way out of this one. The St. Patrick's, because yeah, Tash has been in jail for like a few months at this point, but no one's doing serious time. Like I think Tasha might just end up taking the rap for this overall. I think it would be weird if she almost got out. Seek then goes and meets with one of the teachers and decides to bang them. So yeah, how's that looking for you, buddy? How is that looking for you? Tyreek then tells the truth to Hayden. Well, a bit of the truth. And then Hayden's brother starts taking drugs. He starts stealing their stash. Obviously, Monet saying that, so I could see Hayden's brother getting killed here, and that might pull a bit of a rift between Hayden and Tyreek, and he could eventually go to the cops. But yeah, looks like Tyreek's passed all of Monet's tests. The attorney then turns up at Sax's door, and they basically come to the agreement of, all right, we'll get Tash off with this murder. Then they shake hands, but we'll testify. We'll bring Tyreek St. Patrick down, and this time he's going to be tied as an adult, and it's not looking good. So, you know, like these two have agreed to bring down Tyreek, but realistically, is Tyreek going to get brought down? I wouldn't bank on it. This episode was alright, but, you know, the constant reminders of we're black and we were getting shafted by white people not too long ago. I mean, come on, can we reel it in? Can we reel it in a wee bit? But anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10.
2-Bit is well and truly alive in the latest episode of Power Book 2 Ghost, Good versus Evil, Season 1, Episode 6. Yes, that is a mouthful, but we see the return of him this episode, and I was looking forward to it. Damn right, we kick off the episode. We've got Sax and the big man discussing how this court's going to go. Pretty funny dynamics. They're talking about the jurors. We then get this montage about how they're picking like the perfect jury to get Sasha off, and then as soon as Sasha's off, we're going to arrest that little punk, Tyreek. But obviously, they don't really care too much about Tyreek. Tyreek's then in school. Not much really going on here. I mean, the school scenes were not doing it for me this episode, but I feel like the beginning of the episode, they didn't really last that long, to be honest.
and that's what I liked about this. And then we get a montage of Sax going to 2-bit, and then the attorney going to 2-bit. Sax manages to weasel a deal to get 2-bit pretty much released as he testifies against Sasha, but because he signed this thing, and then in the actual court case with Tasha, sorry, he doesn't actually, he denies everything, but then he like implicates that he knew Tyreek and how Tyreek was involved with the wrong sort of people, and Tasha, as this is going on, kind of like looks at it like, maybe that's maybe that could be bad, because Davis told her that 2-bit didn't know Tyreek, but I mean, you think she would catch on here, and also the fact that they're using Blanca Rodriguez here as well. Well, Davis says things are not going according to plan. Kane, meanwhile, is kind of freaking out the fact that Tyreek has been jobbing out lately. So he's like, you know what, I'm going to pay Tyreek a visit. Even though Tyreek's not really doing much, Kane and Diana then have to go in Monet. Essentially what this is, right, they need to learn the ropes of the business. Things are too easy for you kids. You just get your money and stroll about like you've got money. But the problem is with Tyreek, though, Kane thinks that she's sleeping, that his sister's sleeping with Tyreek, when in reality it's his brother's actually gay. But does Kane know his brother's gay? I don't think he does know his brother's gay, which could be a bit of a problem later on for Drew. But yeah, as him and Diana are like sorting the drugs out, his boyfriend keeps ringing him, and then he goes over. We get a gay sex scene that I'm just not a fan of. I mean, honestly, if we're going to get any of these scenes, what about Tyreek? He's dating, he's messing around with free girls at the minute. What, we can't get anything with him? But it has to be the gay sex scene, damn it. Good versus evil. And all I'm seeing right now is pretty evil. Sax tells Riley to back off and pretty much says to her that you have to split up with Braden, but obviously she didn't. I don't want to split up with Braden. Kane then shows up as Braden's confronting his brother Trace about stealing his drugs, and then Braden tries to like lap this off. He's like, you're Kane, aren't you? Yeah, me and Tyreek are doing this, and obviously Kane does not like the fact that his name is in Tyreek's mouth, and these kids up at this school know about him. So Kane takes these two, and in pretty funny scenes, like he forced them into being corner boys. Now Braden actually works and manages to sell everything off, but Trace is freaking out. He's like, this is like Die Hard 3, man. He goes over to the payphone, because he obviously, his reference here in Die Hard 3 is the fact that like Bruce Willis, obviously white, was dropped off in Queens, a black neighbourhood. He didn't quite have the same billboard sort of thing that was strapped to Bruce Willis in the third one. If you know, you know. But it was funny. He gets beat up, but then Kane manages to bring him, essentially save him. But as this is all going on, Riley and Tyreek are both in the same room, and they're playing chess against each other, trying to figure out, what the hell's actually going on here? What has actually happened to Braden? Because at this point, you don't actually know what's happened to him. Well, they don't. We, of course, know at the end of the day. But as Kane's trying to drop them off, they then get pulled over by the cops. But it turns out it's Ramirez, and he's like, Kane, so how you doing, big man? Help me get rid of these two, and we'll all be A-okay. But then, essentially, he tells Monet, and she explains, well, you know what, I need to sort Kane out. But we'll get to that a wee bit later on in the episode. Diana, pissed at Tyreek, then pays him a visit about finding out that they're moving the drugs via like coursework in the school. And as she's like obviously confronting him about that, what's going on outside the room or inside the room, that's for Riley. So she's like, have you got your little girlfriend Lauren in there? But he's actually got Riley in there, and he does not like Riley, which is kind of funny. We also have Trace being told by Braden to keep quiet. You cannot trust this Trace guy. He just seems like a waster. Like, Braden does speak a bit too much, but at the end of the day, he will keep quiet. He's like a wannabe gangster. He starts talking to Tyreek when he finally gets back, like, selling those drugs on that corner were great. All this. Ramirez then goes to Monet about it, says there was two white boys. They're going to expose the business. Feels to her how, like, you know, their historical family ties lie. Things aren't good. Monet then finally confronts Kane about it. You get Drew and Diana looking on. There's a bit of a scuffle between them. He tries to get Drew and Diana off him, and his elbow cracks Monet. It's like, it was accidental, but like, Monet's supposed to be built as this powerhouse, this like big woman. I get it, right? She is the mother of these three. So like, a child hitting their mother should be like frowned upon, and it should be. And that, obviously, her lying on the ground and selling this adds a bit more weight to it. But it's like any like sort of thing that you take of her being a threat here, I just can't really buy. Like this would be like Tyreek or Reina elbowing, but then Tasha's not built up as like the queen pin, even though that's kind of what the court case is about, to be honest, which is happening as well during this time. The which 2-Bit completely goes back on his word and he feels completely betrayed. But yeah, things aren't looking good for Tyreek because it looks like they're building that case up on the side by getting 2-Bit to admit to all these things. But yeah, Kane obviously after elbowing his mum, which was due to basically saying that dad runs things better, he then visits his dad in prison. And what does his dad proceed to do? Batter him. He gets the prison guards to batter him and says, "You never lay your hands on your mother." I mean, it was accidental, but yeah, it's not like he killed him here, which I thought might have happened. So yeah, he beats his son up, gets his son beat up, teaching him a lesson. But like Lorenzo's acting the big man inside while his wife's on the outside, getting double dipping, I say, with a police officer. It's like Kane could have just and Kane knows what's going on. I mean, pretty much everyone knows what's going on. Kane could have just fucking sold out his mum, been like, well, you're acting the big man in here, but it's all going to shit out there. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party are not too happy with Sachs' performance getting 2-Bit, a known criminal, to walk out, and that's how we end the episode. We see the watch that he stole at the, obviously that heist they did at Truth. There was emphasis on that at the beginning of this episode and emphasis on it at the end, so maybe 2-Bit will end up going back to jail because they'll realise one of the watches he stole and the watch that he is wearing is connected to that robbery. But anyway, guys, probably the best episode of Power Book 2 for me. I really enjoyed the court scenes, and there was a lack of like classroom stuff, and for me, that really made the episode a wee bit better. But anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. Till next time, peace. What's your favourite week of the year? Big Stevie Cool, while it's 6 week, and welcome back to Power Book 2. Season 1, Episode 7. This one's called 6 Week. And we do kick off this episode with a robbery. Kane has recruited 3 unfortunate fellows to rob a church. They rob all the money. And the weird thing about this is the masks they're wearing are just not exactly ideal. You know, see Kane, he reminds me of like Blade. You know, he always dresses in all black, and you know, if he is a vampire away from being Wesley Snipes is what I'm trying to say. But they steal the money. They actually end up shooting one of each other, which was a fucking ridiculous decision, to say the least. Then we have like a wee school meeting, so to speak, and they're going to reveal the 5 names. And Tyreek ain't on it. Lauren's on it, though. Tyreek's fucking raging about this. And then as this is going on, though, some guy runs in, starts throwing condoms about it's 6 week. And it's like, right, hold on. See this gimmick in college, right? I get it, it's more than a gimmick, right? It's that everyone just sleeps around and yada yada yada. They do all this shite, right? Which is all good in the hood. But like, this is like almost like a massive college-wide orgy. Just fucking weird, man. It is. Like, I think it's different with boys, but imagine being a father and you know your daughter's going to a college like this. I mean, come on. Play the game, son. Tyreek doesn't really want to dive into any of these condom-related adventures, so he gets talked to by his teacher. But then the big jobber guy, he thinks Tyreek is actually sleeping with her, when of course we know it's Seek, which ain't good. We then have a scene where Hayden is eating out Riley, to say the least. He's like, I'm getting used to this, brother. Tyreek then comes in, he's like, what the fuck's she doing in my room? Crying. So yeah, then they have to write these like play cards, right, where like they all have to hold a secret. But for Tyreek's card, the teacher, he changes it that a professor at the school is sleeping with a student, obviously thinking it's Tyreek, trying to lay him into the ground. Monet is worried though that Kane hasn't pulled through and he's not back. It's been, I think it's like a 3-day time skip at this stage of the game. Tyreek's also worried though about the fact that things aren't going according to plan. He needs his product to sell, but the distribution is dried up. Sachs and Davies then come to the conclusion that they need another witness. Enter Paz. I thought we seen the last of Paz a few episodes ago. Turns out I'm wrong. Turns out I'm seriously wrong at this stage of the game. Paz, we had a full episode dedicated to her in the original part. To me, that wraps her up, right? That wraps Paz up. I don't agree with it, even if that was her last appearance, to give her like a full episode. But Jesus Christ, man, it's just absolutely ridiculous to give her just absolutely ridiculous. I just don't understand. Giving her a full episode, then to bring her back, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Disgraceful scenes. Lauren and Tyreek are like kind of like flirting on her bed, and then her boyfriend comes in and takes a fucking picture. This guy's a goof, man. Comes in with the old black attire. It's like, fuck off. You're not Kane. You're a jobber. Look at him. His clipped back ears. He looks like a dog has its ears clipped. He's like the most pathetic looking bastard I've ever seen, and Tyreek rightfully puts him in his place. Tyreek then tells Hayden that, here, Riley, she tried to sleep with me, man. She drugged me at the party. Then Trace like backs these claims up. Then Tyreek's given another wee homework assignment here to write a story about a loved one, maybe a love interest that he's got right now, and he obviously thinks he's going to write about the female teacher. I need to really learn these two names, but I do not know their fucking names. The teachers do not really interest me, but obviously this guy's just using Tyreek for his book. I hope this guy gets killed, man. Hope he gets killed in the crossfire or something. Paz then testifies, and this was supposed to go in favour of Davies and Tasha, but it turns out it's not looking good. But then Davies tries to use some of his own medicine here. And who came out better in this round? I would say Sachs came out better in this round. Kane then gets picked up. He manages to get released, but then he talks to Ramirez and says that Tyreek St. Patrick's now in the picture and things aren't looking good, big man. Then Kane's needed for a pickup. Diana did go to Kane's girlfriend's house. He was there. He said he'd be there, but of course he get picked up, so he's not there. And then, of course, what happens? The guy and Monet get into a bit of a scuffle. Tyreek comes up the stairs. Monet gets the upper hand, drops this guy, kills him. They get rid of the body. Drew then, also Tyreek and Diana kiss. Drew then shoots the guy to make it look like a robbery, but in reality it's not a robbery. He's like, oh, you can't shoot him, Tyreek. You never shot anyone. Of course you have, big man. So it looks like Hayden and Riley are pretty much done at this point in the relationship. We then have a scene where Kane returns home. Him and Ramirez confront Monet, but nothing really happens for this. Tyreek then clears himself up. Right, so Lauren, right, tries to kiss Tyreek. Obviously she's broke things off with her boyfriend because he's just a fucking weirdo bastard at the end of the day, right? And then she's kissing Tyreek, and then Tyreek's, I know why you're doing this. You're trying to get the secret because, of course, the assignment you got an A if you didn't find out your partner's secret or whatever, or you didn't reveal yours. But it's just what is going on here? Why, this Lauren had a boyfriend, didn't do anything with Tyreek, then she dumps him and now they're kissing. I completely agree with Tyreek here. He's like, I just break up your boyfriend and now you want me. So I don't like this Lauren bitch. She tries to fucking act that she's here, is she hot? Absolutely, not denying that, right? But it's ridiculous that we are led to believe here that she's in the right. Tyreek absolutely justified in his actions here for me. Can't dispute this. Then they whip out a witness here, Davis and Sachs, that definitely free Tasha but shaft Tyreek. I do not recognise her. I'm going to assume it might be Ray Ray's cousin. I do not recognise this woman in the slightest. Maybe because it's been a few years. Maybe she's grew up or something. I'm not fucking too sure. Tyreek and Hayden kind of make up. Paz then goes to Tasha and's like, I know you didn't kill Ghost, but you know who did. Dun 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 dun. It's like, fuck me, man. Is it just going to be a bath load of Paz the next couple of episodes or something? What is going to go down? What is going to go down in the crazy scenarios here? Is it going to be Paz simply fading into the background? It could be quite incredible if that goes down that way, because I really thought after that full dedicated episode we would have got the end of it, but we didn't. It's an absolute disgrace. It's a catastrophe. It's a disaster. It really, really is. But yeah, Paz is back. How did this episode feel? I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I think it was a wee bit of a step backwards for the previous one, but that's it for Sex Week. Not much sex going on. And yep, that's where we're going to leave this video. So until next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. I did it for the family. Dominic Toretto makes his long-awaited debut in Power. Only joking, it's not. But it's Power Book 2, Season 1, Episode 8, Family. First, kick off the episode, we buy a drug-selling montage here, and then we quickly get to Family Night. And I just didn't dig this. It's like, they're just whipping up the racism card every week now on Power, and I get it, right? This is like a heavily black show, but when did they really do that in the original show? Like, they didn't. And here, you know, I'm actually enjoying this show, but it feels like at least a couple of times an episode they're digging up the racism card. Come on, guys, it's the 2020s. The show's not set in the 1920s, alright? And obviously, the professor, he's still suspecting Tyreek of sleeping with his girl. With C2-Bit, though, he goes to visit Spanky's mum, who's wearing a Rest in Peace Spanky t-shirt, which I thought was funny. He gives her money and says, like, yeah, you know, whatever, rat it on Spanky inside. I fucking dealt with them. So he's done that. So yeah, things looking good. We've also got a basketball match tonight. The NBA scouts are there. We have got the scouts there for Big Seek. Lauren's parents, I actually cannot stand these people, man. And like Tyreek's about to go out for dinner with him, and then who comes into his room? Effie returns after a wee while out of the series, I guess. To which looks like her and Tyreek are going to get closer, but he's like, no, I can't do it. And then after a wee phone conversation with his mum, he's banging her. We'll get to that scene a wee bit later on. 2-Bit then appears, and obviously he's wanting a wee bit of cash. He's wanting money. And since Ghost is dead, he can't pay that debt. He goes straight to Tyreek. And Tyreek's like, right, I'll get your money, blah, 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 which I thought was funny. Also, the professor guy, he's continuing with his book story. I like 2-Bit. I really hope they do not kill him off here, because I'll not be happy. I'll be an angry bunny. Put it that way, but Tyreek's tried pretty much every method in the book here to get money, and obviously, in order to get this money, that's what gets him into the business with Effie. They have a bit of a sex scene here. Tyreek, she whips out the condoms. It's like, really, Tyreek? Really? Practicing safe sex? Sex with condoms is, Andrew Tate said, a little bit gay there, you know. But anyway, Tyreek got him some. He then gets followed by the professor. Is he sleeping with Carrie? No, he's getting drugs for Drew. So yeah, that's all good for him. We then essentially get, you know, Seek's. After a wee drug selling marathon here, we get Seek's basketball tournament. Hayden finds out, though, that Tyreek's been jobbing him out, essentially. He's not too good about this. But obviously, Kane has put a plan in motion with the GTGs and their leader in order to kill Tyreek at the basketball game. Got an undercover guy going in dressed up as Stanfields, and he's got a bit of a shiv. And then we have the football match, right? So, no, the basketball match, sorry. Monet kind of suspects Carrie, though, sleeping with Seek a wee bit. Nothing major, though, here. We have the game. Tyreek says, right, you know what, I've got to leave here. I've got to go get some food, water. We want anything? Kane's like, yeah, I'll take some nachos and baguettes and all this shit. It's like, Kane, shut up. And then this is where he gets chased into the swimming pool. He's fighting the guy one-on-one here. But then he gets saved, because it looks like the guy was going to definitely get the upper hand. As 2-Bit arrives for his payment, cracks the guy in the back of the head, and then drowns him in the pool. 2-Bit keeping Tyreek alive. He's like, yeah, motherfucker, I just saved your life. You owe me more money. I like 2-Bit. Absolutely like 2-Bit. He did take, though, the guy's the weapon he's going to use Tyreek, so what's he going to do with that? Kane then gets a text message. Oh, shit. And this obviously spirals things into control, because you had 2-Bit texting Kane that it's done, but it also went to the GTG as well, and they've found it. And this is where shit hits the fan, because we get a thing later on in the club. Drew shows up. He wants to get with his in the closet boyfriend, right? And he keeps going on. If this guy doesn't want to come out about his sexuality because he thinks his family might not love him, right? I get it. 2020s. Oh, that should be, your family should love you who you are, man. Who the fuck is Drew to force this guy to come out? You can't force anyone to do anything. It's like Drew's doing like a form here, like reverse rape or something. Weirdo. Leaves the building, but then the GTG enact their revenge. They jump Seek, and looks like they're actually going to kill. So they're going to shoot his knees out. Obviously, being the NBA legend that he could be. If they shoot his knees out, that's a lot of money doing the dream. But then Drew offers himself up. He's like, shoot me instead. But then they don't do that. Drew manages to get the gun off him. The crew run away. Drew basically, hangs on out looking good. Obviously, GTG guy pretty said that Kane put this in motion. Seek's obviously pissed. He's crying. He goes to Carrie for some comfort. Drew and Monet share a conversation, and it's pretty much at this point where Kane is booted out of the family, essentially. And he does do like one final bit of order. He does wipe out the GTG, then he spares their leader, and he's like, I want half your cash. So we'll see how that goes. Tasha then rings Lorenzo in jail and essentially like threatens to keep Tariq safe. Why are you guys trying to kill him? Because he also phoned Tasha saying about that. And then the episode pretty much ends, with Tariq sitting with Monet on the pier, and she's like, you know what? Protect yourself, you've got a gun. If you kill my son, if he's trying to kill you, that's justified. But if you openly go hunting for my son, that's personal. So yeah, is this season going to end with Kane dying? I don't think so. I think he's quite a big character to kill off in season 1. But I have had a few comments and I've seen a few things that apparently the spin-offs like killing off characters too soon. And the way it's going for Kane, I could definitely see him get killed off. But I hope he doesn't. He is quite a good character at the end of the day. But that's what's going to do it, guys, here for Family First. What am I going to give this episode out of 10? I'm going to get another 7 out of 10. Things are getting a little bit woke though. Can we see it? I know it's TV shows made recently. I mean, what movies and shit? What can you do? Like honestly, I'm watching Tulsa King, but that's Stallone. Stallone's not woke, right? Stallone is the least woke guy I damn know. But anyway, guys, 7 out of 10 for Family First. Definitely one of the better episodes of the season. But until next time, peace. I've turned into a monster, and I keep getting stronger. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We are here with another Power Book 2 review, and it is Season 1, Episode 9, and we kick off this episode, which is called Monster, hence the intro to this review, with Kane and the GTG leader basically getting rid of all the bodies, and Kane's like laughing while this guy's like cleaning up his crew's bodies. Bit of a mess. Tariq then receives a wee text message for 2-bit like, where's my money? 50k. He doesn't have the money though, and his lawyer not really hearing this, and he kind of lies about it. But they're bringing a witness in. Who could this witness be? I wonder who it could be. Kerry keeps asking Seek questions. Oh, your bruises, what happened to you? But Seek doesn't tell her just yet, but she cares about him. Then we get this scene where the police come in. Obviously, they're worried about, what's happening here in the school? There was a murder in the swimming pool. Scooby-Doo. Now, Seek did say that whoever jumped him might have been a member of the GTG. And then the police say GTG, then she says it, and it's like, whoa, you've heard of them. Turns out Kerry used to be a prosecutor, which I'm just not really buying. Like, what age is this Kerry woman? I mean, it seems like she's been in this school a long time, and she was a prosecutor before this. Like, what age is it? And then, like, the police officer, like, we're going to need to ask some students who have been affiliated or have a criminal record. And then that's when they all start going, oh, this is racism. No, it's just fucking common sense. Whatever students would have a criminal record are the ones that you would think are most likely, involved here. It doesn't matter based off race. Now, the only thing racist here is the teachers assuming that students who have criminal records are of colour or black. I mean, honestly, the police guy was fucking. It's a fucking. I actually am enjoying this show, but they are tuning up the wokeness to like 110. I hope when I watch, Raising Canyon's based in the 90s, so that can't really be that woke. And then Power Book 4's got Tommy in it, which is he's probably like gonna have to be like the lead character. I'm assuming it's not going to be as woke as this, but Jesus Christ, this is going to like woke levels. The shipment though is not exactly in here for Rico, so Monet's had to give Tyreek some coke in order to deal it. But damn, man, that scene was seriously doing my tits in. Tyreek then comes into class, and then they're all talking about criminals, and then Lauren's like, if you're in jail, you're a bad person. Tyreek goes off and but my mom's in jail and she didn't do it. Obviously he's getting defenses of his mum because his mum didn't do it. It was him that did it. But like let's not pretend that Tasha's innocent. Like, yeah, she didn't do that crime, but more often than not, right? If you end up in jail, you have had like a criminal life in the past or have done some shady shit. Even if you're going to jail for crimes you haven't committed, now I get it, right? There is sometimes you will literally get falsely accused, and you innocent people do go to jail, right? But more often than not, you know, it's a disaster. It's a catastrophe. If you're a criminal, you will be in jail. Let's not pretend like this show's trying to spin it that there's some bad guy, like they're doing a good job of like portraying this like the politicians as like these evil people who just want these people in jail to fit the narrative, which here that works with the Democratic Party, maybe not the Republican Party, but Sachs, he's under surveillance this episode, and when the witness that they're going to use is revealed as the stripper that Tyreek got drugs from and like Tasha was friends with, the Democrat guy sends a guy over there and he takes pictures of the attorney and Sachs, so it looks like they're pretty much landed in the dirt here. Kerry starts doing a bit of investigation into Seek's family and all that good stuff, and manages to find out that Alejandro, or whatever that guy's name is not looking good. Drew then confronts Kane. Kane kind of says to him, how about you leave Monet behind and me and you are on the streets out there, better than mum and dad. Lorenzo, that's his name. But anyway, kind of falls on deaf ears here, to be perfectly honest. Then they're sitting around the table and Monet's like, we're not mentioning his name. We're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that. The stripper woman, she kind of agrees to testify, but only because it's going to help Tasha not go against her. And Hayden's not exactly still on board with Tyreek at this stage of the game. Tasha then gets told by the woman attorney that here he's lying, man. It's some stripper they're using, which obviously Tasha's not good. And then she wants her to pass a word on to Tyreek that this stripper's like Slim. She could be bad, but you know what to do with Slim. And Tyreek's like, oh yeah, my mum told me about Slim. Yeah, I'll just stay away from him, aka let's fucking kill him. Shaft it, man, killing him. Careful killing him. Monet then threatens Kerry, like, back off or else sort of talk. Tyreek then meets with Effie in order to get this product sold, and he's like, I'm sorry about the other night. She's like, yeah, I turned into a monster the night I gave you up at Choke. He's like, damn, maybe I need to accept who I am. But of course he's jobbed out the money, because it looks like the money he had, he gave it to the stripper for her to leave town and not testify, which obviously has created a serious problem now, because now he can't pay Monet. So he did a good thing here, Tyreek. I guess single mother doesn't really exactly want to kill her, even if she is a stripper. But then Sachs can't use her because obviously she's fled town. So what does Sachs do? He goes one card deeper, and he decides to bring Tyreek in to testify, but that's not going to happen just yet. Tyreek then shows up, tells Monet that he hasn't got the money. He's then getting held at gunpoint, and then it turns out Rico has actually gave all the supply to the GTG and Kane, but Kane can't believe this, so he pulls a knife on the GTG leader, and then he reveals what's going on, and then Kane puts two and two together, holy shit, they're going to wipe out my family. And then as Tyreek's getting held at gunpoint by Monet for not paying, they then get blasted with guns, and it's like, I get why they would do this, like shoot through the walls, but if you want to kill all these people inside this building, just go in. I mean, like, they have like one gun between them. Obviously, I get, yeah, they don't know that, right? But this looks like a serious crew. But obviously, plot purposes, we can't literally just kill Tyreek, Monet, Diana, and Drew. But Drew tries to be a hero run for the back door, gets shot through the shoulder. Kane then arrives, carries him to the hospital. Looks like Drew's going to live, but he might be like in a coma or a hospital for a few episodes or something, potentially. But yeah, not looking good here for Kane for the foreseeable future, but he's not going to die, put it that way. And then outside the hospital, Monet essentially disowns Kane, and then Kane decides to meet with Ramirez, and he kind of gives it the talk about, you know what, this is you done, man, this is you done. And then Kane starts beating up Ramirez, pulls the gun, he's like, you kill me, this is the final straw for Monet. Kane's like, fuck that bitch, shoots him, this agent is dead. Tyreek then obviously needs an attorney, goes to Tabika, and he gives her $1, so she's officially his lawyer now, and he actually admits to her that he's the one that killed Ghost, so it's like, damn. Sets up the finale good. Will Tyreek go to prison? I'm actually going to say yes, but I think it'll fall through. Maybe we'll see a time skip. I'm not too sure. But Be interested to see what's going to happen with 2, but I mean, that would protect them from all those characters. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. Give us episode 7 out of 10, and peace. Thomas Patrick Egan. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment, and we're here with the Season 1, Episode 10 of Part Book 2. And you know what? There's one thing I like about TV shows. It's when they deliver with their season finales. And this did deliver. Now, I've got a few wee things to question in this episode. But before we get to it, it is Heart of Darkness. And we kick off the episode with Monet. And this guy who I've never seen before must just be a corner boy or something. Pretty big boy, though. They meet Rico, and then Monet just kills Rico, and it's like, right, that's sending retaliation there, obviously, after what happened to Drew. I didn't think she'd let that pass, but, you know, Rico's been a wee bit creepy. Kills him, 3 shots. We then see Kane, he's getting rid of Ramirez's bodies, touch cinder blocks too, but then he takes his badge and his gun, and it didn't make any sense at the time. It makes sense later, but not because Kane thought this through. You know, definitely not. Tyreek then drew up at school. Turns out, though, all the classes are off due to the investigation. So they're investigating into these kids, and the gay basketball player kind of drops everyone in and is like, but I'm drunk. I was drunk. It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. So, yeah. Looks like not much has happened here. Seek's then worried. He's talking to Carrie, about this. She's like, it's alright, no one's really on to you as long as we keep quiet about it, but Seek's freaking out. And the Barry, he's trying to get more into like Tyreek here, and he questions him, essentially calls him a drug dealer, which like straight to his face, which is mad. So, but then he talks about like the book he's writing, and obviously that kind of prompts Tyreek, might have to do something later on this episode. But Kane meets with Drew. Drew's alright, he's going to live, so there's no real issue there. But then we get to court, and the court case comes crumbling down because Tyreek essentially buries Sack, says, you're the one that drugged me, you're the one that was there the night my father was killed at Truth. And essentially here the trial gets a mistrial if Tasha St. Patrick agrees to rat on Tommy. And admit Tommy was the one behind the Empire, and holy fuck, she has. And I can't believe this, and I was like, this must force Tommy to return it. It has to. But we don't see Tommy yet. Tasha then admits to all this. Looks like Sax is going to get fired, so it's not looking good for him. But these were pretty funny scenes. He gets you lost to fucking Jason Derulo over here, which I thought was a pretty good line. So yeah, pretty much a disaster for Sax. But Sasha then gets released, has to speak to the press. But what's the future hold for Tasha at this stage of the game? What does it hold? I'm not too sure. Riley confronts Hayden, says, your friend Tyreek, he's not been truthful about his daddy passing away. Hayden, whoever finds out Tyreek killed his dad, I guess not the biggest thing. Tyreek then finds out for Seek pretty much everything that's been doing the past couple of episodes, like, you know, the whole threatening at the basketball game. Tyreek then talks to Diana about this. Tyreek then leaves. Hayden kind of gives him a hustle down, but nothing mental here. Are these two done? No, because they did a wee clappy hand, shaking the manoeuvre, boom, 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 boom. Tyreek's loving life. Then Monet is at the place that just gets shot up. Tasha then visits her, says, right, I'll buy Tyreek out his contract because we're going away. We're running away because we blame Tommy Egan. And it's like, how can the two main protagonists of this show be ratting on Tommy Egan, who was the main one of the main protagonists from the original show? And it's like, am I really supposed to root for Tasha? No, she's a fucking snitch. She got fucking Kanan killed, essentially got Ghost killed, and is now trying to get fucking Tommy locked up. As this going down, though, there's a shootout outside. The guy who's Monet's bodyguard for this episode gets dropped. Tasha looks at the window, and who is it? It's Tommy pulling away. Well, we just see his car, and I'm like, holy shit. Tommy is back. Tasha then confronts Tyreek, and is like, right, we've got to flee. Tommy's in town. She's like, he's a killer, and then Tyreek's like, yeah, but so am I. Right, Tyreek, I think you're a decent character, and you know what? You have killed people before, but let's not pretend that you and Tommy are on the same level. Just because you have two people, right? Just because you have two people and both of them have killed people, doesn't mean they're on equal territory. It doesn't, you know. Like pretty much everybody that's in this drug game, that's been in this show, like more or less everyone that Tommy has killed would have been, you know, in the drug game. But the reality is, guys, we have to move on, and I think to this point, the pacing of this episode was fine, but literally all of a sudden it goes from like 0 to 100 because we see Diana
not Diana, sorry. We've seen Monet meet with Lorenzo, basically laying down the law, and then she kind of goes into Kane and threatens him and then finds out he killed Ramirez. And then all of a sudden, right, we get many men wish death upon me, and I'm gonna take your life away. Many men, you got shot down. Many men, gotta pop this clown. Murder this fool. I'm hungry as a motherfucker. Many men is blasting. I'm like, shit, something serious is gonna go down. Tariq sees Tommy's car, and then who exits an apartment? Tommy Egan. Tommy has returned to our screens, guys. And he was paying a visit to Cash. Him and Tyreek then share a meeting. Tommy says, well, you know what? I made a promise to your old man that I wouldn't kill you, but Tash is mine. And then, like, Tyreek says, right, I've got a plan that works for all of us, right? And I think all this was very, like, rushed. What happens next? Maybe not this part, but it's like, I get it. It's his Uncle Tommy. But he's threatening to kill your mother, and you're just going to let him get away with it. Like even though Tash has done wrong, right? And I think Tommy killing her is definitely warranted. Like Tyreek is on Team Tasha. He's not split, or he's not on Team Tommy. So it makes really no sense why he wouldn't kill Tommy here. But Tommy's back, and it also made me think like, where has Tommy been? As soon as he gets a sniff that he's been ratted on, he's back in New York, fucking shooting up buildings. It's almost a wee bit unbelievable. Like, where has this guy been? Yeah, we could say that he's been laying low. And then the master plan here. I didn't really think what the master plan was here exactly. But right, then things go from Sachs fucking this woman, right? He then gets a phone call that Tommy Egan's back in town. We then cut to the next scene, which is Tasha and Sachs in a car, then being chased by Tommy Egan. Then the police chase Tommy Egan. Tasha and Sachs then chase after them. Tommy Egan gets a wee bit in front of the cops, hits a petrol station, and then crashes at his car, blows up. I'm thinking, what in the name of fuck has happened here, right? And then it turns out it was all a ruse. Tommy Egan is not dead. But then I'm thinking, right, they're clearly going to realise here that Tommy has not just killed himself and is clearly still alive. But then it's explained over the phone that Tommy actually ripped out his molars, right? Now, initially I thought this was a joke. Obviously, if they find trace of his body there, right, it is, you know, like, they'll find teeth and they'll be like, holy fuck, he had to have died here, right? But to me, it's almost like so unbelievable. Like, it exploded, and it's like you're going to go in like an hour later. There would be more than just fucking teeth. What was blood? What about other bits of DNA? I think just putting his teeth there is a bit ridiculous, to be honest. But here, anyway, at least they actually put a bit of his body there. But anyway, the fact he's ripped them fucking out, but we didn't even get to see that. And anyway, Tariq then meets with the teacher, and then Kane comes out of nowhere and shoots the teacher, trying to get to Tariq, and then Tariq basically gives this sob story about, well, you know what? How about we frame Agent Ramirez? That's his gun, and we'll frame him for this. And then Tariq just drops the teacher, Dakari, or whatever the hell this guy's name is. I'm so glad this guy died. You're trying to turn my story into a fucking book. Looks like Davis is giving Sachs a job, even though Sachs has been fired, so things are looking good. Tariq then meets with Tasha at Raina's grave. The FBI turn up, take Tasha to protective custody. Damn, and Tommy turns up at the same time. He tried to shoot Tasha, but then obviously FBI turned up, and then he confronts Tariq. He's like, I'm going to get that bitch, and there's nothing you can do about it, Tariq. And he's like, yeah, there is. I've just put her in protective custody. He's like, nothing's going to stop me. Then pulls the gun on Tariq, and then who pulls the gun on Tommy? Monet. And then to like Tommy's disbelief, he's like, who the fuck has got the balls to do that to me? And it's like, I ain't got no fucking balls. And then they let Tommy walk. So yeah, Tommy returned for season 1 of Power Book 2, and I understand now why you need to watch this in order, but the way the original show ended with Tommy just leaving, by the looks of it, it looked like it could have just worked. But then, how is Power Book 2, how's it going to work? Like, Tommy still wanted for this murder of Ghosts, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I'm going to assume the charges get dropped, or he runs under like a different name, and I think it's Chicago, that spin-off setting. Not really too sure how it's going to go down, to be perfectly honest. Looking forward to
the Tommy spin-off. I think it will be better than this. But yeah, they let Tyreek live and then they drive off in the car, and it was front of Ghost's grave as well, and Raina's, which was quite sad. And yeah, Tyreek admits to Monet that he's the one that killed his father, and then ghosts always live. And that's how it ends, guys. Pretty good finale. As I said at the start of this review, they did go all out. Like, you can't deny that. They brought Tommy back. I think it is a bit stupid. Like, where's this guy been? Has he literally just been living under fucking ground for like the past month or something? And I think some of his tactics here were a bit shit. Like why wouldn't he just wait on Tasha to get out? I mean, the shooting up of Monet's drug place was a bit cheap as well. But it was great seeing him, and like the fact that he hadn't appeared for like 9 episodes made this feel even bigger. He felt like a big shot, and he does warrant his spin-off. He absolutely does. Like, I know there was talk of a Rashad Tate spin-off, but he just doesn't. He doesn't warrant it for me. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. Tommy is back. He's not dead. It ended pretty good. I mean, I'm going to give us an 8. See, I think it's an 8.5, but we only can give out halves when we're both rating episodes, so it's not a 9, but it's an 8. For me, it's an 8.5, but I have to give it an 8, guys. So I'm giving it an 8 out of 10. That is it for Power Book 2. Up next for me, Power Book 4. Looking forward to that bad boy. That's it for Heart of Darkness, though. Peace.
They say this is a big rich town.
Free will is never free. Welcome back, guys, to Power Book 2. And after a wee hiatus, of course, we were reviewing Power Book 4, and I was told to watch it in that order. And that's exactly the order that I've watched it in. Free will is never free. Looking forward to this season. But what I would say immediately is, I just don't think Power Book 2 is as good as 4. And that doesn't mean it's bad, but you just feel like a noticeable drop off in quality. We kick off. It's pretty much the next day from the murder of Jakari Reynolds. Oh, shut your mouth, you foul wearing fatty. The teacher at the school. So yeah, Tariq's freaking out here. Jasmine then actually burns some pancakes. Grandma comes out. She's looking older than ever, and she didn't even remember Tariq coming over. I thought what they were playing on here was the fact that she's getting like dementia, but it seems more of a like she's drinking sort of thing. So I'm not too sure what's really going on here, but we'll have to wait and see at the end of the day. We then have Monet. She's kind of like getting PTSD for like the previous offense and all that stuff. So essentially, like season 2, episode 1 here is what, like an hour. Well, sorry, not an hour, but like it's the next day. So I mean, they literally just left Tom Egan at the graveyard last time. That's the intriguing one there. We then see Kane and his I was gonna say his crew. There's not many of them. We meet this new guy, and then he just like kills these 2 guys who are part of the guys underneath Kane's crew. I can't remember their name. That's what happens when you go from like Power Book 2 to Power Book 4. So yeah, you've got this guy. They think he's a cop, but then he ends up killing these 2. Kane looks like he's established a relationship with this guy. Could this be the move going forward? He's like, I've got to connect. So Kane tries to get him with Monet at the end of the episode, but it doesn't really work in this situation. Meanwhile, we've got Davis and Sax, of course. They're teaming up for the whole new law form. And I was like, what's this agenda here for Davis? Turns out he's got a brother, and he thinks he can use Sax to get his brother out of jail. So ain't that very good. Ain't that very good, brother. Tariq, though, he wants to find Tasha, even though she's in witness protection. It's like, hold on here. Like, how many laws in the book of laws, damn it, would Davis and Sax have to break to find this information? Quite incredible, my brothers. Quite incredible. But yeah, we've got Seek. He's practicing some basketball. You know, Monet comes to visit him. She's not exactly ecstatic about everything that's been going down, of course. And with Kelly, R. Kelly, not quite R. Kelly. Don't like R. Kelly here on this channel. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Build my wings and fly away. I believe I can fly. But no confuses me again with this. It's like, we had not too long ago, in Power Book 4, just at the end of the finale, like Medina and Rodriguez. Like,
what's happening with those two? Like they were like kind of wanting to go after that. Was that just simply solely to set up them moving to Chicago to go after the investigate the Irish horseman's death? I'm not too sure, to be honest. We'll get more stuff in this like university, and I mean, I've always this is like all woke shit, you know. Oh, the old white men, you know that stick. But what is this though? Like, you've got some people here, right, that are literally just in Tyreek's class. You've got the black girl in here, right? Who like always like speaks against the whites, and it's like her only like purpose in this show is to be in fucking Tyreek's class. It almost feels like a waste of effort and time, to be honest. Monet then picks up a shipment, and the police are talking to Diana. She thinks, oh no, this is not looking good, brother. We cut the tape. He's on his brother's couch, and he manages to get his life turned around. He's going to go for the Democratic Party's like council position, but turns out that guy's a legend. Is he going to get it? Who knows? Monet though puts away her gun. Everything's good with the NYPD, but then back on campus, everyone is finding out that the main man has passed away. Ja'Cory Reynolds. It's now an open investigation. Kelly looks like a suspect, but she's not. We also have this thing at Trace text Braden, and they do this ceremony every year, like just before Thanksgiving. It's cringe. He gets a car, so good for Braden. But Tariq sticks out like a sore thumb here and kind of buries the Democratic guy, which I was all for. But yeah, Ja'Cory's been ID'd. It's official. We all knew it was him anyway. We didn't need this confirmation if we're being brutally honest. But yeah, Tariq kisses Lauren. She's like, I can't believe he's dead. And then Tariq's like, well, you know what? I've lost that many people in my life. I don't really care if our teacher's dead. And you know what? That's a fair enough point. I mean, he's lost his father. Yeah, he killed him. Like, look at how people that's died, like Sean and other people, like his fucking sister, his twin sister. Kane, though, he's worried about the information that could be coming out because, of course, the cop that was a friend of Monet's, they used his gun. Looks like he's going to get the murder pinned on him. Will that come back to bite them? I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Monet asked Tariq about it, but he completely denies everything. But yeah, how's this going to go down? I'm not too sure, to be honest. And then, how do we end this chaos? We end it. We got Monet, kids at this point. You got Diana and oh god, I can't remember what the other son's called. Can't remember, but yeah, these two thinking about they should make moves for themselves. Then it ends this episode with Tate trying to get back up to what he used to be. Then we got a bit of hunting and a deer gets killed, and Tyreek freaks out with Braden and his family. There's not really much to say about it. He just freaks out after he almost gets shot in the head. By the way, was this guy like trying to kill him? You could almost argue it, but I don't know. It's like we're back with season 2, and it's like I'm just not digging it. I'm going to continue watching it. I'm not saying it's like that bad, but it's just not Power Book 4 for me. It's not. But I like the fact that it's all connected. Anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 5 out of 10. I thought it was a really bog standard season premiere. But anyway, till next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Just a touch world.
Dante's making moves and he's making some love songs while he's at it. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is Season 2, Episode 2 of Power Book 2. There's a lot of 2s in there, but we've got Selfish Acts. We kick off this episode. We actually see Kanan. Kanan's sitting there talking to Tariq. And I like this. We see Kanan basically saying you have to throw it away, but he's not really willing to throw his mum's like final like text message away to him on, of course, the burner phone. But then the NYPD's ramping the door and he has to go down to the station. Turns out Grandma got arrested driving with influence. And yeah, Yasmin is now getting took into, care, so to speak, foster parents, all that crazy stuff. So that's not looking good for him. And he can't go back with Tyreek because guess what? College dorm's not exactly suitable for that. Howard Stern then sits down with Tate and tells him, you'd be great on the canvas of Stansfield. And also, look at this fine piece of ass you can get to know. So I thought that was kind of funny. Kane then arrives at Dante's apartment, gives him a good reason why, I could move the product. But then one reason why he's not good to get in bed with for Kane is because that GTG member shows up and Dante starts snapping his fingers like, Kane, this just ain't going to work because of the people hanging out with people like this. The guy walks up, man. He's like the whole Instagram live thing. I get it. They're trying to incorporate real life shit into this world, which makes sense. But at the end of the day, this is just a bad idea for the get go.
bad idea. The NYPD, big Kevin, he's going around asking questions here, trying to get to the bottom of this. We've got Seek's press conference. Seek then goes over to Kelly's house later in the episode. Kelly, of course, is quickly becoming the prime suspect. Tyreek kind of points the NYPD in that direction. And then the NYPD see, of course, Seek leaving the classroom. The teacher's rooms, the house, apartment, whatever. Kevin then confronts Kelly about this and essentially says, if you coerce anything with Seek, I'll bring you both fucking down. So things are not looking good for Seek at this point. He was speaking with Drew. There was an agent as well, and this like football agent wanted to work with Seek, but Seek's obviously thinking about what could be best for him. It was actually funny kind of seeing Tate in the classroom and all that good stuff. So yeah, but then we've got to move the drugs, and because Tyreek's very busy with everything that's happening with his family, he gives it to Braden to move the drugs. He drops it off to Effie, and when Effie goes to sell it on, it turns out it ain't drugs. They've been stepped on. It's pure and utter sugar. And when Monet finds out about it, she just laughs, which is funny. Sax finds out from like his lawyer, friends with benefit woman essentially, that Tyreek helped in the case to kind of play Kelly as the killer, and obviously at this point Sax is thinking, you know what, Tyreek's probably got something to do with this murder because there's been a murder, and you know what, Tyreek's got everything to do with this murder. Again, I think Sax should just stay away. Like, why would he care? Honestly, at the end of the day, if this is true. Like, if Tyreek, I mean, he knows like Tommy and Ghost killed so many people and he couldn't get them. So I think he should just call it a day, Sax, man. He's got a good wee job here. Kane then pulls up, starts talking to Drew. It's like, I got us a new connect, Drew. Yada, yada, yada. And I was actually wondering, like, what's going on. It actually turns out that Kane stole the drugs from Braden's house and replaced it with sugar in order to set up this connect with Dante, which was quite smart for him. But I'm surprised like Monet didn't really call it out. But obviously she blamed it on the dealer that she killed in the season finale last time out. But yeah, I think that was a little bit silly, if I'm being brutally honest. Throughout this episode, Monet keeps like peeking out the window. She sees this like red Subaru sort of car drive past. She's like, I wonder who that is. She then meets up with Lorenzo and she's like, I'm sick of this on our anniversary meeting in here. What's the end game? Yeah, you just feel like he doesn't. Like, Lorenzo's going to get killed, man. But see, when he dies, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to care. I'm not going to care in the slightest. Diana then goes to Effie, tells her, I want you to teach me about the game, which I thought was kind of funny. Kane then goes to Dante, says, right, I'm going to bring the new Connect in, or the new buyer, so to speak, and it's my family. He's like, so hold on, you stole from your family? He's like, no, I just gave them an opportunity. So that's when the reveal was about Kane, which I think was the smart decision. And then this like weird ceremony thing at Stansfield where they're all outside getting their asses slapped. I was like, what? What's going on here? This is like the craziest, weirdest thing I've ever seen in my puff. Honestly, man. So weird, so mental. And it leaves us then with the next option of Sax. He comes into the office speaking to Davis. Davis looking at his brother's shit. So is he going to get his brother off? I'm not too sure, but they're kind of worrying about what's going on here. And then this is when Davis finds out about Kelly. He goes over to Kelly trying to help her. But with Kelly at this stage of the game, I think she's made her bet. I don't think it's really going to work. Tyreek then throws his phone and the SIM card into the fire. He's up on the roof with Lauren. Diana rings him. And then because Lauren kind of feels a bit blown off because that she leaves Tyreek on the rooftop. And then as the episode ends, it's actually Seek who gets arrested. And it's like the woman that he was, like the girl that he was banging was filming the whole thing. And he was told by what do you call her, Monet, not to be sleeping around. And obviously, because Seek's going to be getting that big contract, if he's just went and got this woman pregnant, oh no, you have to pay a lot of that money out. So yeah, she films that. It's going to blow up next episode. Monet then meets with Dante, and it confirms what we need to know. And that's basically how the episode ends. I mean, it was an alright meeting between these two. That finished selfless acts. But no, what I think is quite intriguing though, I actually think that she referred to like the late 80s. I don't know how old Kane is. I would put Kane at like age 35, so maybe that's a bit unrealistic. But maybe they've been on and off. I don't know with this Dante guy. I honestly think that maybe Dante could be like the father of Kane. That could be like a pretty big twist. Obviously, I don't know, like, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. But anyway, I want you to leave your thoughts down below. And until next time, that's it for Fog Entertainment. Signing out. Yes, 6 out of 10. I thought it was a bit better than the premiere, but overall, I think Power Book 2 needs to step its game up in the last few episodes. That's for sure. The greater good! Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're here with Power Book 2 Season 2, Episode 3. Thankfully, we've lost one of the 2s, because last time it was Episode 2, Power Book 2, Season 2, 2, 2. But we begin this episode with Tyreek pays a visit to his uncle, Rashad Tate. That's who he tries to label the guy as, and everyone's kind of wondering why this gangster kid, But then it's kind of like, right, would people not recognise Tyreek at this stage of the game? I mean, surely they would. He just wants Rashad's help with getting his sister back. Can Rashad come through? We'll have to wait and see. But in return, he wants dirt on the Westons and that Stick Sweeney motherfucker, that guy. We know who he's talking about. We then have a meet between Monet, Tyreek, and Kane. Obviously, she's not really aware of the whole prior engagement that these two met with each other, and obviously they killed Richard Reynolds, buddy. But she thinks these two are going to work together now, and Tyreek doesn't get left too much. I thought it was funny. Kane then heads over to Dante's place. Dante's throwing a party for this guy. The guy then kind of badmouths Dante, and then Dante chokes him out, and then Kane continues to get a lap dance. Meanwhile, we've got Seek. He's down at the police station. He's getting interrogated by Big Kevin. He doesn't give anything up, and essentially this shafts Kerry, because he's not admitting that he was with Kerry. He's not admitting to the relationship. He's trying to do it as a favour, like, he obviously not admit anything, but also not admitting anything doesn't give her an alibi, so I'm interested to see how that's going to shaft her in the slightest. You've still got Tate and Carrie doing the interviews in school. I mean, these aren't really doing anything for me, but essentially Seek's allowed to go, but Kevin lets Carrie know that things aren't looking good for you, Hen, because guess what? If he doesn't give you an alibi, looks like you are going down for first-degree murder, brother, of your ex-lover, Jakari Reynolds. We had, Tyreek helping out, Lauren in the class. Did this do anything for me? Not exactly, big man. Not exactly. Then we have Diana. She pays her dad a visit. They hug. This scene didn't do much for me, because they were speaking in Spanish and there was no subtitles, and I am an uneducated motherfucker, so I don't understand any. Well, I understand a few words of Spanish, but two people speaking in sentences, that words I've never heard before, I'm not supposed to understand that, man. Of course, I'm not supposed to understand that. Didn't understand it. Absolute catastrophe. Absolute joke. I didn't understand it anymore. They don't ride like that anymore. They don't ride like that anymore. Anyway, I think the gist of this scene is she's not really agreeing with Monet's handling. Monet then goes out with Dante. We find out a bit more about these two, that they used to be lovers and they left 24 years ago. Which, to me, I think that means he could be Kane's son. Because I'm not... Like, when she said, 1988, that made me think, well, there's no way Kane's, 30-odds. He is, mid-20s to me, and I think that makes a bit more sense these days. They go on a helicopter ride, and they're all wondering, where the hell's Monet? She's out getting some of that Dante dick. We have Lauren talking with our mates, They want to get high. Lauren's like, no, if they smell it off me, I can't get a job. And then one of our mates is like, yeah, I was banging Seek Cross and his big dick. And she's the one, of course, that filmed it. So obviously that's not good news. But Tyreek, he's still getting a wee bit hated for Lauren here. And he's like, you know what, come with me, Lauren, we're going to do something good. And what's he doing? He's paying a visit to his sister, Yasmin. So, yeah, I think Tyreek's a massively overrated character, right? I say massively overrated. I don't think a lot of people actually rate him, per se. I know this show's kind of his show. Well, I mean, it is his show, but it's not exactly... It's a tough one. He can't carry a show, in my opinion, the same way Tommy can carry a show. But Lauren essentially lets Tyreek in, and it's her first time. So yeah, giggity, 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 goo. So there you go. But at this point, Seek, he's not being let out of the police station. Monet goes down. They're kind of having back and forth D2, but Tariq managed to kind of sort this. So he got Davis on it. So yeah, it's not good, this crazy shit. But obviously Kane finds out, kind of thinks that Tariq's going back on his deal, and he's the one that jobbed out Seek. And at this point, Seek's world is kind of coming crashing down, if we're being honest. And we like end the episode, and like we get Braden and Kane. You know, he gives him the money, the drugs, yada yada yada, and then he's like, you know what though, we can't do this right now. Then overnight passes. Kane gives him like the drop off, so to speak, and batters him to a pulp. No, he doesn't batter him. He whips out like two strippers from him, and like Braden gives the stripper money, which I thought was kind of funny because Tariq needs his help. Tariq needs his help in order to do this. He needs to provide like an income to prove that he can take care of Yasmin at this stage of the game. Diana's kind of onto the fact that maybe Kane's the one that fucked up their pipeline previously. But at the end of the day, this has ended up in a better deal for them. So you can't really say this is a absolute disaster here. Sax, meanwhile, he's still banging that woman. So yeah, crazy talk. But you know, obviously, like Power Book 4 ended like season 1. Like Rodriguez and Medina. It looks like they're going to go to Chicago potentially. But I thought there might have been. But then I believe Power Book. Let me see here. Yeah, so Power Book 2, season 2 actually came out before season 1 of Power Book 4. So yeah, I don't really. It's a bit confusing, but anyway, this is the order I was told to watch it, young hats. You got it right, buddy. Anyway, I mean, that's pretty much where our episode ends. They get the new income set up, so yeah, how's that going to go down? Not really too sure. Tariq, is he going to get his own house? I mean, I'll prefer him in his own house rather than, you know, the sorry excuse of a fucking dorm with Seek Cross. Anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10. I just feel it needs to do a wee bit better. It needs to do a wee bit better then.
Good in these in. So welcome back, guys, to Power Book 2, Season 2, Episode 4. We're trying to escape those twos, aren't we? But anyway, looking forward to this episode, talking about it, discussing it. And we begin. Carrie, she's trying to phone the main man, Seek, but then who threatens her? Back window smashed in. Monet jumps in, says, "What the hell did you do?" And then, yeah, she confesses that she's not the one that actually killed her. So all this shit's gone down. We then have Tariq. He confronts Sax, and Hot Davis essentially says, "You need to get Seek off this because it's not looking good. If he goes away, I go away. My future is on the line here." But Sax is very, doesn't want to help Tariq, so to speak. Kevin, though, he's digging into this. Then we get this big meet between Simon Stern, Rashad Tate, and essentially they're telling Big Kevin to step off. Seek's not the guy. We don't want any negative publicity come raining down on Stansfield. He's like, "No one owns me." He's like, "Yeah, but you know what? I do." So there we have it. Also, Rashad Tate's brother, the cop now, I believe he's like a district attorney sort of level sort of guy. He's put on the case now, which is quite intriguing. But other man is going to get Seek out, I don't know. But the main aim of the game here is that Monet has to pay Davis $1 million, and when she opens the safe, they're not there. She then cuts this guy's ear off, and he doesn't give up any information, and she ends up shooting him. So yeah, Monet needs to get $1 million. Kane's like, "I'll do my own thing." We've also got Diana with Effie. Effie looked pretty good, by the way, with her hair down. I'm just going to say that. And we got they're doing like a credit card scam, those two. So yeah, and then she goes to her dad, Lorenzo. She doesn't go to her dad, Lorenzo, but she asks if she can transit in the motion of her father. And he's like, "Absolutely not. You have to get your father to sign off," which he doesn't sign off. Lorenzo. There's a massive reveal in this episode, and I may as well just talk about it now, but Lorenzo's like, "No, he's not our kid, Seek." But then at the end of the episode, right, it's revealed that Seek is the son of Dante, and he's the son of Dante and Monet? I'm pretty sure. I don't know what it says for Field of Seek. I'm not too. It's one of the kids. I'm going to assume it has to be Kane or Seek. There's no way Seek's 24 in this show because that just wouldn't work for an age. It wouldn't. So, kind of confused about how all this is going to go down. To be honest, but then we see Kane. I think the son. I think Dante's son is Kane. To be perfectly honest, I think that's the way the show's going down. Lauren's being investigated as well, interrogated. She's got caught with a drug dog. She's like, I ain't no snitch. But then she actually decides to wear a wire on a watch, which Tyreek notices, and it looks like Tyreek's now going official with her. And now Seek, after basically getting in a confrontation with this news reporter guy and Drew, is having to do a sit-down interview or else the beans will be spilled. So this ain't good for Seek in the slightest. We then cut to Drew, and him and his boyfriend Everett are having love, and I don't like this. I don't like watching this. It's hard. It's hard. That's the last word I wanted to use, but no, I don't like it. As a heterosexual male, I don't like watching homosexuality on my TV screens. But here, 2024, ain't it, folks? Ain't it? You like it? You got it. Tyreek's prepping Seek for all these questions, but then the interviewer, she asks a question off script. Oh no! For big Seek, end of the line. Not looking too good here for him. Then we get to the interview and he's doing alright, but then she asks the question off script. But did you know a detective Ramirez? And he's like, no. And she's like, well, that's odd because, you whipped out his card. And then now it turns out the NYPD have issued a warrant for Seek. Honestly, just because he backtracked on this guy, where's the proof? He's got all the alibis in the world. It's honestly a disaster. It is a disaster at this point of the game. Davis is then warning Monet not to do anything. Dangerous. Kane decides to leave. Monet confronts him. Then Kane essentially tells Monet the truth about what happened. You've got to make this right. And obviously, this episode, him and Hayden have been doing these jobber heists, so to speak, on jewellery stores and other things. And then his final course of action is, what's he doing this time? Digging up Ramirez's body for the NYPD to find. And obviously this is going to distance Seek from the case with Tyreek confronting his grandma, Big Mama, because he's going to fight her for custody over Raina, and she basically starts slobbering to him. Like, oh, you're the guy that's brought all this bad news on the family. Everett also revealed to Drew that he's the one that kind of pointed the NYPD in the direction of Seek, and also did in turn say about, Jesus Christ, why am I yawning, man? He said that he also mentioned his name, but I mean, Tyreek's the one that really put the shitstorm in motion. But yeah, the reveal towards the end of the episode that Dante is the father. I believe he said he's the father of Kane. Because he told me getting our son out of trouble. It was referred to Seek, but now it looks like it's Kane, so yeah. Kane's the oldest. I know they've been treated. But then is this? I don't know if it's Kane or Seek. Am I an idiot for not being able to realise? No, I think it is Kane, because Kane feels definitely more like Dante's son than Lorenzo's at this stage of the game. That's my personal opinion. And then the episode ends with Kane leaving Detective Ramirez's badge in the dorm of Hayden and Tyreek's. And it's at this stage of the game, there's no way. It's going to be so obvious that that's Kane that's did that. And then Hayden will probably rat on King, and also there's talk of the NYPD doing a whole sweep. So, I mean, I enjoyed this episode. I do like the whole whodunit angle. I know we know who done it, but I do like reveals, and I do like people setting up evidence in order to get someone else shafted. So, looking forward to see how this storyline plays out. I mean, who's going to go to jail for this murder? I mean, I guess it could be Tyreek. We'll have to wait and see. And then he'll probably get. I think Tyreek going to jail is one of the final steps that the character needs. Because, he's had it all too good in his life. I think a 5-year jail stretch / time skip, even though I know I would be in for murder, we'd have to get out after 5 years or something. I think that's the correct course for me. So anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. I did enjoy it. So until next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. At the mid-season point of Power Book 2, Ghost coming to roast this episode. Really, things picked up. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. Let's discuss it. We're about to hand Seek in, but then he's no getting handed in because he's free to go, damn it, with the discovery of Agent Ramirez's body. And I mean, it's still the fact that he's going to throw himself in, or throw himself, like hand himself in. It does look a bit suspicious, regardless. But you know, the question is here: well, who could have possibly have done this? In this episode, the heat is beginning to turn up to Tyreek's level. He goes over to Braden, basically says, "Has anyone been here? If Kane's here, you need to let me know." Braden lies, like, "No, that's all right. I don't need to let you know, big man." Then we have Tate's brother and Kevin. They come over and basically start questioning Carrie. Give her to read Jabari Reynolds' like book, and she puts two and two together and realises that this has to be about Tariq. It can only be Tariq, but they're not too sure about that. Dante and Monet meet this episode, and you know he's like, I want to meet my son." So yeah, I had some questions last time, but turns out their son's Seek. But what age is Seek? So did he have an affair with Monet? Is Seek the youngest? I'm not too sure. I'm kind of confused what age Seek is compared to like Drew and Diana, because I know I'm willing to bet good money like he's younger than Kane. But anyway, Tariq though, he shows up, and Carrie starts pressing him quite hard about the whole karma thing, which everyone kind of notices. He's talking to Lauren about it. She's like, "Why is she pressing you so hard?" Tariq's like, "No idea." And Monet then shows up, holds Tariq at gunpoint in the car, basically says, "You fucking lied to me, but guess what, boy? I need you. So yeah, I'm not going to kill you." I mean, that's kind of her putting all her cards on the table, saying that I can't kill you, so to speak. So how's that going to go down? She basically tells Tariq to bring some dirt back on Kane. Then she tells Kane the exact same thing. You bring some dirt back on Tariq. Basically leverage against Tariq. As for Kane, find out who the Connect is. That's what Tariq has to do. But as Kane goes over to Hayden's apartment, he runs in, he meets Lauren here. So that was quite awkward, and he called her light skin, but obviously Lauren's wearing her wire here, and yeah, he introduced himself as Lorenzo, and they find out the police, this is Lorenzo Jr., goes by the street name and nickname Kane. A few misdemeanors he's been arrested from, not good. Tariq though, he goes to see like the other lawyer guy that's not Sachs or Davis, and yep, he actually manages to get his sister. He wins it. He gets the apartment. Lauren gives him an apartment after later on in the episode. So yeah, her brother's apartment is now Tyreek's. It's a short-term fix. So yeah, he gets Yasmin. How long for? I wouldn't speak too soon about it. Seek though, he's living life. He's dressing up in pink hoodies. He's going for different hairstyles. He kind of questions the fact why he's Drew over in Everett's room. Drew, he's like, we met sure at your party, but hey, we don't speak about that night, don't we, my friend? And yeah, haha, we're not gay. Definitely not gay. Damn it. Tariq then doesn't threaten Diana, but says to her, "I need some more product," and she then gets it from Kane, and Kane basically leverages the Kane. "I know the one you replace the drugs with sugar. I'll tell Monet if you don't give me it." I'm surprised Kane's not a bit more pissed off with his sister here, but he kind of just lets it happen. Monet's then sitting down with Lorenzo, and then what happens? I'll tell you what fucking happens. She gets told to piss off, and he makes some sort of deal. So who's Lorenzo giving up in order to get out of jail? That's what I'm kind of intrigued about. But now they're kind of focusing their efforts towards Kane, the NYPD, with a hint of Tariq. So we'll have to see how this is going to go down. Kane drops off the shipment to Hayden. Tariq then follows Kane to the Connect, which of course is Dante's apartment. He gets outside it, and then yeah, he gets beat up by Diff, some guy with Diff, right? Beat him up. Kane said he doesn't know him, so they'll decide to let Tariq live. But then when Dante comes over, he kills Whiff, because guess what? If that was some unarmed kid or whatever, an unaffiliated kid, you've just caused a beef, and his chef just slices his throat, and Kane's kind of realised, holy shit, who am I in bed with here? But the thing is, right? Kane can be worried for his life, but there's just no way that Dante's going to kill Kane, because he's, obviously her son.
And obviously, I mean, it's technically his son. It's Dante's son's brother, half brother. So yeah, and also cousin, whatever. Davis said visits his brother, and his brother's like, "I'll do anything for you to keep you outside." And he's like, "I'll do anything for you to keep you inside." Damn it! He talked about Seek's interview blowing up, which I thought was kind of funny. But Tyreek now sporting, the beat up, the beat down. Damn it, sporting all this shit. It's not looking good. Kane then delivers Tyreek's phone to Monet. He's like, "There's your leverage, his sister." He needs to get her out of court, and then that's when Monet confronts Tyreek and says, "You know what, you fucked up, son, and because you did, and you did all this shit with Seek, I'm not letting you go in there." Then Tyreek's like, "You know what, Kane's the one that replaced the drugs with sugar. Drew's still fucking that guy up at Stansfield, and Diana's the one that stole your money out the safe. So how the fuck can you trust them, but you can't trust me? You gotta let me in with my sister." And then she kind of like, "Alright then, I'll go in." So he goes in, he gets his sister back, Big Mama, Grandma, not very impressed about this in the slightest. So at this point, it's all good news for Tyreek. He's got his sister back. Dante shows up, "I want to know my kid, Monet." So how's this going to go down? I'm not too sure. Will she leave? Will he leave? Who knows? The kiss looks like this is going down serious. Tyreek then hugs his sister, returns to Stansfield. He gives one look to Braden. But then Tyreek St. Patrick gets arrested. We get this montage. And you know what? I think he does a very good job, the actor, by the way, of like showing like Ghost's mannerisms, because this just looks like Ghost getting arrested here. I know that's exactly what they're going for. He kind of looks at everyone getting arrested. He's beat up. He goes in. The lawyer gives him a letter, that only was to be given to him if he was arrested for murder/homicide. He opens the letter up, and honestly, I thought this was actually, honestly, he opens it up, and I'm like, right, what is Ghost written for Tyreek? What's he written in this letter? And I was like, what's he going to say? What is Ghost James St. Patrick, damn it? What is James St. Patrick going to say to his son? Considering the fact he knows he had to get to jail. So this is what he said. And I quote, "I knew you'd end up in here, little nigger, right where you belong." To me, that sounds more like a Kanan quote. But I guess, it's always what he ended up referring to, like, Tyreek as. And, he's, "Oh, you're a criminal" by the end and all that. He wanted him to go to jail and shit. Monet then returns home, and our second big cliffhanger of the episode is that Lorenzo's out. Who's he ratted on to get out? We'll have to wait and see. It looks like it looks so obvious, and obviously with the void that Tyreek's going to serve on the outside, or because he's in the inside now. On the outside, are we going to get like Dante against Lorenzo? I'm looking forward to that. Of course, Seek being the son of Dante and the other three being the sons of Lorenzo, but also Kane's working with Dante. How the fuck is that going to go down? It's changed everything. That makes the next episode much must watch. That's the word we're looking for. I'm giving this episode an 8. I think it's easily the best episode of this season. Looking forward to episode 6, guys. But until next time, peace. Who's free? Because I'm a mother PIMP. Here we go. It's Bar Book 2, Season 2, Episode 6. What's free? Lorenzo's free, and he's cooking in the kitchen. Yeah, we've got a party. Everyone's over. You can just clearly... Monet's not doing a very good job of hiding this. I mean, she's like trying to half hide it, but like she's not looking like she's hiding it, but like in conversation she's hiding it. But Lorenzo's the main man. He's out. He's buzzing. We meet a few people here. Essentially, Lorenzo's endgame is that Diana's going to go back to school. Drew is going to run things. Kane can be a soldier, and Monet can do whatever she wants until she's like of age. Well, not until she deems herself able to go. Monet then tells Everett to go away, leave them alone. You're not wanted here. So she kind of shut that down. And I didn't think Lorenzo caught on to Everett, but he did. So how's that going to go? I am not too sure. But we've got Tyreek. He's still in jail. Things aren't looking good for him, to say the least. But then what happens? He gets out of jail. Well, I say he gets out of jail. It's not looking good for him because the bail, who's going to get my bail? But then when Sax and the main man, damn it, Sax, and what is the name? Davis. That's it. Sax and Davis. So like, there's no way the court judge is going to let you off with 2 murders, including one of a detective. He's like, all you got to do is sit me down with Rashad Tate, and I'll get off with this, which I thought was kind of funny. Then we have a scene where Lorenzo takes Kane and Drew out. They're at the bar. He basically tells Kane that, you know what, big man, you no want it, but Drew, you want it. So Kane feels a wee bit betrayed and a wee bit pissed off. He wanted a sit down with the Connect. None of this, garbage like necklaces and jewellery sort of talk. Kane then pays a visit to Tyreek and basically says, "You've got to sort out who's doing this, man." And obviously Tyreek's like, "Oh my god, Monet and Kane manipulated behind my back. They've put this together." And it's kind of similar, I guess, to what him and Tasha did to, like, Ghost, Kane, and so many people. Tommy, man, even at this stage of the game. Tyreek, though, is he going to go out anytime soon? Who knows? But Lauren, she's not doing too well, obviously. Her boyfriend, Tyreek's locked up, and they're all discussing it in school, but, Carrie's kind of bashing Tyreek. Which, considering he's not even been convicted, like me, it's a wee bit mad for her to start doing that. Monet then pays off Davis. At this point, it's like, all right then, big man, that's what's going to happen. You give me information on Tyreek, because she thought that Tyreek wasn't going to get out of jail. So Davis is getting so rich off this. Like, it's mad. I mean, you could argue that's what the guy loves doing, but he's getting like $250,000 here, $250,000. He could just retire, man. He could. Tyreek then sits down with Rashad Tate. Tate says, "You know what, if I get you out, young brother, then you better deliver good on that promise." And then Tyreek's like, "I'll give you the Weston photo album and that'll burn Sweeney to the ground, damn it." So yeah, Tyreek gets out. Sax is in question about the fact, how the hell are you getting him out, Rashad Tate? What sort of dirt has he got on you, buddy? What sort of dirt's he got on him? Well, I'll tell you what, he's actually got nothing on him. But then Sax and Davis are kind of butting at each other's head about Tyreek, and you know what, it's absolutely justified. I mean, but then if Sax is going to play dirty, he can't exactly play both sides of the fence like good guy, can he? No, he absolutely cannot. So yeah, all good for Tyreek. He is released at this point. He returns. He kind of has like a go at him and Braden, have a back and forth. He's like, "How the fuck could you bring Kane over here knowing to do?" Braden's like, "Yeah, I was being sick. He could have planted something then." So of course it is out now in the open that the badge was at his dorm. But again, like, they're like, it's a shared dorm. It could have been Braden, but I mean, if you're using the logic that it's a shared dorm and it could have been Braden, shouldn't he be in for some form of questioning? But Monet and Kane's gimmick here is that they want to replace Tyreek with Braden, but then Monet just shuts Braden down, so it looks like that's not going to go according to plan. Then Lauren and Tyreek share a moment, and Lauren's pissed. She goes to Carrie and says, "You fucking used me, man. You flipped me. You made me turn rat." And yeah, she kind of did, but Lauren, as the woman, the DA later, I don't know if she's the DA, but the lawyer, she says, "You know what, don't sign a bit of paper before you fucking read it." And you know what, I totally agree with that. Totally and utterly agree with that, man. Should have signed it, didn't sign it, and you know what, she's only got herself to blame, if we're being honest. Effie then turns up, and her and Tyreek start kissing. It's like, "Yeah, you're the only one I need." Don't know if they slept together, but they started kissing then on top of the bed. But then, yeah, Tyreek was fully clothed in like one of the next scenes, so I don't know if he's cheated on Lauren here, but I mean, he's kissing her, so it may as well be cheating at the end of the day, folks. We then have a family dinner back at the big house. Lorenzo, he's sitting at the head of the table. He's looking his Louis Vuitton gear, best of clothes. They're all eating dinner. Oh yeah, Mary G. Blige, man. They're all talking about how Kane used to rap at the table, and they kind of start all rapping here. It's kind of funny. Monet then heads out, tells Dante that, you know what, they need to stop seeing each other, and that now. But earlier on in the episode, she's like, "Oh, it's not the right time for us to come out, and I'll let you see Seek. That's still on the table." Now it's like, "Fuck you, Dante. You're not allowed to see Seek. You stay away from me and my family." Who the fuck does she think she is, right? This Dante guy's serious. I mean, Dante and Lorenzo are going to come to blows at the end of the day. And you know what? It's probably going to make some pretty good television, but who the fuck does she think she is, leveraging that against him, man? Mental. Lorenzo then hears about Diana's exit plan, which basically follows Seek around America to whatever team you get drafted on. So yeah, now Lorenzo tells Drew to follow the crew, damn it, that was earlier in the episode. And they're going to take them down. It looks like Tyreek and Braden, they've made up, so it's all good between these two. And essentially, because Tyreek's not having to wear an ankle monitor, he can't really do much. So Braden's task was to get the family book from his house to lay the smackdown on that jabroni that Thingy needs dirt on. So yeah, Tyreek can't leave, so Effie and Braden are also going to handle the drug business side of things. Yeah, so I mean, how's this going to go down? Kane then basically tells his dad, "Here, if I give you the Connect, dude, I'd be of no more use to you." And then, yeah, he's like, "What the fuck are you? You my soldier? Or you my son?" We've heard this like conversation a million times already, though, kind of playing out between Kane and Monet. Monet then meets with Effie and speaks to Tyreek over the burner. So it looks like Effie's going to be the new connect in the middle of Tyreek and Monet, because obviously Tyreek can't really leave Manhattan or the canvas or whatever of Stansfield. So yeah, she basically says she had nothing to do with it, but I'm not giving you the okay to hang to my son. That sort of talk. Saxon overhears Lauren basically crying her eyes. Well, not crying her eyes, but moaning about the fact she was forced into signing it. So yeah, Sax is like, that's some pretty key information. Effie then comes over to Tyreek's new apartment. I mean, the fact she's over at like his apartment is funny, considering the fact that Lauren's the one that's gave him this apartment. So he kind of needs to keep that relationship with Lauren going, like, doesn't he? And then he gives the note that Ghost left for him. But yeah, I know you're end up here, little nigga. And if he reads it, and that's kind of what happens, guys. It was funny for what it was, this episode, and that scene at the end. It was a good episode, but I think they probably should have just kept Tyreek in jail for a few more episodes. Like, last episode he gets arrested, big scene, and then next episode he gets out. I don't know, I like when characters are in jail for all. When I get it right, he got bailed. It's not like he just got he's free of charges, whatever, but end of the day, he needs 2 million. Is he going to deliver on that? Of course he will. He'll pull 2 million from somewhere, that is for sure. But anyway, troops, that's going to do it for this review. Going to give this episode I'll give a 6 out of 10. I thought last episode was really good, but this episode a wee bit of a downgrade, but nothing major. Till next time, guys. Who's free? Vlog Entertainment, hit that subscribe button. Now we're for free. You know I'd ride for you, Tyreek, said Braden once upon a time, but episode 7, force my hand, who's ratting, who's snitching, let's find it. I know it's a big rich town. Yeah, we got Lorenzo and Drew, though they're like wiping out the competition, so to speak. Drew wasn't too happy here that an innocent woman get killed. That's the charlatan in Big Drew. Then we've got, what the hell do you call her, man? Jesus, Monet. She gets confronted by Frank's wife, and it's quite funny that in this show, Agent LaGuerta from Dexter plays the wife of Agent Batista. Obviously, Frank's wife in this. So, yeah, that was an interesting one. Basically telling her, like, our husbands do all this bad shit and then expect us to pick up the damage, sort of thing. So, yeah, where's this going? I'm not too sure. But as for Tyreek, there's CCTV footage of the killing of Agent Ramirez, and yeah, definitely a black man that killed him, so it's not looking good for Tyreek in that department. But then Tyreek returns to class. Oh, shit. And he's immediately put under pressure in the classroom by Kerry Milgram and co. Just a bit weird. You couldn't imagine this. Well, I say you couldn't imagine this situation in real life. In a civilized town, civilized city, well, you don't really get civilized cities anymore. You shouldn't really have this situation where someone in school is returning after being accused of murder, but here we have it. Enforced my hand. But yeah, it's always going to be a wee bit frosty, a wee bit awkward. Kerry Milgram, like, witnesses Tyreek and Lauren kind of get into it on the playground, so to speak, within the college. But Tyreek wants to have a witness other than his little sister, and yeah, it's Davis's old working buddy, but she doesn't want to help Davis or Tyreek. She says it would end badly for both of you. So at least she gives them that regardment. But Sachs is also against the fact that they shouldn't be using Yasmin in this case as a witness. I mean, she is literally 9 years old. So yeah, I'm going to agree with Sachs and Tyreek here. Everett then gets a rap at his door as him and Drew were having a sex scene. Whatever happened there? Big Kevin, he's asking around. Kevin not really appearing that much in this episode and the next one, to be fair. Dante then confronts Seek at the basketball courts, tells him he's his dad. Why the fuck do you think I got this tattoo? I mean, it could just be a coincidence, like the guy having the tattoo. It's like, oh, that's why you got this name. But anyway, Seek's not really buying it. He tells Monet and Dante meets up. He tells her to stay the fuck away. But it's like, they just keep... I don't get it, right? I get it. He probably doesn't want to kill Monet. He loves her, and he doesn't want to harm his son. But you think that Dante would be taking more drastic action here than what he is, because you see him when it comes to business out in the streets. I mean, he's a cold-hearted motherfucker, so don't know what's going on here. We've got Tabika meeting with Tyreek. She essentially refuses to help him. Then they get this deal ordered for Tyreek where he would give up the identity of the shooter. He would only do 5 years. Obviously, if he gave up Kane would be the one with the life sentence. But Tyreek would only do 5 years. And he's like, well, how the fuck's that going to work? Me being a rat in prison. And he's right, he can't rat. But then he's like making out that he would just be as bad as Ghost, but Ghost was never a rat. Like he did like get Tash's like business and all shut down. It's mad. Like to think like a few months ago, like I'm watching the original show Power, and now I'm like into season 2 of this, and I've watched season 1 of Power Book 4, so it's almost like the original offense of Power in a weird way never happened, even though they did. But I guess that's just how TV shows work. Like time waits for no man, so to speak. Lorenzo and Dante meet, and it's a shame that these two have been getting played by Monet pretty much their entire lives, or else you could have seen these two definitely producing a team that could have withstood anybody. We then have Jabari Reynolds' dinner. Tate confronts Big Papa West and says, I know your wee buddy Sweeney's got blackface and it could be a problem unless he pulls out, so how about you pull? He's like, I don't pull out a black male lightly, but you do like blackface. Like wee line there for Rashad Tate. Carrie, though, her arse collapses while trying to do the speech. Tate then confronts her and says, it's all a bit political. It did look bad, Carrie, but we're going to get you sorted for this. Lauren then raps the door of Tyreek. Tyreek's like, I don't really want to know you. And then he sleeps with Diana. Tyreek is getting around town. He takes the fee plates clean off Diana here. Tyreek is messing around completely. Kane and Drew then get into a fight. Kane then reveals that Everett's got to go because he's the one that gave up Drew's name. And his dad's like, you know what? You've got to kill Everett. Will Drew kill Everett? I'm not too convinced. Yasmin then takes like the stand behind the scenes and she kind of arse goes because she says that Tyreek appeared as it was getting dark, but then says later that her and the grandma went out when it was pitch dark and Tyreek came back after that. I mean, it's a fucking 9-year-old kid at the end of the day, but yeah, it was never going to withstand. And Tyreek says, we're not using my data. And I absolutely agree with him. That's good. That is very good. Drew then goes to kill Everett, but Everett texts him, how you doing? I miss you. And Drew then whips out his phone, sees the text message, and can't bring himself to kill him. So, yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. He loves the guy, and he was about to drop him here. He's seen him with another guy, but it wasn't anything, inter bloody relationship, brother. That's not going on. Kane then confronts Davis, puts a gun to the back of his head in the back of his car, and, basically tells him to keep Tyreek on point. Davis is like, if Tyreek doesn't go... I mean, Tyreek saving his own skin saves Kane's skin at this stage of the game. Lorenzo and Monet are then having a wee night of love. Yeah. And then we end the episode with the montage of it's not the JTG, but the other rival crew getting wiped out here. And you see, like, on one side of the bed, Lorenzo gets a text message that's all been taken care of. All the rival gangs are taking that territory. Then on the other side of the bed, Dante is texting Monet, but Tyreek absolutely shuts down this whole deal. Kane then meets with Tyreek and essentially they just kind of go over pretty much everything that happened this episode, and Kane's still kind of worried that he could get jobbed out. And then to end the episode, we do have Davis going to Carrie Williams, telling her that she is going to probably get this entire case all fucked up, and Tyreek's going to jail, and makes a quote about, oh, you've slept with everyone, that's never been your downfall. And will Carrie Williams show up at the courtroom and try and bring down Tyreek and maybe save other students' skin? I'm not too sure. You'll have to wait for the next episode. But as for episode 7, I thought it was quite filler. Nothing really happened. Like, there was a lot... Like, the story didn't really go forward, if I'm being perfectly honest. But, guys, I mean, I'll give this episode a 5. It was average, man. It was very bland, to say the least. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below, and until next time, peace. Family drama spilled over in this episode of Power, and I think this episode of Drug Related, Season 2, Episode 8, really did a good job. I think it absolutely delivered big time. I remember someone said that Power likes to make episode 3, episode 8, and the finale like their biggest episodes of the season. Maybe there's truth in that. Maybe there is. But we kick off this episode, we're in the courtroom, both sides are presenting their case. Tariq, he's not an unfortunate black man. The fact is he's a criminal. And that seems to be the gimmick with the St. Patrick's. Then Davis steps up. He lays the smack down, says that they're going after him, just like they did his puppy, sort of talk. But then the accusers bring in some evidence, a wire tap, which Davis and the crew, Sax and Tyreek, are not aware of. So this brings like a recess in. They're going to talk about it to the next day. So Davis and Sachs listen to the tape. It turns out it's Lauren speaking to Tyreek, and it's the conversation they had a few episodes ago about him saying that there's no way that Professor Reynolds was writing a book about Braden. It had to be someone else, and that basically gives Tyreek motive to kill him. So that's not looking good for Tyreek. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, we've got Effie and Braden trying to get some drugs, but turns out there's rat poison in it, so that ain't going to happen. Tyreek is then confronted by the mayor. And not the mayor guy, like I guess his father's like former attorney, and apparently Ghost had it where Yasmin could go into care, not care, but like get adopted, and there's nothing like Tyreek could do about it if like a situation like this ever happened. And I've seen people comment saying like there's potential for a spin-off about how Ghost isn't dead. So what? Like really? Is that going to happen? Like, I mean, he is like one of the best characters of the show, the franchise, whatever. But I think to back out and say that the guy's not dead is quite unrealistic. I wouldn't like to see that. Davis, though, he says Tyreek he wants his money, and if he ain't paid by tomorrow, it's going to be a public defender for your little ass. It's pretty much how that's going down. Diana then overhears Monet on the phone talking to Dante, and Kane hears Dante on the phone. Kane doesn't obviously know what's going on, but Diana does hear about it. She goes searching for this and finds a book with Ezekiel Cross's baby photo in it. And then she rings up the birth certificate, and it turns out he's not born in 2002. He's born in 98. So, damn, Diana finding out some pretty big information here. Absolutely is. But, I mean, my problem with this is, right, like, there's a 4-year difference. When Zeke was 12, everyone thought he was 8. It's like, and he's a big guy, like, could you imagine him being in, like, but then he would have been so much smarter. It's not just about physicality, like, I mean, he should be so much smarter, but saying that, like, he's a pretty dumb child, but it's just weird. Like, it is weird. Like, Zeke's 20, he's actually 4 years older than what we think. Well, he's 23, right? Which means, like, I mean, say he was dating a 16-year-old, he would have thought he was 16, but in reality, he's like 20. Or if he was 19, he was dating a 15-year-old. I mean, I guess he didn't know. Like, so I mean, you can't really pin the blame on Zeke. But I thought that was a pretty insane revelation. But then, in order to get money, we're going to perform pretty much a heist on Dante's house. We've got Effie, Braden, Tyreek, obviously, because he's wearing the ankle monitor. He has to do it at this like restaurant. So yeah, Kane, Effie, Braden, and Monet teaming up here with a bit of a weird combo. But that's how it's going to go down in this episode, and they managed to get Drew in. As long as Drew's the one to pull the trigger on Little Gap, will he be able to kill him? I'm not too sure, damn it. Then Davis lets Tyreek listen to the clip, which of course was Tyreek and Lauren talking about the whole book. And he shouldn't be allowed in doing that because his client wasn't allowed to listen to it. But then Sachs like foolishly lets what do you call him? The accuser. He like because obviously he's sleeping with her, and he like tells her that Tyreek heard it. Pretty much told her that Tyreek heard it. I like Sachs, right? But he digs a hole for himself, man. I mean, honestly, like what in the name of Christ is going on, Saki boy? Saki Maki. Like I said, I like the guy, but I mean, when you dig your own hole, I honestly think it is hard to like, you know, not get behind characters, but it's like Ned Stark in Game of Thrones. I mean, yeah, great character, but he dug his own fucking grave, like, and that's exactly what Sachs has done here. Maybe not to the same degree, like, but anyway, similar level, to be perfectly honest about it. We then have Kerry Reynolds. She gets a phone call from her, the accuser, so to speak. What do you call someone that's on the... I don't even know what you would. Well, I don't even know what you call her, but yeah, I probably need to remember her name. But she phones her telling that Lauren could be in danger. Tyreek then heads out, assuming that Carrie Milgram will go to her the dorm of Lauren. And when Tyreek was right, confronts her. He's like, "You say you do the best for your students, but essentially you do what's best for you." Lays the smackdown on her. He's like, "I'm not going to hurt Lauren, but there's other people out there that might." We then have like a wee date that Lorenzo and when I go on, and yeah, for them, I mean, this is the last time they'll go on this wee date. Carrie Milgram goes on the stand, and yeah, our arse absolutely collapsed because she replaces Lauren in order to keep Lauren safe, damn it. And yeah, Davis brings up the fact she slept with Ezekiel Cross, she slept with Sabari Reynolds, she slept with Kevin, the police officer, she slept with him, and now she's going to get fired from her job. She's not really got much to live for. At least there's good news in that department. Meanwhile, chaos. Dante's hangar gets hit. We then see Effie go in, turn off the powers off here. So we've got Kane, Chef, and Dante head to the hangar. I mean, the BSK here, they essentially get all wiped out. Apart from one of them manages to steal the shipment. Then Chef heads back. While he's headed back, we have Drew, who's ended up killing Little Guap. Again, why didn't he just shoot him? We get like another forced fight scene. I wasn't really a fan of that, but he ends up killing him. He goes in, looks like he's going to have to kill Chef, but then Kane's like, oh, come on, Chef, let's go, we gotta pack all this up. They then go to the hangar. Dante's like, we've got a mole among us. And it looks like he's going to slice Kane's throat, but then he ends up slicing Chef's throat. And it's like, how many times has he done this exact same gimmick with Kane? Where he sliced someone else's throat? Well, Kane's there anyway. I thought that was quite interesting to say the least. So yeah, the heist has been completed on Big Dante's house, motherfucker. And yeah, boom, 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 brilliant stuff. And then for me, we get probably one of the best scenes that I've seen in Power Book 2, where we have the dinner table. We've got Kane, we've got Diana, we've got Drew, we've got Monet, and we've got Lorenzo. So yeah, Diana puts this shitstorm in motion, says that Kane's the one that replaced the drugs with sugar so he could set himself up as our connect. Kane then says, oh, well, you know what, since we're spilling all these secrets, Drew, he didn't actually kill Everett. Lorenzo's like, what in the hell's going on? And then Seek's sitting there, and Seek's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck, you're going to kill one of my teammates? And I actually forgot at that point that Seek was even at the table. Then, what else have we got? We've got some crazy ass stuff, man, going on. But essentially, Diana calls out Monet about her lover, Dante. And then Seek's like, wait, what? Dante? That guy said he wasn't my dad. He was my dad, but he's not. Ain't that right, Auntie? And then the biggest bombshell of the lot, Diana's like, she ain't your fucking auntie, Seek. She's your mother. And Seek storms out. No wonder. Lorenzo's like, what the fuck's going on here? And essentially tells Monet to leave. And also the big reveal that he wasn't born in 2002, he was born in 98. And then Kane's like, so holy shit, that doesn't even make me your oldest son. Really? Really, Kane? Is that the biggest takeaway for this fucking family implosion? I'm not the oldest son anymore. Alright, whoop-de-doo. And also the fact that Seek is 23, not 19, means he's broke NCAA drafting NBA laws. So that's not looking good for him. But what happens then? Tyreek sleeps with Effie. Are these two going to go in a relationship? I don't really know. Tyreek's fucking banging everybody at this stage of the game. Monet then visits Kerry Williams. What's going to happen here? I'm not too sure what's going to happen here. And then, because she thinks that Seek's going to visit her, and she's right. Seek does visit her, and he finds a body hanging, but we don't actually know what body it was. Obviously, I mean, I'm 99% sure it's going to be Kerry Williams. But we'll have to wait and see. R.I.P. Chef, all that good stuff. But honestly, I felt like the last 20 minutes, man, with I thought the family reveal, like all these secrets coming out, man, was really well done. So what I will say is fair play to the show for that. I'm going to give this episode, I was going to give it a 9. I'll give it an 8. I feel like there were some things I didn't like, but that whole scene with all the revelations coming out was really well done. But anyway, guys, till next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Fair fight, question mark. Welcome back, guys, to Power Book 2, Season 2, Episode 9. And we are getting stuck straight into this. We've got the return immediately of about 20 characters. You've got Ray Ray, you've got Proctor, you've got the now confirmed dead Kerry Milgram. Damn it, you've got Keisha. So many returning dead characters, and it is insane to think. You also get Kanan. You've so many characters that Tyreek got killed in his watch. And he has a dream, and it's kind of like Lauren comes in. He's like, "Oh, you can't go in there." Like the classroom was to resemble all these people that he'd got killed, and he doesn't let Lauren go. So will he save Lauren this episode? We'll have to wait and see, because there's some pretty big revelations here. Tate's then speaking with his brother. His brother reveals that there's a witness, but she keeps changing her story about the fact that there was 2 people there. So that's not looking particularly good for the murder there of Jabari Reynolds. We then cut to Dante and Monet. Looks like they're now living together. I mean, what's going to happen with Monet? I'm not too sure. But Kane managed to get himself promoted here by Dante. Kane is then told to put his arm out, but Dante doesn't cut his hand off, which you almost thought for a second he did. So he's just became Dante's bitch here. But obviously Lorenzo, he's not taking things well. He's kind of destroyed the upstairs bathroom. He's found that all the product's gone, and the re-up ain't going to happen. So he sends Drew and Diana off to find the fucking stone gear. Tariq then comes good on his leverage that Tate wants over Sweeney. He delivers the blackface photo. We don't get to see the photo, but you know what? It's actually kind of funny, so we'll probably pick for a comedic reveal later down the line. But Tate defends Tariq, stays true to his word. Looks like this case is going to get thrown out, but he kind of throws his brother under the bus, which isn't exactly ideal. We then have Seek talking to Dante. It's good seeing these two talk, but I don't think Dante's going to be around much longer, so you better let go of that. Absolutely. But Seek then tells them both as they're sitting down, he's like, you know what? Once I get drafted, I'm away, and I don't want anybody to follow me. And I feel sorry for Seek. I mean, it's a groundbreaking lie. It is. You know, it's completely made him fall apart, man. An absolute disaster, to say the least. But then, like, kind of out of nowhere, they're desperate to try and pin Tariq to these murders. So Trace and Hayden get brought in. And Trace just lands him in it. He says, yeah, I know Kane, and it was Officer Ramirez that pulled us over that night, and it turns out on his dash cam it was Trace and Hayden that got pulled over, and also reveals that Kane kidnapped these two and made them sell drugs. So at this point, I don't see how these two can get out of this situation. It looks like Trace is now going to be admitting to this. He's going to be testifying, so I think Trace will die probably next episode, because guess what, troops? He didn't die this episode, so the Westons are kind of backed into their corner. Tariq then tells the main guy, Hayden, you Braden, sir, you gotta lay low, bruh. But also, you gotta get Lauren out of here. But at this point, we also have Diana using Tariq's feelings for her to get the QR code that gets her into all the drugs, and then her and Drew steal them and give them back to Lorenzo. So Lorenzo, I mean, honestly, at the start of this episode, did I think for a split second this was going to happen? Absolutely not. And then during Seek's press conference, he announces that he's going to be leaving New York. And they're like, oh, is this due to your family? Then it's announced via Bleacher Report that he's probably lied about his age. And then the guy, his coach tells him, you won't be seeing fucking Sacramento, kid, if this is true. So it looks like Lorenzo's leaked this to the press. We then have like a drive-by shooting on Lorenzo. Dante, Monet, and Seek. Was this Lorenzo? No, it looked more like the BSK crew, so I'm not too sure about that regard. Effie then meets up with Kane, tells her all she knows about the fact that Lauren wore a wire, and that incriminating evidence is pretty bad. But what's Braden going to do? What is he going to do? We're not too really sure, but the game plan is for Dante and Monet is that they're going to put the family on their private jet and get them out of there. But it turns out this is like Dante's like plan this entire time. Almost a bit weird that this was his plan the entire time. But anyway, I digress. Not here to talk about that at the end of the day. But Kane phones Monet and then tells them all about the stuff that's going on. And then she's like, hold on a minute. This sounds like a guy I might know. Send us a picture. And it turns out, yeah, it's mental this reveal's coming out now. Kane figures out, holy shit, Dante, so you're Seek's dad. And yeah, big massive reveals here. So big reveals back to back. Crazy stuff going on. Braden then picks up Lauren and heads out. But as this is going on, Dante's over to get the bag back with all the passports and shit in it. And Tariq confronts him. But then Davis actually tells Tariq that Dante's like the biggest snitch in the Western Hemisphere. And it's like, what? That came out of nowhere. Tariq then uses this leverage against him, which I thought was kind of unique there. But for this guy to be a snitch, almost like my estimation of Dante drastically went down here. And then he like reveals to Tariq that he's actually the one snitched on Lobos and brought him down. I'm like, Lobos? Oh ho ho, that Lobos. So he kind of thanks Tariq. He's like, you and your dad and Tommy dealt with that problem. And that made me a happy man. It was good hearing like Tommy and Ghost get name dropped again. But who is this guy? Could this guy flee and end up in Chicago for Power Book 4? I'm not too sure, but He spares Tyreek because Tyreek uses the leverage that he's a snitch on him. Braden looks like he's going to kill Lauren. I never thought he was going to kill Lauren. Effie then turns up and takes Lauren herself. But again, I don't think Effie's killed Lauren here. Right, I think that's the reality. Doubt she's killed her. We then have like the entire crew. We've got Lorenzo basically getting his death wish here because you've got Dante, Monet, and Kane agreeing to kill him. But I think there's going to be a switcheroo. It's set up for quite a big finale. Like last season's finale felt massive as well. And you know what? It's like sometimes the show ain't perfect. I do think Par, more often than not, delivers on its finales. Like, it's got great finales, so much happening. So, anyway, guys, that's going to do it for this episode of Fair Fight. I will give it a fair review of 7 out of 10. And until next time, leave your thoughts down below. Big Stevie Cool will be back very soon on Fog Entertainment for the Season 2 finale. It's going to take money and power for Tyreek to get back with his sister and his mother. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're here with Love and War, Season 2, Episode 10. We're at the Season 2 finale of Power Book 2, and shit is really going to hit the fan this episode. And let's get stuck straight into it. We've got Dante and Monet on the boat making moves to kill Lorenzo, but turns out Monet doesn't want to kill Lorenzo. She just wants to kill Dante, but she wants Dante to make it look like he wants Kane to kill Lorenzo. It just seemed a bit messy this episode, I'm not going to lie. I think like the previous episodes built up to be like a really good finale, and I think for the most part they kind of dropped the ball, if I'm being brutally honest. We have the court. Tyreek finds out that it's going to be the main man, Trace Weston, that's going to testify, but then it turns out that Braden has hijacked it. He admits to selling all the drugs on campus and essentially gets Tyreek off here. I just don't buy this. Like, why they're pushing the whole white privilege thing so much? It's not white privilege. It's about money. All right, it's a money oriented. See if Braden was a jobber white guy for a working class family, he wouldn't be getting away with all this shit white privilege. He'd be having fucking money. Money's the name of the game, man. Without money, you ain't shit. I mean, I enjoy Power, right, and I enjoy the spin-offs and the sequels, but I think they need to seriously like reel in on the woke shit, man. It's the 2020s. I mean, at least during the Kanan spin-off, if they want to whip out white privilege in the early 90s, man, it might have existed a wee bit more back then. But Jesus Christ, during these times, I think it's a wee bit pathetic to bring it up every second. Also, it's confirmed this episode that Lauren Baldwin is dead. And yeah, Jenny is pretty upset about this. And Sax tells her, you know what, you need to give up going after Tyreek. I had the same obsession with his father, and I could never ever get close to him in the end. It brought me to almost killing him that one time. But yeah, Tyreek, here's that plan that I've explained earlier from Monet. But he says, once I do this, I'm out the game. I just need to wait. And Dante, give me my 2 million. Is Dante going to give him the 2 million? I'm not too sure. So the master plan at this point, there's a lot of moves that have to happen. Drew has to do his own thing. Kane and Tyreek have to show up. But then when they show up, right, to kill Lorenzo, well, Kane has to. Tyreek says, no, don't kill Lorenzo, don't kill your father, it's not part of the plan. And it's like, if Kane actually went through with his mission of killing his dad, he could have killed me here before Tyreek even said anything. Rashad Tate then shows up at Sweeney's like dinner, whips out the envelope of the blackface, so yeah, absolutely not good in that department. Seek then turns up at Kevin's work in the NYPD. He wants to know if Kelly's death was a suicide. He tells him yes. So we'll have to wait and see. Is this storyline going to bleed into season 3? Well, there's only one guy that's bleeding into season 3. Well, a few of them this episode, to be fair. We'll have to wait and see. Tyreek looks like he's making some sort of deal here, I guess you could say. He manages to get Yasmin out of custody and back living with Tasha, but they're under different names, and he was in the car and they couldn't see them. So yeah, I mean, was it... Tasha's an OG, right? I'm not going to deny that for the original show, but she's a fucking rat snitch bastard. I don't see how many people can be rooting for Sasha. And when I look on Reddit and I look at most of my comments, a lot of people bash her. And she is, but I just don't think they'll kill her. At least yet, I don't think they will at this stage of the game. But then we have the big showdown towards the end of this episode. Seek, he's driving to the hangar. Will he get on that plane with his family? Who knows? Will his family even get there? Monet's up at the crib house with Dante. He's pretty much spent this entire episode up here. But like I mentioned earlier, you have the whole meet. Lorenzo, Kane and Tyreek all reunite here. Or they unite, damn it. They wipe out all Dante's guys. Lorenzo's then what was he like texts the guy on the phone about the hangar, and he thinks, holy shit, this Dante motherfucker's getting away. Turns out Dante's not getting away, guys. Alright? Absolutely not happening. During all this though, you do have Monet who texts Tyreek, meet me at Mecca's. So who knows how that's going to go down. We also did have Dante on the phone talking to like a CI or whatnot. Well, he's the CI. Turns out he's speaking to Blanca Rodriguez. We then have this like cringy scene where Drew says goodbye to Everett, and then like the crew, the BSK, jump him, and like they have like an opportunity to kill him so many times, and they don't. It's like I hate when they put characters who you know they're not going to kill off. Even though I mean I guess they could kill Drew, right? But it's like why put them in these situations where you know they're not going to die, or it makes it like obvious plot armor. Like Kane was just like so delayed helping him both times. Like here, did he save his life? Yeah, but like what are these guys waiting on and pulling the trigger? Monet then kills Dante as Tyreek's heading up the elevator. A bit lackluster, I don't know. Just shoots him right in the head, and that's it. It just almost felt like this season was a waste in terms of this season finale. If I'm being truthful, Tyreek hears the gunshot. Him and Monet are going to clear it, sort the situation out. They wipe the cameras clear of the room. Blanca Rodriguez gets to the crime scene. She manages to get an image of the camera shot in the lobby and can see Tyreek in the corner of the shot. I think the best case scenario, right? Like, in part, no one really ended up in jail. Like, 2-Bit did, and he managed to get out. Like, if we're being truthful, troops, what we need to happen, I think someone needs to do serious time in this show. And Davis's weird, junky-ass looking brother isn't exactly cutting the mustard for me either. Dante, though, he's dead. We then have Lorenzo heading to the hangar. He sees this guy with his hood up running towards the plane. He thinks that is Dante, but it's not Dante, it's Seek. And holy shit, Lorenzo shoots him. And then we find out via later on the phone for Kevin ringing Monet, your son is dead. Holy shit. Pretty massive. Also, Rashad Tate, he's getting all his dreams coming true. His brother's going to work for him and all that good stuff. You then have Tasha receiving a letter for Tyreek about saying, I'm going to get the money and power. I'm going to come live with you one day. So yeah, the season ends on the cliffhanger. Well, Monet answering the phone, and looks like for her sake, her son's dead. Is she going to find out Lorenzo did it? I would say she is going to find that out, and she's not going to be too happy. Bit weird for them to kill Seek. I feel like he's like the black sheep of the family, right? But you've got like 3 other family members for them to kill, and I did think Drew was a goner this episode, because you've got Diana, you've got Kane, and you've got Drew. Diana, I don't think they would kill the only the female child. Kane, I just think Kane's better than Drew. I think there's a bit more conflict with other characters going on, but then Drew brings them their whole LGBT like sideline storyline, doesn't he? But overall, guys, I thought it was a pretty weak finale. Like, there's so much going on, but I don't think they executed it really well. I think it sums up par. Like, there's never a dull episode. There's always crazy stuff going on, but it's all about the execution. And I thought the execution was a wee bit poor. But anyway, troops, till next time, I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Lauren, Jesus, I thought you were dead. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment is Par, Season 3, Episode 1 of the Book 2. Oh yeah, your perception, your reality. And how did Season 3 begin? For me, not that great. I'll be brutally honest. I don't know. I think Par Book 2 and like glimpses is great, and then there's other parts I just think it loses its way a little bit. But of course, Big Davis, he managed to get rid of his ring. And the whole opener to this season is that the ring that they gave him for a payment belongs to this English woman, black English woman who seems to be very serious. And then it went up for auction, they killed the guy who bought it, and now the ring is back in their possession, sort of thing. And now that Dante is dead, they need Kane, Braden, and Tyreek to work for them. So, I mean, that happens all pretty quickly. I mean, what do we make of this? I'm not too convinced. I mean, what are the changes this season? Diana is in Stansfield Alright, she's just sharing a room with Braden's sister. One of the Westons. I did the Google search too, so did you. Monet is not taken well to the murder of her son, Seek. No wonder. I'm actually kind of surprised that Seek just died like that. We've also got Braden. He's now got a job with his father, working in that building. I mean, we're introduced to his uncle. This isn't doing it for me. I like Braden, I do, but is this going anywhere? I'm not too sure, but we have got the main man, damn it, Lorenzo. He's being tasked, of course, with doing all these roles and all these jobs to try and find who the hell killed Seek Cross. But of course, we know it was him, so what's he going to do? How's he going to spin this? I'm not too sure. Can he really spin this? Not really. I mean, what can he do? Lorenzo, I think it's going to come out that he's the one that dropped Seek, and then we're probably going to get Tyreek or something killing Lorenzo, or maybe that'll bring Kane to killing him. Tyreek then shows up at a dinner with Tate, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he whips out Black Lives Matter, and essentially Tyreek's going to get his room sorted. Brilliant. But then he tries to get some money from Stern's little boyfriend, and he blackmails Tyreek into delivering in big time for him. But is that going to happen? I'm not too convinced, because when he heads there later in the episode, Tyreek ends up stabbing him. The guy's like, "You're just like your father," and then Tyreek kills him just as Braden and Kane were going to kill the guy. Braden obviously is a wee bit hesitant about killing the guy, but Tyreek's already done it, so we're all sorted in that department here. We're introduced to a new teacher as well at Stansfield. It's weird seeing Diana in the class with Tyreek and co. You've got Effie in there as well, but it's getting incredibly woke, this show. See the whole Black Lives Matter and all white guys are evil, man. It's fucking... in the original Power show, like, there was a few references to it, but like it was done in like clever ways. In this show, this spin-off is I don't like. There was a few things in Power Book 4 season 1, like when he got pulled over by the cops and then Tommy got him out of it, right? But I don't know. I honestly feel like in this show there's just a hell of a lot of wokeness going on. I get it. Maybe that's a fair representation of America in the classroom, in college, in school, whatever. But I'm just not digging this in the slightest. Davis, though, he's trying to get his brother out, but his brother, not looking good for him, because his organs are failing. In order to get him out and get in this like clinic trial, he has to be released for jail. But is that going to happen? We're not too sure, to say the least. But Blanca Rodriguez, she's doing a lot of floating about this episode. Looks like she's back in the fray. This is good, but it's not too good because Kevin Whitman has been scoping around, taking photos, and that's obviously causing a wee bit of hassle here. But it's like they've almost got all this information right back on Tyreek, and they're not really doing anything with it, man. We then have like this big memorial day for Seek Cross. There's going to be people doing speeches. Tate turns up and he bangs into the new teacher, and he's like, "Oh, I know you. What you doing here? It's a little bit white for you, isn't it? Damn it." So yeah, bit mental. Diana still kind of getting blamed here by Monet. Monet cannot even take much of the speech. We see Diana flirting with this guy. Is this going to go anywhere? I'm not really too convinced about it. Rashad Tate gives a speech. It was a pretty decent speech about Seek Cross. Tyreek then grabs the mic, starts talking about how he's a young black man. He's being prosecuted for all the wrong reasons. But it's like, this would have more weight, right? Obviously the show would be incredibly boring if Tyreek was like a goody two-shoes and wasn't involved in the drug dealing and murdering people, but it's like he goes to the microphone and he's trying to spin this story that he is like an innocent, honest student and all these things have just happened and he knows what it's like to have his life ruined and all this stuff. It's not really spinning like a good narrative of the black community that Tyreek is like standing up here trying to make himself out to be like a pioneer of the community, but while also doing all the side hustle and shit. But this is a pretty sad scene with Seek Cross's, like, it wasn't really a funeral, but he then starts speaking to Monet after it. Some guy did the heckle during it and was like, "Oh, you're a fucking murderer," and he's like, "It's like that, I need to prove people wrong." And Tyreek kind of made this entire thing all about himself, even though it was about his good buddy Seek. Kevin Whitman, who knows what's going on with him. And then they're introduced to the new setup with the new English woman. This ain't doing it for me. I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. It's just not doing it for me. And then this isn't also doing it for me. Like, it's revealed at the end of the episode that Lauren's alive, and I'm sorry, I just don't really care about the Lauren character. I don't. I mean, I'd be lying like to say that I think she's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't think that. But she's alive, and I mean, I've got potential, and I still like this show, but I don't think season 3's took a good turn, and I've only watched one episode. Also, there was like a new. It was like, did someone get fired for like the cinematography? It seems like they've changed everything up. It looks like a completely different show in that sense, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. But anyway, leave your thoughts down below, and until next time, peace.
Need versus Greed in the latest episode of Power Book 2, Season 3, Episode 2. We're here to review it. And what I like about this spin-off is, like, when they normally have titles like this, it's normally like a discussion in the classroom, and I think it brings like a unique dialect to the show. You don't really see many other TV shows, I wouldn't say half of it's based in the classroom, but obviously a lot of it's based up at the college campus. But obviously it's 2024. I think this season came out just last year, and in general the show is set in the 2020s, late 2010s, etc. And I'm just beginning to notice how much more woke it is than the original Power. And it's like, you've got Braden with the new secretary woman. She's like, oh, you're not one of those Make America Great guys again. And Braden's like, no, they're the guys that fucked everything up in the first place. Right, hold on here. So Donald Trump's the guy that fucked up everything in the first place. I mean, they not know their history. I mean, look at Joe Biden. You know, back in 1994, talking about racial jungles and doesn't want schools to mix. Trump's never come out and said anything like that. The Republicans also abolished slavery. They want to forget about that. It's like the woke agenda is so clear in this show, man. And it's just like constant, oh, white lives, oh, white privilege, man. Oh, Black Lives Matter, all this and Tate, and like, it's actually getting a bit tiresome watching it. That's what I loved about the original Power. And that was what I was fearing, actually, before I watched it. I was like, first season out in 2014, ends in 2020. I wonder how woke this show's going to be. And you know what? I don't even think Power was woke. Now, did it go in to a bit of like white privilege and all that stuff? It did, but I think it did it in a great way. And I think this show has done it in a decent way in some aspects. But I'm honestly tired of like the constant painting of the white man into being a bad look. And I think it's just so hypocritical. You've got like Tyreek and other like black students and other black characters who constantly talk about like white privilege. Like Tyreek's like, oh, painting another innocent black man, or another innocent black man is guilty, and it's like, no, hold on, Tyreek, you're actually there committing all these crimes. So I think it actually just makes like the black community look worse. Like, you've actually got like a character in the show saying, I'm innocent, didn't do any of this, and he did all this. And it's like all the like negative stereotypes that they're trying to like get themselves off of. It's like they're doing that in the show, and it's like, I get it, it's a show about power and drugs and money and drug dealing and all that murder and shit, but it's a wee bit funny the way they're going about their business. Yeah, enough about it, guys. I mean, I could talk all day about how woke it is, and it's the 2020s. Everything's woke. Everything's about diversity and forcing characters down your throat. Like, I mean, you can barely even find a white character in this show, let alone a good one. Like, obviously you've got Sachs in it, but it's like the only actual one, if we're being truthful about it. So it's a bit weird to see it, because you're so. But even like the original Power show, there wasn't like a whole host of white characters. Like most of them, like. But see, if it's done right, and it actually ain't woke, I don't actually think it's even that bad. But I just think with Power Book 2, it's so much more woke. Like, compare it to Power Book 4. I haven't watched Power Book 3, but that's set in the 90s, and therefore it just shouldn't be woke. But here, I'm willing to bet good money it will be woke, right? But I honestly, I'm just not getting this show. Let's talk about it. Lauren, of course, big reveal. She's still alive. She wants to come out for hiding, but they're not going to let her come out for hiding. Sort of pish and dough. Braden gets Tyreek a job, being like an intern at his father's business. Again, there's more, a bit of woke here. You've got Trace saying, oh, we're going to start celebrating Juneteenth now, obviously, which is a black holiday in America. But I don't know, I really like this franchise and I really like this show, but I hate everything that's woke, but I think we just need to accept everything's going to be woke, man. Well, Ham's, like I said, Braden sleeps with the woman's secretary because he says he's not America great again guy. Brilliant. That's groundbreaking stuff. You've got Monet still grieving about Seek, not much more information's coming out there. So Lorenzo tasks Kane to get into the bottom of the killer. So Kane tortures the pilot, gives him a bit of crucial information, but I think it was a bit obvious that Kane knew it was Lorenzo, and like also like the zoom in on the box of Seek's stuff, I think gave it away as well. So that was a wee bit obvious for that point of view. I mean, what else really happened this episode? That was a bit of a dead episode, man. Not much really happening. You've got them selling drugs and in their new business. You had, what do you call him, Drew pushing the, what do you call that guy, the personal trainer who was the current connect, so to speak, at the Weston complex. He gets pushed in front of a truck and his head like explodes. That was pretty cool death, pretty unique as well. But again, it's like, see with like cameras and all, like how would like no cameras have like Drew's face? Before anyone goes, he put his hood up. No, like the scene starts off with him following the guy with no hood up. And I just don't think, as well, you've got this like this new, like the drug empire people. I mean, the guy, the main black guy, right? I don't know where he's from, but he's no British. But the main woman is British, and it's like, how much better would it be if we actually seen like an English guy, a white English guy? But no, that would be woke. And hell, even set him up as a villain, because white guys are all bad. It's like, you look at Power Book 4, they've got this such unique villain in Tommy Flanagan's character, and Walter Flynn. Scottish accent, being Irish, growing up in Glasgow, already explained his backstory. This woman's been in 2 episodes so far and done nothing for me, man. But yeah, like Sachs, he's trying to get Davis's good books. Is he going to flip over the other side? I'm not too sure. But episode, folks. Like, Kane at the end leverages the whole secret with Lorenzo in order to get, the connect set up through him. So yeah, looks like they're going to survive, all the jobbers. And if it's a bit windy, I'm sorry, I'm outside talking about Power Book 2, folks, that's how good it gets. But anyway, leave it down below. Yeah, 5, I think this season started off a bit bland, if I say, but what I like about Power is, like, I think you can get a bunch of poor episodes, but when they want to produce like a big finale, or like an episode in general, I think they can deliver. There are some shows that just don't know how to build up episodes properly, but this show does. So, but anyway, it's a 5 out of 10. Till next time, peace. Troops, it is Fog Entertainment. We are back with another Season 3 episode review of Power Book 2 Ghost, and we're here with Episode 3. There's a lot of threes in there, but we have to talk about the main talking points this episode, and we may as well talk about Sachs and Davis first, because of course Davis has tasked Sachs with looking into his brother's case, but when Sachs looked into it and he went to the public defender's office, he's realised that the attacker, the committer of the crime, was he was weighed in, well I say weighed in, he was measured, sorry, about 6'2", 6'3", when Davis's brother is only like 5'9". And when Sachs brings this to the brother, Rollins, he's like rightfully pissed, but he's also like putting on like a good cover-up act. And I knew it immediately at this point that it was Davis who'd committed the crime. But he's been in jail for a long ass time, Davis, or his brother. So I actually wonder the severity of the crime. But see, Davis, he's like a crooked lawyer. He's like the black Better Call Saul. He's willing to get his hands dirty, so to speak. So can't really spin that either way you can. But yeah, Sachs brings this to Davis and pretty much reveals, like, I know you were a criminal before and that you jobbed out your brother. And he's like, man, it was either me or him and he wanted to do it. Believe me, you don't think I wanted to rat over him? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not, man. But that's pretty much there. 2 things wrapped up. Of course, Sachs trying to get closer to this guy for the case. We didn't see any of Lauren this episode. Of course, she's still in hiding, and pretty much the other main story plot was that the fact that Tiaras now want to like take over Brooklyn, and Kane's idea was to wipe out. If you remember the character of Uncle Frank, he wanted to wipe out pretty much his family because his sons pretty much own all the business in Brooklyn. So obviously for these two, it was to be right, take them out then. But they grew up when they was kids, so that made it a bit difficult. But you could tell here that obviously the main man Lorenzo, he's not really a shot caller anymore. He's pretty much Kane's bitch. He get beat up at the start of this episode as well. I was like, really? Is this guy just gonna take this lying down? Is this what he's gonna do? Is he just gonna accept getting battered left, right, and centre every week, every day by like Kane's thugs? I don't get it. But Drew comes up with a solution that we grew up with these guys when they were kids. We're not going to kill them. They're family friends. We'll make a deal with them. But in order to do that, they have to wipe out some Russians. And that's where the problems stem in this episode. In order to do that, the reason why they've had to do it is that, you know, the new Connect has essentially threatened their families. A picture of Diana, boom. A picture of somebody else, boom. A picture of your grandma, Tariq. If you don't come and work for us, big man, then if you don't deliver on the money shipment that Mecca would, then we're going to kill all your closest family members. Which is why they need to use this new Uncle Frank family connection to sell and expand through Brooklyn. But in order to do that, they need to kill a few Russians. But Kane's like, if they see a couple of black faces, they'll know it was me or Drew. They'll know it was us. That's why we're going to hire a white boy. And I say hire a white boy, they're going to get Braden to do it. Because, of course, that kill, they killed the personal trader a few episodes ago. That was actually done by Drew. And Kane's like, I want no fuck-ups, white boy. You're doing it. So Braden goes to kill the Russian. Can't bring himself to do it. Tariq needs to save him. Of course, Tariq being black. That kind of spins the whole narrative about someone white killing the Russian at the window. And when Uncle Frank's boys meet with Drew, Kane and Lorenzo, Kane's like, well, sure, we heard it was a white boy that killed him. And obviously that's not went too well doing with Kane, because they're like, no, it was actually a black boy. But they agree on terms, but it doesn't look like it's going to last very long. It looks like it could just fall through by a thin hair. And Lorenzo, he tried to act negotiate. He's like, your father would be so proud to see both families working together. But then he's like, yeah, even though I may seem like top man, I'm not top man. The top man is actually Kane. So I did find that kind of funny in that sense. We've also got a bit of meaningless shit this episode with Kevin Whitman pressing Monet. They might put harassment charges against this guy. But I mean, this is just a bit filler until it actually leads anywhere. It's not really that interesting. What else did we have happen this episode? It was, yeah, Kane pretty much obviously knowing that Braden jobbed out. He decides to go to Braden, threaten him. He's like, if you ever fuck up again, or I find out that you didn't do this kill, or you find out whoever the fuck did it, because he kind of swears that it wasn't Tariq that did it. Obviously it was Tariq that did it. And then to end the episode, Kane decides to ring Effie. And I mean, like, what's Kane going to do? He's not going to kill Effie. But I look at some of these characters, right, like Braden, Effie, you know, Tariq can claim their family. I think one of these two are going to die. And I would probably say there's more chance of being Effie, because along with Sax, Braden is like one of the few white characters actually on this show, which would tell me that they probably wouldn't kill him off. And he's like one of like the actual good guy white guys, even though he's not really a good guy, of course, drug dealer. Not exactly killing people yet, that's the whole reason, but we'll have to wait and see. So I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10.
Land of Opportunity, unless your name's Kevin Whitman. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is Power Book 2, Ghost Season 3, Episode 4. And yeah, the NYPD lost a valuable asset in this episode, but let's kick off this episode, shall we? Where we begin, of course, we are cooking. We are making some of that gear, absolutely. The drug game is going well. Lorenzo designs this mural for Seek. So obviously, if Monet finds out that Lorenzo killed him, that could be critical, couldn't it? But Kevin Whitman's beginning to press a wee bit too much, so Monet decides to come up with a plan with Davis to essentially get rid of him, but Monet says she's going to do it her way. But it looked like they were going to like break into his house and do something. looks like they took things to a wee bit more of the extreme than that. Meanwhile, though, turns out the new Connect, the woman, even though she's not even there, it's the guy with like the Jamaican accent. He says, "Oh, you deal guns, make a deal guns, boy. You do guns now." So yeah, we're gun running now, and essentially the deal is set. Drew meets with Frank's sons, and it looks like they were going to kiss. Oh, I don't miss business with pleasure. There's a lot of homosexuality in this television show. If that's your cup of tea, then you go ahead, you dive into it. As for me, I don't like when they kiss. I can't look at the television screen because I'm a heterosexual. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Will those two get together? Oh, I care so much about it, man. I care. Kane presses Effie. She basically says, right, you can't tell Tariq that I killed Lauren, but Lauren's doing a wee bit more freaking out, saying, oh, I can't do this. Then we had the bit in school, the bit in college, about the one, the opportunity. It was, oh, I take 2 steps forward if you came for a family of wealth, right? I thought they were going to spin this into being like a race thing, which I mean, I guess you could kind of say it is. But at the same time, Tyreek came from a black family and he's pissed it all up against the wall. At the end of the day, right, people need to acknowledge there's a lot of poor white families as well as black families that are poor. And the black population's a lot smaller than the white population, and therefore the ones that get rich, I mean, the rich population's very small. You know, like the real rich. So I mean, I'm just sick. Oh, institutional racism, this institutional racism, that. I'm sick of this RSJ guy. It's like Tyreek, young brother, he's just using you, and I'm sick of the black talk, man, and the race talk. You know, we're all one, buddy. They're spinning it so much, man. In this show, I mean, I guess you could say it's New York. A lot of the people are Democrats. Like, you know, Tate is literally a Democrat. The Democratic Party's in this show. So I guess you could spin it and say from that point of view, it's a wee bit realistic, couldn't you? But yeah, Diana's getting a bit into beefs with both of them, but essentially she ends up squashing the one with Monet. Monet needs her because she doesn't have a record. How's that going to go? So essentially what it is Diana goes to Whitman, says, I hate Monet too, but I won't be seen dead in that house again. They won't let me in it. But you can go in it when no one's there and you can get the evidence as for money laundering. And Whitman accepts this. Now, right, you could maybe spin, right, that the guy's so obsessed with, like, bringing these things down, he's willing to break into the house. But why would he actually break into this house? Like, if no one's at home, why can't Diana just go in and get the documents for him? That's a plot hole, right? And I don't give a shit what anyone says. Why would this cop actually go to this risk to do it? Do not understand that Tyreek's internship's hanging by a thread unless he gets RSJ on board, which he does, of course, because RSJ wants a building that's left in Tyreek's name from his father. And yeah, if he agrees to work with the new Weston promotion, the Italy tech company, then I will get that deal over the line for you. Brilliant, but we've got a deal set with the racists up north. They want to buy the guns. Turns out, though, one of them's a CI for Blanca Rodriguez, and she runs into Sachs again, doesn't really want to work with him again because he will drop us as fast as you can say, yippee, kai, yay. So how's all this going to go down? I'm not too sure, but essentially we have the meat. Braden gets rid of the guns, but the guy keeps taking pictures, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, Braden. You're not exactly on your A game here, my friend, are you? Yeah, no. Then he drops the guns off to Kane and Lorenzo. Lorenzo's like, right, we need to leave. But then the rednecks show up, take a few pictures of Lorenzo. They think he's alone, so they think they can kill Lorenzo, get their money back, and keep the guns. That's not the case. They go in. Kane's obviously in there. We get into a gunfight. They manage to eliminate the 3 of them. Then they're pinned down by the other 2. But then Drew and one of Frank's sons shows up. Drive by, boom, 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 eliminate them. But turns out the CI guy didn't actually get killed. He's in critical condition. But let me guess, guys. He'll be killed in episode 5, won't he? He'll be killed or something as a loose end. Because if one thing the Power Universe has in common throughout the spin-offs and the original show is that, see, when there's a loose end or a witness, they don't get to talk. They obviously always and 110% get killed. But I thought this shootout scene was really well done. I had you like on the edge of your feet, so to speak, edge of your toes, edge of your seat, aye, whatever, man, the edge of whatever, not that edge actually. But yeah, it was good. Lorenzo did like move Kane out the way and kind of jumped in front of a bullet for him, you could say. And then when they're driving home, Kane says to him that, I'm done using this leverage against you, Dad. You did a good thing there. You saved me. I love you. And he's like, there's one thing, Kane. You're my firstborn son. I'd do anything to protect my children and my family. But yeah, not good for Lorenzo, because it turns out Monet's going to find out something pretty bad about him very soon. But meanwhile, Kevin Whitman breaks into the Tahara household. Diana comes down the stairs recording him. Then Monet's like, what the fuck you doing in my house? But obviously it's a setup, right? And then what does she do? I'll tell you what she does. Shoots Kevin Whitman. This guy's a dumb bastard, man. Normally, like, you can't even feel sorry for this guy. You can't, like, he was either going to get arrested or killed. And obviously getting arrested's worse. Although a cop in jail, that's quite bad as well in itself, if we're being brutally honest. But yeah, Kevin Whitman's dead. Pretty decent sized character death this episode. But then the episode ends with Monet getting the fingerprints. Can she trust Lorenzo? Will she tell Lorenzo? How will she get proof? Will she confide in Kane and Kane will confirm it? I'm not too sure, but again, like, if they've got Lorenzo's fingerprints, right, at the crime scene, how the fuck's the guy not been picked up? And I don't want to hear they're building a case against him. For fuck's, you've got his prints at the crime scene, and you know he had a beef with this guy. Oh, come on, man. Do I need to do the police the job, their own job for them? Anyway, I thought this episode was definitely better than the first couple of ones. I think season 3's had a pretty slow start. But I think once Monet confronts Lorenzo and like these cases that are being built against him like gather a bit of steam, I think we're going to be in for a pretty good ending to the season. And then of course that'll be me caught up, and I'm looking forward to discussing this show in the present tense. There's a lot more videos to make when you're watching it weekly, rather than like when you're playing catch up, because like, there's no point me saying, oh, is Kevin Whitman going to die or whatever, because obviously there's 6 more episodes for me to watch this season. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. Till next time, peace. No more second chances, guys, with season 3 of episode 5 of Power Book 2. And how many seconds in this episode did it take to get in to mentioning race? But 7 minutes, alright? 7 frickin' minutes. So about what? 420 seconds before they had to mention race, and hell, that's me including the intro sequence and the recap. So, I mean, honestly, I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of it. But let's just start the episode. I like the fact that the school thing actually does refer to the titles most of the time, but of course, we're in the aftermath of Detective Kevin Whitman's death. What I didn't like about this episode, right, is you've got them all trying to work together to bring the Tahara family down, but Sax completely spits the dummy because he thinks that the lawyer is seeing Kelly, is seeing a different guy. It's like, hold on, Sax, put your personal feelings to one side. So he ends up following her to this house, but of course we know the house is the house where they're keeping Lauren, the witness, alive. I just didn't get that in the slightest. It felt out of character for Sax. It did. Like, I'm not going to say this season he hasn't like had feelings for this woman, but I mean to like blow this entire thing up, man, is quite incredible, to say the least. And then out of nowhere, they sit down with RSJ. He agrees to it. He's in like, right, we're going to see our new tech company. We're going to Milan. I'm thinking, right, maybe Milan will be episode 6, but no. Tariq, Braden, and Effie go to Milan. Braden ends up getting captured. He gets thrown a beat down, which then prompts him into doing a meet. But when they're doing that meet, the reason he got caught is because the new Connect wanted to get a listening device that Mecca was going to go get at this place, but he couldn't get it because obviously he's dead. And then that guy found out, kidnaps Braden, starts battering him, but then she eliminates the competition, and it turns out the new Connect, this competition, is actually the father of her child, so she's just eliminated it, which freaked Tyreek out. He's like, if she's willing to do that, what's she gonna do to us, sort of thing. But again, I don't know, this whole Milan arc, this episode just flew in. It really did. But Kane says to Lorenzo that Monet's acting a wee bit weird, that she might know something about Seek's death, and Kane presses Lorenzo into telling Monet. Well, Lorenzo do it? Yes, he does do it. He tells her. She doesn't exactly take the news well, kicks him out, but you think she's going to let him live. But she talks to Frank's widow, essentially says that Lorenzo's the one that put that in motion. If I remember correctly, was it not just Monet that decided to kill him? And then Drew and Kane killed him? I don't remember the word ever coming from Lorenzo. But even if the word did come from Lorenzo, I mean, it's like 2 seasons and a bit ago. Even if the word did come from Lorenzo, it's not like the rest of the family didn't have anything to do with it. Oh, but he's the father. They have to go with his word. Load of pish. I mean, honestly, then you've got Drew and his new boyfriend, the son of Frank. They eliminate the evidence for the CI guy in the hospital, the redneck hillbilly. And thank God they did, because there was a lot of evidence on that phone, to say the least. Absolutely fricking was. But yeah, so RSJ, he's all happy. We returned to the States. It's like, right, what are we doing at this stage of the game, folks? What are we doing? Tyreek then gets into his bed. He then gets a text message from this like phone number. He goes into the front gates. It turns out it's Lauren. So why was Lauren just able to escape that house and now come back to Stansfield? To me, that doesn't make any sense. Why is she allowed now to come out hiding? Do not understand it. And like Tyreek, he's killed people in the past for less. He's got people killed for far less. So I don't really grasp why. Like, she admits that she's in hiding with the police and they're building a case against you, and he's just willing to let her walk. It's not even like she used the leverage, like, they know I'm meeting you here, but then he probably would have seen right through that. Either way, I'm not too sure about what the hell's going on here for Tyreek and Lauren, but he lets her go. He jumps in back to bed with Effie. It looks like Effie's going to finally tell him the truth, and then she's like, I love you too, and then just goes to bed. Fair enough. Lorenzo is getting drunk. He just comes out of a bar. He goes to get in his car. Notices there's a tyre with a nail in it. And then he goes to get the spare tyre out. And as soon as he opens the boot, he gets his throat slit. And I think Lorenzo's been absolutely jobbed out. So he gets killed by Frank's gay son. Again, I just... Lorenzo, man. Top man Lorenzo, and he gets killed like this. I mean, what you could argue, he got killed in a moment of weakness because he was drunk. But just to get his throat slit like this. And what's interesting enough about all this is the fact that you've got Kane playing cards with Drew and Diana and Monet. Are they going to be able to know that Monet put this in motion? Probably not. It's probably just going to go down as a random event that he got his throat slit, but then Drew's sleeping with this guy. So that it's going to come out at some point, isn't it? Kane also knows why Monet would want Lorenzo dead. So he's probably going to put 2 and 2 together that he told Monet the truth about Seek, and that's how it went down. I don't think Lorenzo deserves to die. I mean, it was a fucking accident. And if Monet was honest about Seek from the start, there's no way this would have happened. Because Lorenzo, I mean, I'm not saying he would have looked after Seek like he was one of his own, but I think he would have been a bit more understanding. But, yeah. To me, Monet's the one that tore this family apart, not Lorenzo. But I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10. I'm not a fan of the Lorenzo death. I thought the Milan arc was really rushed. Didn't really need to happen, but, like, you go to a brand new country, and it's like, you're back in the same... I think you could have structured that better. Anyway, guys, 6 out of 10. Till then, peace. In a land of lies, where is the truth? Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is Season 3, Episode 6 of Par Book 2. We begin the episode with Monet IDing the body of Lorenzo. But the real question is, how long till Lushanda mentions race? I'll tell you guys, it was about 10 minutes this episode. Oh, shockeroonie there. I'm honestly getting so sick and tired of this. Like, can she just stop mentioning race? She's the only woman bringing up. See this whole white privilege. It's to do with money, man. Right? I'm just not digging this. We get to see like all of Tejada's different perspectives of finding out that Lorenzo's died. So that was quite sad for them. Will the truth come out? Will they find out it was Gordo that did it? Probably not, but honestly, this whole race thing in the school is seriously getting on my tits. Tyreek and Braden get into it, so it looks like Tyreek's cutting ties
with Braden. Sachs is still acting a wee pissy bitch about it, but the Tyreek and Effie go a drive. Essentially, she opens up to him, but she doesn't tell him the thing that he thought she was going to tell him, which of course she's responsible for Lauren's death. But as we know, Lauren ain't dead at this stage of the game, is she, my friends? No. But with this Sachs here, with this Sachs, but the facts are here. Effie revealed that when she was younger, a man touched her up. I mean, the way this show's going, I'm surprised they didn't make him white. I mean, they didn't specify his race, so you can only say that. But, I mean, yeah, sad, but at the same time, you know, it's like Drake Bell, right, and other people. See, getting molested as a child, horrible. The person who did it should be killed, right? There should be no jail time for that. But that doesn't justify the person who happened to them, you know, to go out and commit a life of crime. It doesn't, I'm sorry. But anyway, Tariq basically cuts ties with Effie, tells her to find your own way fucking home. Well, she though, I'm not too convinced about that one. But yeah, Braden and Effie are pretty much cut out of the business. But again, like, Effie gets left in the middle of fucking nowhere, and she's like, 2 minutes later, back in the next scene, we see Lauren sit down with Sachs. Sachs tells her everything she needs to know. About all this, that is what is going on at the minute. Tariq, your boyfriend, your ex-boy, he's not the pretty boy, you know, he's into a lot of shit, basically reveals all he did. I mean, Tariq will obviously spin this in an episode's time, like, oh, but did he tell you that dirty cop killed Raina? Yeah, but Tariq, it's because you were fucking involved with him, mate, moving weight, selling drugs. Honestly, Tariq's a fool. Kane basically gives Braden a pep talks like, you don't get kicked out of this business, you go back there, boy, and get your fucking time. Kai, though, he's flirting with Monet. Drew and Kane aren't too happy with this, and I mean, I can absolutely see no wonder. Diana then tells Salim to fuck off. You can't call my father a criminal when he's not even cold yet, man. I mean, I guess there's a true point to make at this stage. So yeah, Tariq and Braden make up, but then Tariq says, yeah, you're right, Braden. You and Effie are like my family. Just a pack of fucking liars. Tyreek's a liar too. I mean, look how many people he's lied to and got killed. He's lied to Tommy. He's lied to his father. No, come on. Like, come on. Seriously. Have a word with yourself, Tyreek. I mean, the fucking delusion of this guy, this kid, to suggest that... How can he take the hat... Why can't he? Like, his family were liars. Pretty much everybody in the Power universe is a liar. Their word ain't really their bond, right? But Jesus Christ, man. I mean, have a bit of... Does he not have a self-conscious? Does he truly believe that he's not a liar? I mean, look at how many times even in this show he's lied to people like Monet and shit. I mean, it's just... It's baffling. At this stage of the game, he's at Raina's grave, and then his grandma confronts him. Looks like they're going to try and make some deal, but then he gets followed by the new Connect, and yeah, looks like he's going to get his grandma, Big Mama, to live with Tasha and Yasmin. Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. That's what I talk about, player. But yeah, looks like Lorenzo's death is now getting pinned on the Russians. Gordo decide to come up with that bright fucking idea. Is that going to bite them back this episode? Yes, it will bite them back. Diana then ends up sleeping with Tyreek. So yeah, she's still reeling, damn it. Tyreek, not looking good for him. Drew then goes into this Russian restaurant where the head guy is, kills him. The guy had like the most generic white guy accent ever. It's like, this guy's not fucking Russian. I know, I get it, like, you can be Russian, but you live in a... I mean, he was speaking Russian, but Jesus Christ, I like a bit of an accent. But Drew kills him. What sort of effects that going to have, who knows? But then, yeah, what happens? Braden, this episode, things aren't going exactly well for him. Either you've got Diana going up to the rooftop and the cameras catch her, so is Diana going to flip? Is she going to rat? I mean, that could potentially happen. There was also a line Diana made about an orange motherfucker. That might have been the next episode, talking about Trump. Trump getting jobbed out so many times in this show, man. Like, I get it, it's New York, they're Democrats, but fuck me. Like, see this whole race thing and the slavery thing and all this shite. No, it's actually a joke, and it's been getting beyond a joke, right? See, slavery, horrible thing, but did you know that black people owned more slaves than anyone else? Did you know that the Arabs owned a lot of slaves too? But why is it only white people that have got to pay for that? reparations and be punishable and all that, man. Gee, it's a joke. It's a horrendous. And also, white people were slaves. Every fucking race on this planet has been slaves at one point or another, but there only seems to be one that is guilty for it, and that is the white folks. Oh, your white privilege, Braden. No, Braden ain't using his white privilege. He's using his rich. He's meant it as fuck, man. It's not like any generic white guy can do it. It's a joke. The show, to me, it's just getting more woke. I get it. It's 2020s, man. To get a TV show that ain't woke is going to be incredibly hard. But I'm just fucking sick of the race baiting, man. Left, right, and centre. And there's like, when someone brings up the argument about, oh, well, we're not all bad, then like it quickly gets shot down or they make themselves look stupid and it'll make all white people look fucking dumb. Anyway, let's move on to the end of this episode. We've got the funeral of Lorenzo Tejada. How's that going to go for him? I am not too sure. Where's it going to go for him? The Russians show up. You've got a bit of a drive-by here. No one at the wedding dies, but a few Russian dies. So, plot armor. Monet reveals that Drew put this shitstorm in motion, and then Kane's not happy, and she's like, yeah, Drew's going to be the new head of his family. He's like, yeah, Kane, you might be wearing his chain and shooting his piece, but I'm the head of... And I thought there was going to be these two like properly butting heads after this. It wasn't. It kind of went nowhere. Kane tells Effie about what's going on. Braden and Tyreek then meet up, and they're kind of good about it. Davis, though, he's freaking out. Monet's on the phone. She then returns home. There's a ghost of Lorenzo, and he's like, the kids are never gonna fucking forget you. Or forgive you, sorry. So, yeah. That's your episode. I mean, I think it was better than the last one. I'll probably get a 7 out of 10, but... Come on, Pa, right? I swear to fuck, right? See the next time we're in the classroom and they mention race and it's that Lashandra bitch, I'm going to go fucking off my head. I am. 7 out of 10, man. It's actually getting fucking tiresome.
Reveals are made, wars are ended in the latest episode of Power Book 2 Ghost. We're here with Season 3, Episode 7. And yeah, for some whatever reason, this show's not continuing past Season 4. I already knew when I filmed Episode 6, but I didn't really address it, but I may as well address it here. Don't know why. And then I looked at the ratings and I went, Jesus Christ, Season 3's ratings compared to Season 2, especially Season 2 finale, is absolutely incredible. But anyway, let's begin this episode where it started, because that's where you have to begin. The beginning of a book wouldn't be any good if you opened it halfway through, but this is Power Book, and we begin with a war. Essentially, the Russians are going apeshit, man. They're bloody killing everybody, sending texts to Kane, you fucked up, you killed Pavel, we're going to end you, motherfucker. So all that good stuff's happening. That's how the episode should begin, man. Immediately grabs your attention. Yeah, is it like a bunch of jobbers getting killed here? Absolutely. But at the same time, that is what's happening. Meanwhile, Monet's trying to like flirt with that K guy in order to get like manpower. But the more the episode went on, I went, there's definitely something at play here. And you know what? There was. Meanwhile, you've still got Tyreek phoning Lauren, and I knew by the end of this episode, Lauren is going to give him crucial information when she should. Lauren is so stupid and naive. I also think it is a bit stupid, the fact that Tyreek, I mean, I accept why he wouldn't kill her, right? Why he wouldn't do it, but you do get the feeling that she kind of has to go. Also, Davis and Sachs meeting with Davis's brother just looks like this guy will never be able to pass, but he managed to get this episode, which was quite good for him. I'm pretty sure, though, that they've recasted this guy. See, when he appeared in Season 1, he looks like a completely different person than he is now. I'm willing to bet good money they have definitely did a different casting. Definitely got to say that. Meanwhile, though, Gordo, his family, they're kind of freaking out about why the hell they're backing the hardest to the help. I'm doing it for Drew. I'm doing it for my boyfriend, man. I'm doing it for him. And if you got a problem with that, then damn. Tyreek then gives Tate the address where the Russians are getting their shipments more, the NYPD close in. But then that kind of makes the task force realise, with the likes of Sachs and Jenny, that, hold on here, Tate must be some form of middleman, because look, it's took out the enemy of them guys, Tyreek and co.
again, but like the Russians, like why would they be okay? Well, I'll say that why would they be okay with this? I just don't really get it. Meanwhile, we've got Hayden. He's going on like a secret mission for himself, and what he does is he sneaks through like all these back doors at the Western headquarters, and it turns out they're running this Ponzi scheme, and it's like, and everyone knew about it, and they also knew that he was dealing drugs for the get go. So I'll say everyone knew about it. It's the uncle that knows about it. So interesting, absolutely. And I'm not surprised that this guy's into some shady shit. Tariq runs into Effie. He needed something from her, and then she's like, "Well, I'm not going to give it to you." And then it's like she wanted something for him, and then she's like, "I'm not going to give it to you." So it's like, Tariq, you can't expect her to give you something if you're not going to give her anything. Just a bit of an. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here? We're racing our ping pong, my friend. Racing our ping pong. We get more scenes in the classroom. I can't even. I don't think they brought up race in this episode, so that was very good. Probably the first episode in the show's history. We didn't do it, but we've got Diana leveraging to her ex-boyfriend, the guy who Salim. Turns out he's not Salim from the hood. He's some guy from a rich. But then again, no, they did mention race actually, because like she's like, "Oh, you had it good growing up with white folks." It's like, what is this? And though they were at fundraisers for that orange motherfucker, Trump did more for the black community than fucking Joe Biden eats cereal or ice cream. Sorry. So see this whole gimmick that the Republican Party and Trump's racist. If you actually know what's going on in America, you can see right through the left side of media, CNN and co, trying to just bury Trump, man. They've done it ever since he announced himself for that race in 2015. Ever since he came down those escalator stairs, there's been a war waging on Donald Trump, man. But yeah, Trump's a racist guy, isn't he? I mean, have none of these people seen Joe Biden and all the history that he's done? Come on, folks. Anyway, business picks up here as Monet gets into a struggle with Kai. Kane manages to kill him. She then sends a text message to this number. It turns out that number's Gordo to make it look like that they were working together on Frank's death. Obviously, Kai didn't know. It was just Gordo. At the end of the day. And Drew feels absolutely betrayed by this, especially when he's sleeping with Gordo and he sees it on his phone, and as Gordo goes to take a shower, he lifts his gun. Bang, bang, good night. He is killed. Absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, Davis's brother kind of disowns him. He says, "If you could go to jail for this, I'm done. I don't want to be here anymore, man. I can't do it. I don't want to do it, man. I don't want to do it." Meanwhile, Tariq goes up to like the government building they're transporting Lauren to. Gives this guy money for his DEA badge. Guy just gives him it, and then Lauren meets Tariq in the toilet, and he's like, "Holy shit, they're building a RICO against us. What the fuck?" And then he's like, "Why the fuck didn't Sachs know about this?" And she's like, "Wait, Cooper Sachs? Yeah, he's a double agent." Why is Lauren telling him this information? Sachs was nothing but good to Lauren. Didn't lie to her. Why? She even said it herself. Sachs the only guy that didn't lie to me. And here she is jobbing them out. Now you can argue, "Oh, she's naive," but yo, Tyreek killing Sachs has been, I mean, obviously this entire show coming, and like the final couple of seasons apart when Tyreek, got up to being a wee criminal. So yeah, just don't grasp this. So what's he gonna do? I'm not too sure. Then the episode ends with the SWAT busting into the Tahara household and they arrest Diana because of course she's caught on the cameras selling the gear. So, well, getting the gear out the wall. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to play out, troops. But in terms of the episode, I think a lot of stuff happened. But I just don't get Lauren. Like, why, it just feels forced. I think Parr does this a lot where a character reveals like crucial information that they shouldn't really be revealing, and not just because from a morality standpoint. It's like, well, why the fuck would you tell her? Like, Lauren, like, idiotic. Anyway, guys, give us episode 7 out of 10. 7 for episode 7.
As Creed once sang, "My sacrifice." Well, back to Fog Entertainment, and I've always liked Sachs, but today the sack has burst as Cooper Sachs dies. Well, back to Power Book 2. Ghost, Season 3, Episode 8, Sacrifice. I actually am kind of bewildered that they killed Sachs off. I'm not going to pretend, right, that he's the greatest TV character of all time, right? But, he's been in the show believe he was in the very first episode. The guy, yeah, just weird. And I mean, was it the right way to kill him? I mean, I think of all the ways that Sachs could have. I mean, this guy survived Tommy and Ghost breaking into his house. Not many people can claim that, my friends, that's for sure. So let's move into it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Sachs and Davis, because at the beginning of the episode on the roof, but then Davis receives a phone call. He's pissed. And we think, oh, this is Tyreek telling him the details, but it's not Tyreek telling him the details. It's Monet telling him to get his ass down to the precinct because my daughter, Diana's been arrested. But Monet's freaking out thinking that she's not going to be able to keep her mouth shut, Diana. And if she does, she'll keep herself safe. Not her herself, brother. Which, I mean, I think is a bit unfair on Diana. I think Monet this episode was very unfair on Diana, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes down. So Sachs goes down to deal with it because Davis is a wee bit too drunk. But then Tyreek tells Davis, says that we need to talk ASAP. I wonder what that's going to be about. And I tell you what it's about. He tells him that Sachs has jobbed them out, but at the same time, they can't really do anything to Sachs because obviously if they get rid of Sachs, they'll know something was up. But at this point, Diana's being pressed. Images concerning the product getting moved. She's kind of reluctant. Well, you know what though? It'll be my first offence. Community service. Then they mention the Rico case. Again, I think it's a bit stupid to mention a fucking Rico case to people who don't know about Rico cases. Kane then turns up to Effie's house, so it looks like these two could be a couple. Is Tyreek going to take that bad? Potentially. What is he going to get with? Is he going to get with Diana now? Not that this Effie relationship might not last long, but yeah, Sachs and Davis are then talking to Diana, and he spills coffee over Sachs and essentially just gets her to flip on Effie, but then it turns out it's not actually not flipping on Effie. I thought they were jobbing Effie out, but it turns out they just did it to get heat off themselves because all Effie had was coffee cups. No product, just sugar. But the way she ran away made you think that, anyway, that it was more serious than sugar. Obviously, the drugs that they've been peddling, but no. But I mean, did I see a Kane and Effie relationship going far? Well, I mean, judging by the end of this episode, probably not. But of course, with that happening to Effie, prompted the police to use their Trump card and not their Donald Trump card because they'll cry about that, won't they? You can't use a Donald Trump card because we hate Donald Trump at the end of the day. But yeah, it forces their hand into laying the smacker down on their candy ass. And what's that? Whipping out Lauren Baldwin and pretty much revealing that she's still alive. Kane notices this. Can't believe that she's still alive. He's going to feel so jobbed out by Effie and Braden. And that's the thing, Effie's going to jail. Kane's not going to be able to get at her. But you can guarantee next episode there's going to be a confrontation between Ben Affleck and Kane Dahara. That is for sure. I mean, I'd bet pretty good money on it, to say the least. Meanwhile, though, Sachs, he's leaving a voicemail to Tyreek. He basically says, anything happens to me, information about where Tasha and Yasmin are will leak out. And then what happens when he gets into his car? The big man, Rollins, Theo Rollins, confronts him. Holy moly, Theo Rollins. The guy that he helped get out is now a rat snitch. Sorry, I was eating a wee bit of stew there, trying to refresh my memory bank. And I just didn't think that Sachs was going to die. I didn't. RSJ then leverages all the information that Tyreek's told him about the Ponzi scheme. And essentially, looks like he's going to get his money back, the Taharas are going to get their money back, and Tyreek's going to get his trust fund back. So, overall, all good news for them. They can't really complain about it too much. But Sachs, yeah, not looking good for him. Rollins takes him out to the helicopter port later on. We see Tate. He asks his old girlfriend, who's now still his new girlfriend, to marry him, but she rejects after he was seen having dinner with the Uncle Weston, damn it. So yeah, that's completely off the cards in that regard. And essentially what happens is Diana gets off, which I thought was quite mental. And like the way Monet just speaks to her here, very bizarre, treating her like a bit of trash underneath the table, man. Absolute mess, in my opinion. And then we may as well get to the final bit of this episode where Davis and Tyreek managed to get to Sachs and Rollins, but it's too late. You know, Sachs like, thank fuck Davis, you here, save me. Sachs kind of pleading. Obviously, they don't want Teal to do it, but you knew it was going to happen. Once he shot Sachs, I knew he was going to shoot himself, and yeah, like that, Sachs is killed. He gets shot. Guy's been in the Power series. I mean, he's been in what, 9 seasons now? A hell of a lot of episodes, and he gets shot through the chest, falls, hits the floor, and just you think back to like the early seasons of Power with Greg, Angela, Sachs. What's the other guy? I can't remember. The other guy who was a rat. He worked for Lobos. Him. Felipe Lobo. I can't remember what the guy's name was, but you know, they're all dead. Medina's like the last one standing. He's like, no, I get a big shot player. So yeah, guys, quite incredible. And then Theo Rollins turns the gun on himself. But I just would have never imagined this guy killing Sachs. Which I think makes it a bit more messed up because I'm pretty sure that they recast this Theo Rollins guy. Which is a bit of a mess, but here. I don't think many other people. It's not like he was a massive character before he did it, so yeah. Rest in peace, Sachs. Holy shit. What an ending episode, though. Davis breaking down Tariq, like, holy fuck, what's next? And what is next? Who's going to jail for this? Tariq. Yeah, alright, I mean, a great ending it was. Not the best episode I've ever seen of Power, but I think like the last 10 minutes really picked up, and I'm going to give this episode, folks, I'm going to get an 8 out of 10. Really enjoyed the ending, so until next time, peace. What a penultimate episode of the season 3 season we've just had there with Power Book 2 Ghost, and it is season 3 episode 9 review. Holy moly, a last gift in video, and I feel like it delivered here. I feel like season 3 got off really to a pretty slow start, but we've seriously picked up. But we begin the episode, we've got Kane, he wants Davis. Tariq wants Davis. Tariq's looking for information, but then these two bump into each other, they get into a fist fight. Davis splits it up. Tariq points out that Sachs' paperwork had a report of Kevin Whitman's investigation, so that's not looking good. His report about the Mecca incident as well, which Tariq then takes back to his dorm room, which will be a pretty idiotic manoeuvre. Tate then asks Tariq questions about is Weston's got anything dodgy going on. Is there a Ponzi scheme? But Tariq denies it, but then Tate manages to open an investigation into it, which puts Weston, all their assets are frozen, all their money's frozen, and Lucas is essentially on the run. And Hayden has got a hard question of, are you going to kill your uncle? Tariq's like, you always live half in, half out. You gotta fucking do this, man. Yeah, then everyone, Jenny and co, Blanca Rodriguez, they get the phone call. Sachs is dead, go down to the morgue. Jenny's quite sad. And yeah, you know what? I think it is a quite sad moment because at this stage of the game, Sachs, you know, Power OG character, and there was actually quite a lot of Power OG characters have returned this episode. I'll let you know that for free. An insane amount, that is for sure. Kane tells Braden about this, he run him over, and then, yeah, he's in hospital for like 2 seconds, but then Lucas makes the phone call through to the task force and says he's willing to give up the people that were behind the Ponzi scheme and the drug operation that was running inside Weston Holdings. Once he said this, I knew Lucas was going to die, whether it be this episode or the next one. Then you've got his assistant saying, I'm not like you, Braden, I need to go. You've got white privilege. Come on. See this white privilege thing that keeps getting it's a wealth thing. I'm sick of this rhetoric, man. White privilege that, white privilege this is a joke. Then Frank's wife, I can't actually remember her name. Evelyn, is it? I think it is Evelyn. Turns up, basically threatens Monet, and then Monet tells Drew and Kane that you're probably gonna have to wipe out the crew. You're gonna have to wipe them out, Frank's family, and they gas them. But before she passes away, she tells Drew that Monet's the one responsible, and then obviously they're able to put that together with Lorenzo's whereabouts and Tyreek's reports and
Also, Sack sent out a bunch of letters this episode. He sent one to Monet claiming that Tyreek was a rat and he's working for the feds. Obviously, he's doing that to get Tyreek killed because even from the grave, Sax is led in the smackdown. But I actually agree with this move because I think Sax is such an influential character across the universe that, and that's the power universe, by the way, not the globe, not the world, that it makes sense to have him like have a reach from the grave. So yeah, he sent letters out to her. He sent a letter to 2-Bit, who returned out of nowhere. I was absolutely shocked about seeing 2-Bit. We haven't seen him since season 1. So yeah, great to see 2-Bit in here. He also sent a letter to Jenny saying that he had feelings for her and she did too. But here, I'll try and affect these bastards for the grave sort of talk going on there. So will it go according to plan? I don't know. Effie, will she go to jail? Not much really happened with her end in this episode, but you know, Kane's trying to pressurize her to flip on Tyreek, but she's not really doing that. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go. Davis, you know, basically gets confronted by Jenny when they're kind of playing the blame game, aren't they? They're all kind of playing the blame game, pointing the blame at each other and all that good stuff. What else happened this episode? You know, you get Hayden, he manages to track down Lucas, he goes in. I didn't think he would kill his uncle. I didn't. But he pushes him. His uncle falls, he dies, so that's that problem dealt with. But my God, his dad also got arrested. So the Westons are like completely and utterly at this stage of the game falling apart. But what I think was shocking, like, was the actual gassing of that family. Like, Jesus Christ, like Kane and Drew, the Hadders are not to be messed with at this stage of the game. But then we get, you know, towards the closing, you can. I've always said it about Power, right? You can say what you want about this show, but when it's getting to an important time in the timeline, or you know, we're heading towards the end of a season, they deliver with their like episodes. They do like there's a noticeable step up in quality between like the final episodes of a season and say like the mid to start of a season. And then we get the scene where Kane, Drew, and Diana pretty much confront Monet, and it looks like it all ties are cut here. She's like, you think you know all about your dad, done heinous shit as well. He killed Seek, what about me? He also got the guaps to get you jumped through. You know, they've all did shady shit, but at the end of the day, I think Monet's the shadiest. You can say you want about Lorenzo, but he's a straight shooter. And Monet got him, like, it was an accident. He didn't mean to kill Seek. But Monet will probably come out of this season, or this show, smelling the roses. But I think in the finale, I haven't watched episode 10 yet, and as soon as I finish it for free, I'm going to go watch it. I've got a feeling that someone from the Tejada family is going to die. It might be Monet, but I think they'll end up killing one of the children. But then maybe they'll all make it to the final season. I'm not too sure. But then what happens is Tyreek runs into 2-Bit. 2-Bit says he got a letter from that crooked lawyer motherfucker, and it's all about Sachs. And essentially what this is the whereabouts of Tasha. Right? But what I thought is it he gave it to 2-Bit, but it must be he sent another letter to Tommy Egan. But then he didn't send the letter to Tommy Egan because it was actually a text message from Monet Tejada. So obviously in that letter that Sack sent Monet must have been the whereabouts of his Tasha, as leverage. So yeah, 2-Bit, he steals Tariq's car. I want to see 2-Bit either in the final season of Power Book 2 or in Force. Because I think 2-Bit's a pretty good character. Tariq then shows up. He like reunites with Yasmin, but then out of nowhere, the blue Chevy. He likes his muscle cars, Tommy. It comes out of nowhere. He rides in. He drops the guards on the balcony. Big Mama leaves. She's like oblivious to all of this. And then he holds Tasha at gunpoint. It's like, holy shit, Tommy Egan's back. But where is this in the timeline? I get it. Someone did say to me to watch it like Power Book 2 Season 1, then Force Season 1, then Power Book 2 and Season 3 back to back. But what I would say is, like, what does this mean then? Like, I would like there to be reference to this appearance in Power Book 2 in the Season 2 premiere of Power Book 4, just to connect the timeline. But then episode 1 of season 2, I believe, is called Tommy's Back. I would just like it. I mean, it's part of the same universe, so you may as well connect it. But then also, when season 1 of Force ended, you seen like Blanca Rodriguez and Medina talking about like this thing. So I'm intrigued to see how they're all going to overlap, because you can't just keep having characters jump back and forth if the timelines aren't completely connected. That is my opinion on that. But Tommy goes to kill Tasha. He's like, oh, don't worry, there's a silencer on it, which I thought was a pretty funny line. But then Tariq comes in. You're like, what's going to happen? Then the agent storms into the front door. Just Tommy drops him. Tariq then turns around to shoot Tommy, but then he gets knocked out from behind. And the only person that could have knocked Tariq out was Tasha, unless someone else entered the building, which I doubt. So yeah, and Tariq's obviously left with the cliffhanger of holy shit, what's going on? This Tommy took Tasha. Will Tommy be in the finale? I think he will be. Will Tasha die? I think it's time Tasha died. I mean, I think they've dragged it out the amount of time she's escaped death, especially for even Tommy alone. But yeah, guys, I thought they really delivered with this episode. I'll give it an 8. We only give halves on this channel. If one of us gives us like a 9, and I give an 8, for example. I think this does warrant an 8.5, but I don't think it's quite a 9, so I'll give it an 8 out of 10, guys. Till next time. Peace.
Divided we stand, united we fall. Damn it. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment, and it is Power Book Season 3, Episode 10, Power Book 2 that is, and yeah, Season 3 finale. With this, I'm officially caught up here with Power Book 2, and did this episode deliver? I mean, I thought it was good. I felt like there would be way more deaths in this episode, but there wasn't, but as what it is. I mean, I think they'll more than make up for it, guys, in season 4. But we do begin the episode. Effie's still in jail, right? And you know what? I might as well just wrap up the Effie's in jail story. For me, I think Paul has got almost a fetish with people in jail, and then they always get it on a technicality. They always get it. Would it be so hard for this franchise just to let someone do like 20 years in jail? It's even like, look back at the original show. How many, like, Tommy went to jail, right? For a couple of episodes. Ghost was in jail for a decent amount of time, right? So I can't really bury that. But then you've got other people, right? Like 2-Bit and Spanky, who were in jail. Dre ended up in jail, but they always end out. I think what this show needs is one of the main characters going to jail for a prolonged period of time. Because I think without that, you don't really see the risk of the business we're in. Now, yeah, people can die, but there's got to be different alternatives. I think you look at other TV shows, people go and do jail, right? Or they at least rat. Like, there's not even many rats in this show. But, yeah, they threaten Lauren to withdraw her statement. So she buries Jenny on the stand, the district attorney. And obviously, because she recants her statement, that prompts him to let Effie go. And then Effie, right? I don't get this bitch. Yeah, and I will address her. I actually do not like this character. So Tariq, Kane, etc., get her off, right? Because they managed to get Lauren to flip back to the good side. And we have this scene where she leaves the prison and she's like, I'm on my own, Tariq. Never needed anyone but myself. It's like, hold on, Effie. Without anybody, you'd have been in jail here. Like, how retarded can one person be? I get it. If you want to have this standalone character, then you work away. You fire away. But let's not pretend that you got out of this situation off your own merit. You know, it's because everyone helped you. I hate characters like this, and I don't think they'll kill her. I don't think they will. I mean, she's been around since the original Power, man. For God's sake, Power, can we kill this bitch? Because I seriously cannot stand her. But yeah, she gets it. Tyreek, that's pretty much that arc wrapped up. He went to visit Tommy's mum earlier on in the episode with a gun. You know, it was good seeing Katie. I actually don't mind Katie. She says that Monet Tahara dropped off a letter for her. We find out later it wasn't Monet Tahara, it was actually Diana Tahara in a red wig, because apparently 4 days ago, Drew and Monet actually came to the... No, Drew, sorry, and Diana came to the realisation that Monet's got to go and they're going to set Tariq up to do it, so damn. And then another thing I thought was a bit cringe is you see Monet meet with the Connect and Norma, and they put Monet in charge, and then like Tariq can't do anything. And I know what it feels like, right? This show, I get it. See Kane, Tariq, Brayden, Effie,
they are like college kids, apart from like Kane, right, who actually is like a gangster, I guess you could say. But they do get treated like kids. It's like Monet gets put in here to fucking supervise them. What? See in the original Power, would anyone have got put in to supervise Tommy and Ghost? No, it does come across a wee bit pathetic, right? It does. Now, you can make it seem a different way. It doesn't have to seem like supervision, but the way they went about this made it absolutely feel like supervision. But yeah, because Tyreek's came through on the green card promise, Obi, maybe he'll do him a favour. We then have Ghost, Ghost to the past, so to speak, because Tommy confronts Tyreek. He says that him and Tasha put their differences to one side and says Tasha took off after the marshals shown up, and then we see the flashback of what happened. So, again, I'm going to make a separate vid on this, right? But do we really think that Tommy and Tasha can just put the beef behind? I think it's almost like a cheap excuse to keep Tasha alive. I think Tommy should have killed her. And then that gives Tyreek a personal vendetta against Tommy. I don't get why Tommy would all of a sudden flip again. Like back to not wanting to kill her. I mean, she's a snitch at the end of the day. Tried to get Tommy killed back in season 1 of this show. Done so much stuff against Ghost. Got Kanan killed. Like, I just don't I just don't grasp it. Alright? Just don't grasp it. Tommy talking about how he wants to smoke weed and drive around New York with her. Then he also tells Tariq not to start a war with Monet and that he's leaving because New York ain't for him no more. So, yeah. Like, that's probably going to be the last time we see Tommy in Power Book 2. I don't think he might appear in season 4. But then, obviously with the timeline, if he goes back to Chicago now, that means that Power Book 4 season 2 needs to happen in a period of time where he can get back to New York for season 4. Anyway, I know it's not the longest drive, but it is what it is. It was good seeing Tommy. Definitely adds to the finale. Kane and Monet then steal a bunch of the West and shit. Because you took our money, motherfucker. You took our money. Davis, so he's freaking out. Things aren't going too good for him. We then see Davis leverage with Tate about the whole Western thing. He's like, but if you do this, big man, if you get Lauren Baldwin off, we'll be alright. So yeah, but then Tate's wife to be hears this, looks like she's gonna dump him. Oh, Tate again, another like forced relationship that feels like it's going absolutely nowhere. And that, well, it's me, I say it's going nowhere, it is, but it looks like the entire Rico case, everything has been dropped. So it looks like everyone here is going to get away with it. But yeah, Diana then tells Tariq to kill Monet. We see Diana and Monet get into the car. Tariq, he was considering doing it, right? But then Monet gives a speech to Diana, like how she loves her. I had to be tough when I gave Seek up. And then it does appear that Diana changes her mind completely. Doesn't want to kill her mum. But then as she changes her mind, someone drives by. Mini Uzi fires a bunch of shots into the car. Monet gets hit a couple of times. She doesn't die. She's in hospital. There's a video there about whether or not she'll die. This is when we find out that Drew and Diana planned all this. Tasha then meets with Tariq on a bench, worried about each other's livelihood. Tariq's like, you gotta get back to Yaz and Big Mama. But then we get the ending of this episode, which I thought there was quite a lot happening here. Basically, Braden says he's out of the game. Tariq can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Then Paz turns up at the precinct. It turns out that one of the cops is her son, Junior. But I did not even recognise him. Oh, it's good you're following in your auntie's footsteps. Well, it's a good job you said that, because even though as soon as she said it, I was like, holy shit, that's who that is. That's why this guy feels like they're forcing them down our throats a bit. But he gets given a USB. What's going to be on the USB? I'm not too sure. All I know is that regardless of what's on the USB, what will probably happen is, see in season 4, they'll kill him to get the USB content. See, anytime any evidence has been left on a USB, man, it gets killed. Like, the person gets killed, and you, I feel like part is repetitive in that way. Like I said, man, at the start, I think, see, in the real world, people go to jail. Par need to accept that. As much as I like this franchise and I like this show,
You need to let people go to jail, man. Everyone just can't get away. I don't honestly don't get it. But what is on this USB? We'll never know till next season. There is a trailer. I'm going to react to it, so that'll be interesting to say the least. But then we get the final showdown. Tariq turns up, says that he can be the new man. He's like, cut everyone else out. But then the Tejadas turn up and be like, yeah, he's the one that tried to kill Monet. Then Norma gives the go ahead to kill Tariq, but he's like, no, you can't kill me because I've got people looking to your daughter. But then Effie appears and's like, I gave you bogus information, Tariq. That's not real. So by Tariq's been betrayed by everybody. Kane goes to shoot him. The lights crash out. Braden turns up from nowhere, starts firing, hits Kane. I'll make a fed about did Braden kill Kane. Braden kills a couple of Norma's security guards, flicks a gun over to Tariq, they escape, and then they're like, the war is fucking on. The war is on. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it left a bad taste in my mouth this episode, but I did feel like there'd be more deaths. But again, for a war, I think you need to keep it. It's a war between the Tejadas, Effie, Braden, and Tariq. Is Tariq going to reach into Tommy and get some connects that way? I'm not too sure, guys. But anyway, I want you to leave your thoughts down below. I thought it was a good finale. I think after the last couple of episodes, it had potential to be a lot better. But I'll still give it a 7 out of 10. It still delivered, I think. But anyway, till next time, that's me fully caught up, guys. If you want Power Book 2 theories and all that good stuff, I'm going to be delivering Mayan-esque content. Till next time, peace. Season 4 of Power Book 2 is finally here, and we are here with the premiere. Released a wee bit early, so we got our hands on it here in Fog Entertainment. You know, we are the reviewing gods of YouTube, and I was looking forward to this, and you know what, let's waste no time. We literally begin where Season 3 ended. Of course, Season 3 ended with that shootout between the Tejadas, Noma, Effie taking on Braden, and Tariq. It looked like Tariq was going to get killed, but Braden saved him. Again, I like the fact that it continued pretty much straight away like this. So Tariq and Braden regroup. They're like, right, we're going to kidnap Noma's daughter. Can we get to do that? We'll have to wait and see, big man. Is it going to happen? Not too sure. Kane, though, did get shot in the process, which is exactly what I said happened when we were building up towards this season. So him and Effie are essentially told by Noma to go and hunt Braden and Tariq down. But instead of getting patched up, Kane is like, you know what, fuck that. I want to go and get his brother, because his brother will know where he is. So he goes to the Westing household. Trace is there. He beats him. His dad comes down the stairs. He's like, what you did? He's like, oh, my son. He's like, I don't care. I don't know where he is. You know, but if you go, I won't phone the cops. And yeah, Trace gets battered, but Kane eventually agrees to leave. And then he gets patched up, gets the bullet took out of him. Did I mention this episode was called I Don't Die Easy? Well, boom, there you go. That's what it's called, folks. That is what it's called. So yeah, boom, interesting, definitely. But then we cut to the hospital, of course. We've got Mary J. Blige, she's there. Monet, of course, got shot last season by Tasha St. Patrick, but the Tejadas all think it was in fact Tariq. But of course, Drew and Diana know it's not Tariq, but do they know it's Tasha? It's all very intriguing. It's all very intriguing, I'll tell you that much. But these two then decide to kidnap Braden's sister, Becca. Meanwhile, this is going down. Tariq and Braden try and kidnap Noma's daughter. What I don't like about this is, right, these two like go to like a storage lot. They get these guns and like they build them, they put them together. It's like Braden hadn't killed anyone until literally about 10 minutes ago, and now here he is running around with like UMP 45s spraying people down. But Noma's daughter manages to get out of there. She kind of gets like berated by she kind of berates her mother, Noma, which is just you know what, the show is getting more woke, right? But again, it's the 2020s, everything's woke, and it sucks absolutely. Like the character Prashandra, I just hate her. Like, we've seen Junior, I've already made a video about this topic, about he gets the USB files, and he's speaking to Blanca Rodriguez. She basically tells him to drop it. Even Paz tells him to drop it. He says he won't go down like Angela. He will finally get the St. Patrick's to pay. Will they pay? Only time
will tell. But then we kind of get like the big showdown of this episode as Tyreek and Braden go to Stansfield, and then that's when the bounties get put on their head, 100k each. So you've got Drew heading there. The kidnap with Becca didn't go according to plan. Dan ended up going to the hospital, and then Becca managed to pepper spray him and escape. Tyreek drove into the side of him. It is a wee bit plot armor because Tyreek could have just dropped Drew, right? So could Braden, but no, they let him escape for whatever reason. We don't want to kill Drew yet, boy. And then yeah, everyone's at Stansfield. You get Kane and Effie hunting them down, but Effie actually texted Tyreek saying like, "Oh, Kane's coming to kill you." Well, whose side's Effie on here? I don't know. She's a fucking snake. Absolute snake. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, we have got Monet Tejada. And we have got the return of Mecca, Seek, and the big man, Lorenzo. We have got the return of all three of them. Seek's part was quite minor compared to the other two. She's obviously, you get Monet kind of like imagining them coming back, and she's like, I'm not dying, but Seek's like, oh, you betrayed me, Mum, you didn't look after me, it was always about you, you could have left me, but you brought me to New York for your retirement plan, and that's essentially what got me killed. And, well, I mean, to be fair, you can't really dispute that, to be perfectly honest. I mean, that's kind of exactly how it all played down. Is she going to fight for her right, for another chance to do right by her children? She couldn't do right by Seek. Will she do right by him? I'm not too sure. Meanwhile, right, Seek's part was a wee bit really minor, but it was good seeing him back for whatever. I do think he got killed too early, by the way, Seek, but I understand why he got killed. Then, right, you've got Lorenzo and Mecca essentially just like taunting her. Like, oh, you're going to die. And it's like, right, I get it. They literally both died at the hands of Monet. Right? I get that. But at the same time, Mecca's son was also Seek's, and Lorenzo killed him. And it's not like they addressed it. I get it. You know, Lorenzo thought he was killing Mecca, but he actually killed Seek by accident. But I don't know, it just seems weird that these two are like tag teaming Monet here to try and get like one up on her. But I mean, it was alright. Monet fighting her demons. I thought it was a good way to include her in this episode, but she eventually does wake up with her family all around her. But Drew initially actually wanted Diana to smother her with a pillow. But yeah, did he do it? No. Did she do it? Sorry, no. Of course she didn't do it, damn it. But yeah, I thought it was good seeing these three back again. Meanwhile, back at Stansfield, this is the part of the episode that, I mean, it kind of grinded my gears, a lot of it. You had Lashandra just, oh my god. Like, you have Junior appear out of nowhere, right? And he's like, have any of you seen Tyreek St. Patrick? And she's like, no, I'm not telling you shit, you cop. Last thing I'm going to do is tell a cop where a black man is. The show's so fucking woke, man. It's like, Tyreek is a criminal. We know all about what he's doing. At least this would have fucking weight if Tyreek was innocent and, you know, Junior was like pressing this innocent black kid who has literally committed no crime. But I feel like in these shows, like, it's like, oh, we blame the angry black man. And it's like, no, but hold on, he actually is a criminal. You know what I mean? And so's Braden. Braden and Tyreek are as thick as thieves. But again, it's only like one that's like portrayed as innocent, and it's even like when Tyreek's giving his speeches and all, at least like Rashad Tate knows he's a dirty politician. You know, I feel like some of these characters just don't accept it. But yeah, he has to leave empty-handed, but he walks into the parking lot. Meanwhile, Kane finds out that Tyreek is actually here at Stanfield, so him and Effie are on the hunt. Drew is walking battered and bruised. He's trying to get to the bottom of this as well. But meanwhile, because of the 100k bounty that's been placed on every single buddy's head, oh my god, there's a lot going on. Braden and Tyreek, bam. Everybody's hunting them. They get into the parking lot, and then this is when Junior confronts him 2-on-1. I think he's actually lucky initially that he didn't get killed here. But yeah, that didn't really last for long, because essentially he's like, you know what, I've got incriminating evidence on this USB, Tariq, so you have to flip.
he says earlier to Blanca, or not, Paz, that all he needs is get one of them to flip, right? He didn't reveal which one. I'm going to assume that was Braden, but why threaten the leverage to Tyreek, of all people, man? If you think he's as bad as what you think he is, then why would you threaten this information to his face? Baffling. But then one of the hitmen that's after Tyreek and Braden starts firing. They get a bit of a parking lot shootout here. Tyreek and Braden hides. Junior manages to drop him. Braden then comes up from behind, knocks out Junior. He bounces off the car. They then phone Noma, say that this cop here is about to bring her down, so I want to call a truce. She eventually agrees to this, but Tyreek can't sell any product. Junior lets out that he's Angela Valdez's nephew and she was his aunt. And then Braden goes to make the call to phone the police, and then Tyreek gets his fingerprints on Junior's gun to make it look like he dropped the guy who killed Junior. Because why is he doing that? Because he just drops Junior Valdez, and I am sitting there like, really, like this is my biggest flaw with Potter, right? Like the biggest flaw you can give this show. How many times does someone like in the police, DEA, FBI, district attorney, whatever attorney, they get incriminating evidence against like the main characters or like the criminal organization that we're following, right? And it just falls flat on its face. Like, I'm not asking Tyreek, right, to do 20 years. I get that there's still a final season to shoot here. But it's like, sooner rather than later, someone needs to start doing serious fucking... It's even like 2-bit. You get arrested at the end of Power, and by like season 6 of this show, episode 6 of season 1, he was it. I just find it fucking ridiculous, man. Anyway, Junior Valdez, pretty big character death there. Yeah, the Valdez are really getting dragged through the dirt. Paz then decides to go to Michael Ealy's character, who I can't remember his name is, but he lost his wife Denise. She was murdered, and he's like, yeah, I'll help bring those bastards to justice who killed your son. So he's going to be going after Tyreek. I thought there was going to be like a plot twist, well, no, like a reveal that he was actually Junior Valdez's dad, because he kind of looks like him. But yeah, maybe that's for later down the line. But yeah, I actually thought this was pretty decent, this episode of Power Book 2. My only problem with it is, it's just the fact that it felt a bit more woke here. It was action packed, but I think there was just some incorrect decisions there, and plot armor was glaringly obvious. So I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I don't think it's the worst start. A lot happened, but I don't think it pieced together correctly, to be honest. So anyway, 6 out of 10.
Fog Entertainment back again with another review of Power Book 2 Season 4 Episode 2. We love Power Book, guys, and I'm a wee bit late to the party. I mean, I'm a couple of days late, alright, but you know what? The Euros are on. It's time to party, everybody, but it's time to also get into this episode. We've had some form of a time skip, and it's like, we're introduced a wee bit more to Don Carter and his team here at the beginning. They're kind of not buying Tariq St. Patrick's story, and no wonder they're not buying Tariq St. Patrick's story. It's like, oh aye, there was a school shooter and he took down the big man. What's his face? Fuck, I can't even remember what his face is. Aye, Angel Junior, that's the guy's name. Junior got took down, right? Which I think's just got to beg the question of, like, we've seen in the previous episode that Tariq basically threatened this guy's life on camera in front of Norma. And it's like, surely she could just use that as leverage to get him and Braden picked up. Anyway, ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, at least Don Carter's seeing through this. I'm liking that. I'm liking those facts. We then cut to Davis, and Davis is pretty much, you know, he's on the ropes because of his whole hearing about his able to practice law. He sleeps with his client, even though it's kind of know his client. And then it turns out his law license has been suspended, but he can appeal it. So he's not exactly loving life, and then that's when Don Carter comes in, and he basically tries to leverage the law license in order to get Davis back on side. I mean, what I would say at this point of the episode, it's like, why wouldn't Davis give up Tyreek and Bryden? Like, no, if we're actually being perfectly... I mean, it doesn't need to give him up, like, he just doesn't need to back him up, but he's clearly he's clearly backing him up, which I just don't really get. To be honest, Tyreek though and Bryden have got no money, they're doing all these diddy jobs. Especially Tyreek, he's got 3 jobs in one. Diana's still doing her diddy job, but she's got a pregnancy test. Oh, who's going to be pregnant? Then you just see them all in school. Like Effie, Diana, Tyreek, all in the same class. And it's like after they'll try to kill each other, then we see Effie go to Tyreek and saying, oh, are we all good? I should have texted you about Kate. Are we all good? You fucking gave Tyreek up in the season 3 finale. No wonder he says, no, we're not good. No, what does that stupid bitch think she's going to get for that one? I actually find that fucking laughable, that scene. Fucking hate Effie as a character. She then meets with the Russians in order to get them in with Norma, but then Monet finally decides to get up. She took a pill. Get a couple of flashbacks this episode with her, like in her early days with Lorenzo, and apparently there's a lot of talk that Kaden could actually be Kane's father, which would be interesting to say the least. You know, you can't really deny that. It would absolutely be interesting. Monet, after getting back for that wild night out, kind of referring to the fact that maybe Kane's the one that shot her, which I think is a ridiculous thing to think. Obviously we knew it was Drew and Diana that put that shit in motion. So again, don't really understand where Monet's clocked that one from, because Kane said, like, you're not fit to lead, Mum, the streets are different. No, you get half a point there, Kane. Half a point, absolutely. Then you've also got Tyreek, obviously Carter confronted him, basically says, I know who you are, you're your father's son, yada yada yada, and your mother's one step away from you being removed from Witsec, so that forces Tyreek to go see Tasha. Will that play into Don Carter's hands? We will have to wait and see. But again, the scene with Effie going to the Russians, it's like, here you have this black girl from the hood going into a Russian bar. It just looked so out of fucking place, it really did. You know, like, come on. It wasn't exactly woke, but it's like, I'm surprised when she went in. It's just like, I'm not threatening the guy's door, but kind of like, yeah, I'm a good hacker and I can do anything you want as long as you meet with Norman. And that's always where the whole Monet thing happens. Then we see Kane, he's moving stuff as well. But what's going to happen with Kane is the real question. Is he going to find out? Could his real father be Kanan? Could Monet and Lorenzo, those two new, like their versions of themselves in the flashback, could they end up appearing in Raising Kanan? I mean, possibly, but I think they're a bit younger than Kanan to appear. But we'll have to wait and see with the timeline, to be fair.
Tariq then proceeds to beating up the guy who pretty much put his hands on Tasha. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't, but some people just are very touchy-feely with his hands. But you know what? A boy protecting his mother breaks his fingers. Then on the way back, his car breaks down. He phones Bride, and these two pretty much agree that they're going to start selling drugs again. But there's going to be one more step along the way. What will that be? Only time will tell, I guess, very soon. Bada boom, bada bing. Real guys in the room. What they're going to do? We'll get to that a wee bit later on. Kane and Effie then come to an agreement to essentially sell the Russians the guns and the product. Kane is then confronted by Noma about this. She's about to kill him. And then literally, like, out of nowhere, he basically predicts what she's going to say next, and then that gets her to stop killing him. Sends Obi out of there, and then she has a drink with Cade, and it's like, oh, we're all one big happy family. Anyway, I just don't really understand, like, there's just a lot of plot armor floating about at the end of the day, isn't there? So pretty much what happens next is that Tyreek's master plan is to get his baby back, and you're like, what's his baby? It turns out his baby is his car. I believe this is a Porsche. Looks like a wee Porsche, cheeky wee Porsche 911, or some version of that or whatever. So him and Braden, they head down, they follow Two-Bit. Two-Bit then goes into a vegan Korean restaurant, and it's like, well, maybe the guy just wants to save the fucking planet. It's like, really? This just doesn't seem like Two-Bit whatsoever. Almost seems like it's a bit woke just to force his character into this, but I really hope this ain't the last we see of Two-Bit. So essentially Tyreek's got the spare key, jumps in it, and steals it. What's he going to do with this? Is he going to sell the car and get money that way? I think that must be what he's going to do, and then obviously he's going to try and attempt to buy product with it, because I don't really understand
why would keep the car? You may as well just have a shit car, make money off the good car till you've got enough money to buy a good car again. So I think that's going to be the game plan here from Tyreek and Co. But it was a pretty funny scene. 2-Bit runs out. It's like, yo, you're stealing my fucking car, man. But again, it's like, is that the end game there? Are we not going to see 2-Bit again in this series? I'd be disappointed if they killed 2-Bit off. I do like the fact that you've got all these characters floating about with all these like different scenarios and all that good stuff. But here is what it is, and 2-Bit gets his car absolutely stolen. We then, of course, have Obi. He's walking out in the street. Noma told him to basically piss off, and then essentially she's like, all right, Kane, me and you are going to drink some scotch, but outside, Detective Don Carter confronts Obi and arrests him for some questioning. Is he going to give up Tyreek? We'll probably find out in the next episode. Speaking of Tyreek, he goes to talk with Monet. She's like, well, I know you're not the one that shot me. That's what my kids are saying. And then it's all about Kate Egan. Who told Kate Egan? But obviously, we know it was Diana that said to Kate Egan about it, but she was portraying herself as Monet. So that's the confusing part for pretty much every character in here. So essentially what they've came down on here is who's going to kill the person that told Kate Egan. And obviously that's Diana. But could this bring Tommy back into play? I think if this does bring Tommy back into play, they need to correctly overlap these two series between Ghost and Force, because Tommy's made a few appearances now in Power Book 2, but in Power Book 4 there's been no reference of when he's left or whatever. And I think, when you've got these timelines, I think you need to work on that and make a bit more sense. Anyway, that's just my opinion. But I mean, this episode was alright, but I still think it's been I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I mean, there was a lot happening, but not an awful lot of substance, if you catch my drift. So aye, peace. Fog Entertainment back again with another Power Book 2 Season 4 review. We're here with episode 3. And what an episode this was. Well, maybe not what an episode. I thought the ending was good, but I mean, I thought the episode itself definitely wasn't the most interesting. But we do kick off with Braden and Tyreek basically just selling both their cars and making some money that way. Not too sure how much money they got, but they're going to try and use that money to fill in a gap, fill in a slot for this guy that Davis knows. We see Tyreek meet with Davis, and it looks like they're going to try and get back in the game, but there's no free slots in that. But he did notice some drugs being placed down on a table, which he takes. What will Tyreek do with them? We'll have to wait and see. We then cut to Monet and Tyreek. They meet with Pinky. I have no idea what this person is, but anyway, Pinky is providing some good information, damn it, and that good information is the fact that Kate Egan has fled New York. Now, obviously, Monet and Tyreek don't exactly know what's going on with Kate Egan, just that she's fled. They don't know where she's going. Obviously, Kate Egan, more likely than not, is away to Chicago. So we'll see where that goes. I mean, I did make a video on it, and someone did comment, but I mean, I hadn't seen the episode. I mean, I made that video a couple of days ago, so that's why it goes that way. That's why I made the comparison video saying here, are they gonna kill her here? Are we gonna see Tommy come in for Chicago? I'm comparing New York, baby. I'm comparing Chicago. Let's get the two shows instead of comparing them, talking about them separately. Let's get them into one. But we didn't exactly get that. But yeah, revealed that Kate Egan has fled. She has left. She is away to New York. We then have a bunch of scenes where Obi, Don Carter's questioning him. And these scenes didn't really do anything for me. It's like, he's like, well, how? So you don't know if Tariq St. Patrick? And he's like, well, what about these photos then? And it turns out Don Carter didn't have any photos. It was just blank A4 sheets that he put down. But Obi didn't bother checking them. He's like, fuck, I need to make a phone call. Makes a phone call. Turns out Drew is at Obi's brother's house. So Drew picks him up for the precinct after he gets let go. Obi tells him not to tell Noma anything because, Don Carter doesn't know about Noma. Noma doesn't know about Don Carter. It's better it stays that way. But then when Obi gets took over to the headquarters with Noma. Drew says to him, "Oh, what about the green cards?" But sure, it wasn't me that did it. It wasn't me that got you your green cards. It wasn't Kane that got you your green cards. So who was it that got you the green cards? To which Obi's like, "You little bastard." And then yeah, it's like it was Tyreek. It's like he was a slippery motherfucker. Obi then points out the fact that Tyreek's actually been pretty useful for the organisation and that killing him makes no sense. And she's like, "Well, you know what, actually, Obi, that is probably the first bit of sense that you've spoke today. But guess what? I'm not going to kill Tyreek. I'm actually going to kill you," and just stabs this like knife right through his throat. I thought it was quite brutal. Didn't exactly expect Obi to go out like this, but goddamn, Obi's dead. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it's a major character death. Like, I mean, it's a decent sized character death, but see, Obi and Noma, I think Power Book has went a wee bit downhill with the introduction of these two characters. They do nothing for me. I just think like an all-out war between the Tejadas going against Braden and Tyreek would have been the best case for this season. But now the way it's went, obviously, is like you've got it split where you've got Noma and Kane and Monet. It looks like they're going to team up against Drew and Diana. Against Tyreek and Braden, maybe Drew and Diana are actually going to team up with Braden and Tyreek. But then it begs the question, like, where does Tasha come into all this? Like, is Monet going to let that slide that Tasha's the one that near killed her? Who knows? Is that all going to come out? I don't know. Damn it. But obviously, Tyreek confronts Effie about these drugs, and then she foolishly just goes to Noma and Kane and then gets the guy, Roman, removed. So Roman gets picked up by the police. His stuff gets torched by Kane and co. This guy's essentially been wiped out. Obviously, Tyreek freeing up that slot for himself. Him and Braden can get the supplies from the guy that Davis is pally pie with, and Davis and Tyreek talking. They've all got their reasons for being in the drug game. That is for sure. We just had a pointless scene, right? With I was about to say Tyreek. You know, it's not even Tyreek, right? But it's Braden and his sister Becky, and it's like she's talking about how our name's not in the building anymore, and now I have to leave this classroom. Really? Does that actually warrant fucking time here? You know, does that actually warrant time for this episode? I thought this was mental that this was even getting in this episode, man. That she has to get downgraded to like a lower class room. Oh, boo fucking who. Also, another thing. Why is Kane sleeping with Noma? See, picking Noma over Effie, that has to be one of the most ridiculous decisions that I've ever seen. But it was funny though, because like Effie confronted Kane about it. Is like, yeah, you know what? I don't know where the product came from at Stansfield, but you're fucking Noma. And at that point he hadn't. He'd done nothing. But then he goes over to Noma's and fucks her, and I'm like, absolute mess. We then see Braden and Tyreek discussing like, oh, where are we going to sell these drugs? And essentially it's like, we'll date here. We'll date here at Stansfield. More Braden's idea than Tyreek's, but boom. And then the episode ends with Tyreek, Tara, sitting down. Tyreek then gets a message from Pinky saying, oh, here's the ring footage from Kate Egan's house. Tyreek's like, don't you fucking dare send that to Monet. And then it cuts to the table. Monet reads the phone. She can't believe that her daughter Diana was dressed like Kate herself, obviously to make Kate Egan think it was Monet. Went ahead and did it, which obviously forced Tasha's hand. Monet then gives the phone over to Kane. Kane, pissed about it. Monet and Diana are going about to get in a scrap here, but then Janet and Drew are the difference makers. But then Drew and Diana just like bolt out the door and leave. And it's like, Drew, you fucking know about this too. Kane's kind of just sitting there trying to like comprehend what's went down. So he like barges out the door, running down a dream, down, running on Listerine. That's exactly what he's doing. And then it's just like, damn, what is he doing here? He whips out his gun. Damn, is he going to shoot at his two siblings? No, he refrains himself, but judging by next week's promo, I'm not really too sure why he refrained himself, but Is what it is at the end of the day. And that's your end of your episode with Monet had letting out a quite a cringy scream. I thought the episode was pretty bog standard. I thought it was quite a poor episode, but it was saved by the cliff. Well, back to Fog Entertainment. We're here with Power Book 2, Season 4, Episode 4. And things kicked off with a bang in this episode. Anyway, we had Drew and Diana on the run. We had Tyreek searching for Diana in our dorm room. In come Kane and Monet. And they pretty much come to the agreement that Drew and Diana have got to go. Those two, though, they've checked into a motel. Oh yeah, they've checked into a motel, but they've used Monet's card. I mean, seriously, you want to talk about amateur? She confronts them. Drew basically gives her a taste of her own medicine, but I didn't like the way this was all done. It was very like jump cutty, like yeah, it was all over the place for me. It didn't feel like a natural like, oh, we've left now, we're in a motel and the search is on. I don't know, it just felt like there was like random cuts all over the place. I don't know, is it just me that thought that? Leave it down below. But yeah, Diana then tackles Monet, drops her gun, obviously a bit slower from surviving the gun attack, so to speak. And then Kane runs up, he starts firing at Drew and Diana as they're in the car, fleeing the scene. As for Tyreek, well, he's still on the hunt. He's speaking to Effie. I mean, what's he going to do when he catches Diana? I'm pregnant, and it's yours, Tyreek. Good night. Alright. Then we see Tate's brother, can't remember what his actual name is. We'll just call him Officer Tate. He goes to meet Don Carter and he's like, oh, I need to meet with this cat. You know, he's the new player in town. Then Don Carter tells him a story about how he used to have a homeboy. His mum loved him, but then one day he got up and reached for a can of soda without asking for one. And essentially what he's saying here is, here, you're a part of this team, I'm the daddy. You do not fucking do nothing without my permission. So know your role, know your place. That's pretty much it for him, isn't it?
Don Carter then pays a visit to Monet, pretty much saying that here, Tyreek was spotted. Someone matching the appearance, the character of Tyreek St. Patrick was spotted at your shooting. So obviously he's trying to twist the knife in there, so that makes Monet think, maybe Tyreek's gotta go. Alright, then we cut back to the canvas where Officer Tate confronts Tyreek and basically lets him know about this, and Tyreek's like, shit. So they're going to be after me, but Tariq's on his mission. He's had someone tailing Diana, who was separated from Drew, and Salim was looking after her, but he gives her the keys to go up to Greenwich, Connecticut, and essentially not fend for herself, give her a safe house, because his family's out of town for a bit. What I didn't like about this episode, though, it was the constant back and forth between Kane and Drew. I don't know, man, it just felt like really cringy, to be honest, like how they kept getting in these situations where they're shooting each other, or like shooting at each other, confronting each other with guns. It's like just fucking, I don't know. It seems I noticed it quite a lot in Par, to be honest, where characters just get into a lot of situations where they could just shoot at each other, and for whatever reason, they don't. I mean, obviously they're brothers, I get it, they're going to be a wee bit more hesitant to shoot each other than others, but I felt like they kept repeating it. I mean, at least when Tommy, I know Kane did shoot him at the start of the episode, but at least when Tommy and Ghost were trying to kill each other for periods, man, they were fucking dropping people close to each other, they were shooting at each other, I mean, actually, like, point fist fights, etc. I don't know, man, the way this went about was just an absolute shit show. But yeah, I mean, you've also got Braden, who felt like a bit part player this episode. He's beginning to move the drugs into the clubs. You know, like, see when Salim, by the way, was talking with Diana, he's like, you're a beautiful black woman. You are a black woman. Why can't he just call her a woman? Like, why is everything got to be fucking racist in this TV show, man? Honestly, it's like everything's to do with race, and it's like there's only one white character in it, which I thought was funny. And then it's like, right, I haven't been too impressed with this episode, but then out of nowhere, and I say out of nowhere, I use that term loosely, they whip out this like gala ball that Noma
and Kane go to. Now I get it. Some people have commented on the channel, and this makes sense that like Kane's just using her to get to the top. Here, totally get that. I do totally get that. I totally respect that. But why, like, when she was speaking to Davis in this episode, Davis was like biting his lips, man. He was like, fuck, licking his lips. I said, like, Noma's this 10 out of 10. She is like the most bog standard 5 out of 10 I've ever seen, man. Honestly. Like, I'm not even exact. She's just got the short hair. You know, some women suit short hair. She doesn't. And her looks are like the most average you can get. But like, you've got like half the cast fawning over her. She's like, oh, mommy issues, Kane. Fucking reel it in. But I do not understand this gimmick. And her daughter as well. Her daughter looks like a man. But I get why Tyreek's talking to her at the end of the episode. It's more probably to get leverage on her. But anyway, we'll react to the promo shortly. But yeah, let's just talk about this episode. You know, Monet finds out Diana's pregnant from her sister. She's like, you've been focusing that little on your daughter, or you haven't realised she's pregnant, sort of talking. And she's like, oh no, I needed to realise, sort of thing. And then what happens, we get a couple of flashbacks with her back to her childhood, or no, back to Drew's childhood, where Drew saved her life. And then she's like, you know what, actually, I'm going to call a truce. Phones came, well, he's got Drew at gunpoint. Don't kill him. I need to know where your sister is. Drew gives up the location. But Tyreek busts in after killing Salim. Again, I mean, so Tyreek kills Salim. Salim's like, oh, I won't give the location up, Diana. Gives it up real. No, it's incredible. He could have just gave up a fake location here. You know what I mean? How would Tyreek have known? Like, yeah, Salim runs the risk of him coming back, but Jesus Christ. I thought he cared about Diana. Like, look how quickly he gives it up, and then Tyreek's like, yeah, you're just a little bitch. And then they get into a fight. And then Salim gets shot, and Salim gets killed. And it's at this point, it's like, well, to be honest, can you blame Salim for fighting back here? He just gave up his ex-girlfriend's location that he clearly cares about. And this guy calls him a bitch for doing it. Well, no wonder. He's a bitch. Not even like Salim was like, you know what? I bet you give me some fucking money. Even though I know he would have got battered, but he just gets shot, and then, I mean, I guess we didn't see a dead body. I'm going to assume he's dead. But yeah, the way Tyreek left him was very weird. Like, he shot him in the chest, and then I mean, he's a bit of a nothing character who got shot in a pretty vital area of the human body. I'm going to assume that he's dead. But then he busts in, he confronts Diana. She's like, you can't do this. Then, this is when Monet walks in. She's like, you can't do it, Tariq. He's like, yeah, why the fuck not? And she's like, because she's pregnant. Tariq's like, well, why the fuck would I care? And then Diana turns round to Tyreek and says, because it's yours. Dum, dum, dum. How many times, right, in this show, not that there's been, pregnancies galore, right? But how many times in this show have the Tejadas been pointing guns at each other with Tyreek, and they've no pulled the trick? I feel like this is so overdone, man. I mean, we're just at the start of the 4th season here, and I feel like we've been doing this like every couple of episodes. Tyreek's getting guns pointed at him by Drew, Kane, Diana, Monet, and no one ever gets shot. And it's like, we've got 6 episodes to go here, folks, and we're not going to kill somebody off bigger than Salim. The way this is going, though, I honestly feel like every member of the Tahara family is going to make it out. I mean, I think if one of them was going to die, this was the episode. I get why Diana's not dying, and Monet is the leader, so to speak. Why couldn't Kane or Drew have died? Here, there's still room for it to happen. And the way this episode was going, I thought Drew was a goner. He's packed his bags, he's left the penthouse, but I don't know, man. That's pretty much the way the episode ends, with then Tyreek goes to talk up to Noma's daughter, and I thought it was a very bog standard episode. It felt very like Par, where I think there was a lot of Par episodes where there was a lot going on, but not much substance, and I feel like they were just running about, shooting at each other, doing these Rambo missions that never really led anywhere. So for that reason, man, I'm going to give it a 5. Come on, Par Book 2. Go out in a bang. I feel like it's ending very bang average, and I feel like every main character has got like invincibility and plot armor, and it lowers your disbelief and all that stuff. So anyway, 5 out of 10. They say it's a big rich town. Mid-season finale time here for Power Book 2, Season 4, Episode 5. Did it deliver? Did it disappoint? Well, if you checked out my reaction earlier on today on the channel about the last 10 minutes of the episode, you would know it disappointed me, but we're going here to review the full episode and talk about it. This one's called Ego Death. And has this show ran its course? Because for me, this did not do it this episode, right? It really did not do it. Because, you begin the episode, right? It's like a sex scene between Anya and Tariq. Brilliant. Is that Tariq getting another girl pregnant? Who really cares? But it looks like these two can have a relationship. We then find out Braden's new girlfriend is an addict. But you can't tell me to do with my own body, Braden. It helps me calm down. Yeah, that's right. You didn't grow up around any black people. Oh yeah, because see this fucking disease that you had, or claim to have. Only black people can get it. Now maybe I'll be proven wrong by that, but it just feels fucking woke, man. It does. Oh, you can't tell me to do with my body. Fucking know your role, alright? You bunch of absolute jabronis. Alright, know your roles, damn it. Then Monet basically calls like a family meeting sort of thing, but I'm just sick of the Tejadas getting together. Drew kind of wants to go and do art, right? Then quite quickly realises this episode that, maybe art's not the way to go. Diana and Tyreek talk about the baby, what we're going to do. She's like, oh, well, you know what, no matter what, if I keep it, you have to be at the game or else you're not seeing it. I don't want to make the same mistakes Monet did with us. With my dad, etc., all that sob story shite. So, yeah, alright, brilliant. Let's keep the baby. Then we get Don Carter talking with the rest of his crew, and I was sitting there thinking this episode, Don Carter has done nothing. Like, he's actually done nothing, man. Done nothing. Now, just to quickly he done nothing till the end, but to sidetrack, I mean, I've went on Reddit here. Ain't gonna lie, that episode was kind of mid for a mid-season finale. Kinda. That shit was disappointing as hell. When Tariq said he needed to be the apex predator, I thought the episode was about to start cooking. That tricked me. Miss Smallman says, oh my god, Noma is so lame. When she rolled up at the club, there was no fear factor. That wouldn't happen with Raquel or even Monet. Yeah, she's got no aura whatsoever. It's just fucking forced in your throat. Doesn't work. Braden then tells what's the guy's name? Sion about Noma. Sion then shows up at the meeting point between Noma and like the congressman guy who can get like green cards and all that shite. All the deals done. Basically tells her in code like, this is my territory, stay out of it sort of thing. We also see Noma and Kane about to kill Tariq, but then Tariq runs into Anya and he's like, oh, this is your mom, this is a bit agey for you. And then Noma's like, I don't need to kill Tariq anymore for whatever reason, Anya. Let's get you out of here. I mean, how many times is Tariq going to survive instances like this, man? It is getting a wee bit borderline ridiculous. He then has a run-in with Braden, but I've already touched upon that in the sneak peek. He's like, oh, you can't deal with shit the way I deal with shit. He then goes back to his room. Tyreek, Braden then finds out from his new girlfriend that she actually just spiked Tyreek's water with acid. So when he goes in, Tyreek's like imagining all this shit. And he's like imagining when he killed Ghost, if Ghost is dead. I really thought maybe they're going to do something good here and Ghost is going to somehow appear at the woodwork. That did not happen, everybody. So yeah, you cannot get your hopes up for that. But we do get like kind of flashbacks to that episode. And I thought this like sequence was alright. See, considering, right, that this is literally a guy taking acid and like remembering things he's done in the past. Like, I thought it was a simple enough way to get these hallucinations to like make sense, but at the same time it felt like such a disconnect from like the rest of the episode for me. It just came across as really weird. Then when he finally wakes up after like shooting himself, even though like he's seen his son as him, is Diana's son going to be his? Who knows? But what about Salim? Oh yeah, Salim's dead, folks. Salim is lying dead somewhere. Diana then decides to keep the baby. Oh yeah. Drew then tells Monet, I'll get back in the business on one condition. We need soldiers. So essentially what Drew sets up here is we get soldiers, we're going to steal a shipment, and they're going to get back on top. Drew, completely having a change of heart here, does not want no longer out the business. And then they attack this shipment. But what happens when they attack this shipment? I'll tell you what happens when the NYPD pull up a nowhere, right? The NYPD pull up out of fucking nowhere. It's Don Carter and co. They have Monet, Drew, and this other guy at gunpoint, alright? And then, instead of arresting them, they let them go free, apart from the no-name guy who gets killed because you killed an innocent. Oh yeah, how many fucking innocents has Monet killed over the years? Has Drew killed in this show? The logic here fucking baffles me, right? I get it, maybe Don Carter wants to get Tyreek more because he promised Paz he would get the guy that killed and killed Junior. He's a cop. I get that. But he had Monet here in the palm of his hand to rights, looking at serious jail time. I don't know why he was hyping it, like marking it. Oh, she'll be out soon. How the fuck's she going to be out soon? Not a chance would she get out soon. Not a frickin' chance would she get out. Do not understand this. He lets them go, but he kills the guy who killed the guy on the subway platform. Brilliant, fantastic. We then see Davis sleep with Noma. Brilliant. That's brilliant. And then the episode ends. The episode literally just fucking ends, right? With Tyreek and Diana discussing things, and then she kind of just leaves Tyreek to think. Yeah, I just no big deaths, no big revelations. I mean, no cliffhanger, no reason. No reason. There's honestly, the show comes back in September, right? But what is the reasons to check it out? There's Carter's got his dirty task force, and you just know that's going to end with him getting caught out and getting killed by Monet, Tariq, and the rest of the job squad. Honestly, I thought this episode was fucking trash. It was slow, and you're like, right, this is building towards something big's going to happen, and nothing happened. Are we fucking allergic to kill off these characters? And it's a mid-season finale. They proper hyped this up due to the fact that there's a bit of a break in between the episodes. Do not understand it, guys. I thought this fell flat on its face. Leave your thoughts down below. There'll be more videos to do with this episode and the weight, I guess, to the final 5 episodes. But until next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. The Devil's Playground is a ride that not everyone survives. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. It's Power Book 2, Season 4, Episode 6. The final 5 episodes begin here. 7th of September. Put that one in your diaries. I mean, I guess if you're American, you got this one a wee bit early, but we're here to talk about it. And you know what? I think it's the best episode of Power Book 2 in a long while. Definitely the best episode of Season 4 so far. Just a lot happened. There was a lot of deaths, there was a lot of drama, there was a lot of cliffhangers, there was a lot of open-ended questions, etc., etc. And let's begin at the start of this episode. You've essentially just got Tyreek and Braden acting as if it's weird. There's not even a time skip. It's literally the next day since episode 5 ended. We see Drew taking pictures of Detective Don Carter. He's also been tasked by Monet to do this. Her and Diana are away baby clothes shopping. But then Carter comes down, threatens Drew. He's obviously had enough. He's like, no one's getting any leverage over me, big man. No. So what he does is that he comes down to Drew and essentially, right, bang, I'm going to follow Drew home. Follows Drew home. And this is when his corrupt NYPD task force break in to the Tahara household. Throw their weight around a bit. They steal a couple of the baby clothes. They smash one of the snow globes. Detective Don Carter receives a text that one of the casualties from last night isn't actually dead and he's in the infirmary. Right. Is this not where this is so retarded? When episode 5 ended, you would have thought, right, the guys that they shot and presumably killed are incapacitated / immobilized for the next couple of episodes. the guy that they shot and we thought killed was sitting here roaming about prison like nothing happened. Like the don't understand. Like, oh, he's in the infirmary. Well, he looked better than being in the infirmary, man. I'll tell you that much. So Drew, he's essentially tasked here by going into jail to kill the snitch, and if he doesn't do it within 24 hours, Diana and Monet are going to die. Okay, that's a pretty big way to kick off the episode. We then cut to Kane and Noma. They're doing a meet with a congressman. Out of nowhere, Sion does a drive-by. Just Sion drive-by, laying waste into him, doesn't kill Noma or Kane, kills the congressman. Is that any surprise? Of course it's not. They managed to get their money back though. Sion, though, receives a phone call from Detective Don Carter. It turns out this entire time, Sion was in bed with the NYPD, well, the corrupt task force version of the NYPD. Again, it doesn't make much sense because as Detective Don Carter points out here, why are you attacking innocents? Obviously, Sion was trying to kill Noma and Kane, but it's just, oh my god, Sion's crew got caught on CCTV stealing the car that assisted in the drive-by, so he's pretty much banged to rights. Carter's like, you know what, I'm going to send you this address, it's a safe house, you need to lay low there. But as soon as they get off the phone, Carter tells one of his crew, the woman, to go and wipe him out, but she can't do that because she's got a disciplinary hearing in an hour. So she tasks Diana, who's of course pregnant at this stage, to go kill Sion. So this makes her go to Tyreek and say, you're going to have to kill Sion for me because obviously I don't want to risk the baby, which is fair. I mean, how could Diana even get the upper hand on Sion, right? Just not going to happen. And then this is when Effie strolls in, and I just don't like Effie. Just basically runs these two down. Like, Effie walk around like shit doesn't stink. She's a snitch. She's a rat. She's like, oh, Tyreek, I was just looking out for you. I dead on. Absolutely dead on. And I think Tyreek should kill Effie, and I'll put it up for a poll. Absolutely. But then she goes to meet with the Russian because she's been tasked with Kane and Noma to go set that pipeline in motion. And then what happens? The NYPD raid the Russians because Monet's gave them up as the drug source that they stole from in the last episode, but obviously we know it was Noma, but she's not admitting to it was Noma. NYPD get the upper hand here. They wipe out most of the Russians except the leader, but then one of the corrupt task force members kills the Russian, but Detective Tate sees this, and that'll come back to bite him in the arse in the shape of a 9mm slug. Later on in the episode, Tariq and Braden then get the location of Sion's safe house. They go to his house, the safe house. It's a struggle. They manage to get the upper hand. Shards of glass, stab, good night, Sion. And he's like, so Detective Don Carter's got you on a small leash, sort of talking. Tariq's like, I ain't nobody's bitch. Kills Sion. It's a shame, not in terms of the death, but pretty much everything that happened in this episode, everyone has either predicted or, you know, I've made like a video pretty much talking about it. Like, everything so far, it was so predictable. Effie, though, she says she wants out this life, and Kane's like, maybe we'll get out that life. So we'll have to wait and see. Diana then phones Tyreek. Looks like they're going to have a wee meet, a wee store, discuss, I don't know, baby names and all that good stuff. But then what happens? The detective, the woman detective who tasked Diana with killing Sion, spots that Tyreek and Braden were the ones that actually killed Sion because she's got the CCTV footage from the safe house. So she confronts Diana, beats her here to a bloody pulp, sort of booting her in the stomach. And it's like, have we just seen the miscarriage of Diana here? We're not talking about, you know, one kick that would still leave the question open. I mean, we are talking like she was absolutely booting the shit clean out of Diana here. Not good. Not good at all. Tyreek, he's making his way over there. We then cut to Detective Carter, who's meeting with Detective Tate. And as soon as, you knew as soon as Tate seen the corrupt officer, man, it was going to be all over. You knew it was going to be all over for Detective Tate. Basically says to Carter, your task force has been compromised. And Carter's like, how about you join us? The money, we can kill the bad guys and dictate who runs what. Tate's like, I need to think about it. Carter's like, there's nothing to think about, and shoots him. So Detective Tate has been killed. I think this is going to bring the return of Rashad Tate back, which I'm absolutely going to welcome at the end of the day. But yeah, just sad to see this character. He was a good cop, to be fair. And then Tariq, the episode ends with him finding Diana's. Would somebody fucking help me? Somebody fucking help me. Diana's going to miscarriage. Am I going to lose the baby that I didn't really want? Probably. So maybe Tariq's actually quite happy about this. But yeah, they were trying to lead into that maybe Diana's dead. She won't die, but I've got a sneaky feeling that the baby's definitely going to be miscarriaged here. I mean, she's literally been battered to a pulp in the stomach region. I'm not a psychic, but I'm not a doctor either, but my money would be on a miscarriage there. But that is it for Power Book 2 Season 4. A lot happened. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. I think the structure of the episode wasn't done very well, though. I think they tried to cram as much in as they could to this episode. They've done that, but, the writing was just a wee bit off. If it was structured better, it definitely could have went up to like an 8 at least. But yeah, a lot happened. There's a lot to talk about. We'll be talking about it in the coming days. Till then, though, peace.
Tariq claims he can't fix it, but guess what, guys? It's time to get your fix of Power Book 2, Season 4, Episode 7, titled I Can't Fix This. And there's a lot going on in this episode. As you would expect, there's 4 episodes to go. After this review, there's only 3 to go. And I haven't watched the promo yet for next week, but let's get straight in. Tragedy strikes straight away. We've put up polls, we've reacted to a lot of these theories in anticipation of this episode. And they didn't waste any time because Diana, it was confirmed that she had miscarriaged. And I think this is the correct thing to do here, right? Because I feel like in Power, especially in this spin-off, they've almost been afraid to kill off big characters, and I don't think this beatdown is really going to kill Diana. But here, it's resulted in a miscarriage. It's a pretty big event affecting a major character in the TV show. So again, I agree with this. Tariq, though, he's fighting for revenge. Diana doesn't really doesn't care about revenge, but Tariq, he wants revenge. Big man, he's like, I'm going to kill that dirty cop. Monet turns up, basically says, Tariq, this is a Tejada problem. You're not dealing with it. We're dealing with it. And he's like, with all due respect, I don't work for you no more. They killed my son. They killed my baby. So I'm the one that's going to go. I mean, yeah, and Tariq's definitely within his rights here. It's like, look at my times that he's butted heads with the Tejadas. This just seemed like a bit of forced dialogue, like when like, here, you're not going. This is my kill sort of thing. It's like, no, if Tariq wants to kill the woman that done it, I think he should be more than welcome to go and do it. But speaking of killing, we then head to the morgue. Rashad Tate is identifying his brother. I thought this was actually a pretty sad scene. Obviously, his brother, last time out, caught a bullet via congressman. No, well, he is the congressman via dirty cap, dirty detective Don Carter. He's like, I love you, brother. Kisses him on the forehead. Then walks in. He's like, we got to make the motherfuckers who did this pay. Anything. He's like, you get any information, I'm your first call. You call me, or else I'll leak all this shit to the fucking media. Don Carter here looking remorseful. I think he does feel pretty sad about killing this guy, but here, when you're a dirty cop and someone's about to unravel everything you've worked so hard to build up and all that money you've made, I think at the end of the day, big man, you've just got to make the sacrifice, and that is exactly what has happened to the big man. But Monet then meets with Carter not long after this and basically says, right, you have to hand over Felicia. She did this to Diana and I want her. And Carter's like, you know what, you work for me. And yeah, that was a pretty heinous thing that Felicia did, but guess what? That is not happening. I'm not handing over one of my own. The next time you ask something like this, I'll have your boy, Drew, killed. We then cut the inside of jail. You've got Drew. He's beefing with that Roman guy, but he's the other witness, essentially, the other potential snitch that he has to get rid of. Will he get rid of him? I guess we'll find out later on in the episode, won't we? Tariq, he's phoning Davis throughout the episode. Oh, get me the locations on these NYPD corrupt officers. I need to go kill them. But
He then pays a visit to Tasha. We see him, start speaking with his other sister here, the last remaining sister of the St. Patrick family, because of course Rain is dead. What's her name? I can't even remember what her name is. I just think the acting here from the kid, I say the kid, man, she's probably about 15 now, 16, which I guess is still a kid, but not exactly like an 8-year-old. It's just so forced. It feels like she couldn't wait to get these lines out. It was just, I don't know, I felt like the acting was just off in this scene. Then you've got the scene between Tasha and Tyreek where she's like, you know what, me and your father have fucked up a load of times. Don't you do it. Don't be killing a cop. Look at that. Look what's happened in the past. And then when we see him talking to Diana, he's talking about the fact, well, I killed a cop to avenge my sister's death, Ray Ray. See Tyreek killing Ray Ray. I remember that, man. He was in the apartment with him. You've got like Tommy, Ghost, and Tasha all turning up. Season 4, episode, was it episode 9 or something of Par. That feels like donkeys ago. I mean, I only watched it. It was probably about this time last year. Around about this time last year, I've been on that episode. But in terms of the timeline, and it's like I've watched so much seasons and episodes of Par. It's just like they've all stacked up. It's mental. We then cut back to jail. Drew, one of the guards, lets his cell open. He goes in and kills Roman. I mean, is this guy killing Roman really going to do anything for me? He then gets released. And at this time, Detective Don Carter tells him pretty much, here, you work for me, Drew, and I need to know if your family's plotting anything against Felicia. Earlier in the episode, we did see Don Carter tell Felicia, like, are you back on the gear? That wasn't right what you did, sort of talk. So yeah, I mean, Carter, things are kind of spiraling out of control. I'll be intrigued to see how this whole angle's going to go down. The rest of the stuff happening in this episode was just filler. Kane meeting with Effie, and then those two and Braden do like a home invasion to hack into the laptop to find out the files from the task force. Though they've discovered that the task force is corrupt. But it's like, Jesus Christ, just have a conversation with the rest of your family and you would quickly find out that the task force is corrupt. So, I mean, there's nothing groundbreaking in there. Kane then asks Noma to marry him because that means she can get citizenship and they can share the money. This is baffling to me. I mean, I get why he's doing it from a position of power and he can make money, but choosing Noma over Effie, that has to be one of the most ridiculous decisions I've ever seen in my life. Carter and his buddy, though, well, I'll say Carter and his buddy. Carter frames the Russians for the murder of Detective Tate, and then Rashad Tate spits on the guy who he sees at the morgue, and he's like, you know what, if you ever need any favours, Don Carter, I owe you one. Is it going to come out? It just seemed, was this just an excuse to get Rashad Tate back in this episode? In this show? I don't know, but that can't be Rashad Tate done. There has to be another spin of the wheel for him, so to speak. Diana, though, she's doing her own thing. She heads to Felicia, confronts her at gunpoint. I'm thinking, right, just pull the trigger. But I feel like Par's got... How many times do we see this in media, though, in entertainment, where the person's got them at gunpoint, their sole objective is to simply go there and kill them, and then the other person, like, manages to get the gun off them. There's a bit of a scuffle. Diana nearly dies here, but manages to knock Felicia to the ground. She then lifts a frying pan and crushes Felicia's skull. Good night, Felicia's dead. Then phones Tyreek in a panic. He comes over. Right, we have to clean this up. But as they're in the middle of cleaning up, Felicia, unbeknown to them, has actually got a child. And then they're like, oh, it's alright, we're also detectives and your mum's away working. So yeah, they have to read him a bedtime story just to keep things under wrap here. Monet then turns up, she's like, I'll take care of this, and they're like, but there's a kid upstairs. You see her face, she's like, holy shit. And then at the same time as this is all going down, Carter and Drew bust through the door, and Carter's like, the only reason I'm not killing all of you is because Drew was truthful to me. This just feels so forced. Like, Tyreek's the main character, I get it, but he's not bound by blood. Monet is the mother of Diana and Drew here, and Carter's just gonna, like, Carter was outnumbered 4-on-1. I get that he's the only one with guns in this situation, but it's like, you know what, I'm going to frame this murder. Well, not frame, I guess they did actually kill Felicia, but he's like, you know what, I'm going to let you go down for this murder unless you just get me dirt on Noma. And obviously they're going to get dirt on Noma. I just feel like everything in Par, it's like the main characters always find a loophole to get out from under the police. It's like, it's borderline ridiculous, but again, another eventful episode. I don't think it was as good though as episode 6, but still a lot happened. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. Still pretty good, and 3 more to go. Three episodes from the end. Power Book 2 Season 4 delivers one of the worst episodes you'll see. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is Power Book 2 Higher Calling Season 4 Episode 8. To read the about, you've got Tyreek and Monet try to leverage a way to get out from under Carter by making a play to Noma. An incident with Braden's relationship with Ellie sends him off the deep end as he goes from puppy to pitbull. To me, there's like so much going on, right? I've got a bit of a cold, by the way, for anyone marks out, right? But not enough going on, right? I feel like Par goes down these routes sometimes. Like, essentially, you've just got Monet and Tariq, right? They want to turn Noma against Carter. I mean, you've got Diana, right? It's just a weird scene with Diana. It was like, right, she's watching the play park, obviously feels guilty for the fact she killed Felicia and now left her child an orphan. Then she tries to sleep with Tariq. Tariq's like, yeah, I also got a condom. And she's like, what? It's like that? Taking it bad? It's like, I just bit my tongue. Oh, Tariq said Patwick. I'm not too sure that it's the best idea to do this, Diana. I mean, do you really want another kid? Like, 10 minutes after you've just lost one? Diana literally did nothing this episode apart from that. She then talks to Lysandra. Her head's up her arse, obviously, I get that, but the scene with them back in college, oh, jeez, oh. Thought we left college a million years ago. Thought we left that behind, everybody. But I didn't like the cat and mouse this episode, right? So Drew, he gets put in charge of C on spot, right? But then Detective Don Carter turns around and says, right, this is you 3 guys report to Drew. Then Kane gets sniff of this. Turns out that him and better call her Effie, Noma, buy the location. Drew then breaks into the apartment, finds out about a few locations, and essentially finds out information, gets Noma's gun stole, and then in turn gets her nearly arrested as Detective Don Carter and co set up a thing, because she'd be bribing a US government official. It's just like, this tit and tap between Kane and Drew, I get it, they're brothers, but this is crossing the line and warrant each other getting killed. I feel like Par, I mean, it's the flaw across every spin-off in the main show. It's like, the characters get themselves into absolutely ridiculous situations, right? Don't get it twisted, I mean, they are some of the craziest decisions that you'll ever see. And they managed to get out of it. Like, there's so many like twists and turns in here. I like that about TV shows with twists and turns, right? But I think Par honestly takes the biscuit for it, so is what it is. Noma basically refuses Tariq and Monet's help, so that's when they put it into overdrive. And they're like, right, let's have these 2 bastards working together. So when Noma is at the dinner, Davis comes in, says Carter's outside wanting you. This is Tariq and Monet putting this shit up to motion. So she's like, you know what, fuck, I'm going to kill this guy. And then with Kane, she's like, right, let's try and get his number 2 to flip. His number 2 takes the 50k, then says to Carter, I didn't take any money, so he took the money. How's that going to go down? Who knows? You also had the shitty subplot this episode, right? Between fucking Braden and his girlfriend. He kills the dealer that put her in a comatose state here. And this is filler, alright? There is no 2 ways about this, guys. This right here is absolute filler. Braden, as the description says, he goes from puppy to pitbull. Well, this isn't pitbull. The time of our lives, not that pitbull. Let me do how you doing. Listen to me, baby. To me, this sucked, right? I'll be brutally honest. I thought, they just kill a guy. And Tariq's freaking out. It's like,
hold on, Terry, look at the fucking stupid shit you get Braden involved with here. You know, he gets him to store his own stuff. Braden then tells Elle, yeah, he won't be doing that again. Fucking absolute idiot. And it's like the text messages are on her phone to set up meet. If she just scrolls through her phone, she'll see that. And I don't think Braden's smart enough to delete it. So just absolutely incredible. Braden, a character going nowhere. Effie's mother then gets revealed. And you know what? This is probably the only plus point of the episode for me. You see Drea Di Matteo return to our television screens, of course, last seen in Mayans MC Season 4, Episode 9. Obviously, that meant way more than this. I mean, here she's just literally a throwaway character to be Effie's mom. Effie basically says, no, go fuck yourself. You're not getting any money for me. I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, which is just a weird thing for a woman to say because, you know, men, we have cocks. We can aim. Women can kind of aim, but it's not quite the same thing. Maybe Effie's packing more than we think. But yeah, her mother tells her, Effie, Josie, you're still a cold-hearted bitch. It's like, yeah, but I mean, you're asking money for your daughter when you were with a guy that molested her. Guy called Richard. I can guarantee he's white. Power book, baby. Anyway, the episode ends with Noma meeting with the big man, Don Carter, and these two are now going to work together. Oh, I didn't see that coming. You know, I think it does too many twists and turns, and it's like, we've now got 2 episodes to go, and they've killed no one off of any sort of magnitude, man, this season. I just don't get it. Seriously, don't get it. Like, seeing they killed Sax off, I honestly think Sax should have made it to this last season. Like, you know, Davis's brother killing Sax, looking back, feels so irrelevant, but so does most things in this show. At least, like, in this episode, like, they did mention, like, you know, Mr. Tejada and Mecca and things like that. You know, Ken and Noma are going through their marriage, so to speak. But just a really shitty episode that, you know, it's just a clusterfuck and there wasn't enough happening to pull it up. Like, whoever's writing this, it seems all over the place. Everything, like, I think this batshit crazy episodes work if it's a one-off, but I feel like every episode in this second half of the season has been entirely like this. So for me, not a fan of it. I've watched the promo for next week, which I will break down on the channel. It looks like a lot's happening, right? It looks like there could be people dying, people getting whatever, but, you know, we're 2 episodes to go in the series, not the season, in the series. Things should already be happening. You know, are Noma and Carter going to get killed and then, like, every character that was alive since Season 1 and OG Parlay is going to walk off into the sunset? Is that what's going to go down? Because to me, that would really suck and just be very cookie cutter. Anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 4 out of 10. I thought it sucked. I mean, I did like seeing Drea Di Matteo in this episode, but she was in, like, a 2-minute clip. And like I said in the video earlier, I've already seen it. So, not exactly brilliant. Anyway, guys, 4 out of 10. Till next time, that's it for Higher Calling. We'll be back with more content, and peace. It may have left it to the second last episode, but Power Book 2 Ghost delivered its biggest character death so far. Welcome back to the channel. It is Fog Entertainment. I was looking forward to the last couple of episodes of this show because, you know, when you watch a show and you know it's getting to the end, it's like, right, they're going to whip out deaths, and they did whip out a death, but for me, I still think the frailties of this show and the last season that we're all there to see, like, it just feels like one giant cluster F. You know what I mean? Like the episode begins, right? They're all debating. Oh, do we go to Kane's wee pre-wedding party? Do we go? Yeah, we ended up going. Diana's head's up her arse. Tyreek's not happy with Bryden, right? Detective Carter and Noma, they're working together, obviously, this episode. Then we find out from about 5 different sources that there's a big meeting going down at Staten Island. Tyreek's been told to go there. Monet's been told to go there, and the Russians have been told to go there. Oh, they've set that up. I wonder what characters those 3 are going to die. Then we get the scenes where they're Monet's interact, like The Tejadas are interacting with Noma's family. I mean, you've just got her brother, but at the end of the day, it's still her family. I mean, they're not really doing much, man. I mean, there was some funny scenes at the end of the day, like they're trying to, beat around the bush and say, oh, we're not drug dealers, sort of thing. Oh, so you've got that shitty bar in Queens, brilliant. Rare laugh. But Tyreek was doing nothing this episode, man. But then, when Drew and Diana managed to figure it out, they go down to Staten Island. At this point, the Russians have managed to get, what do you call them? Monet and Tyreek at gunpoint, and then that's when Drew and Diana save them. And at this stage, I mean, we're 25 minutes into the episode, right? And honestly, nothing's happened. And it's just like, right, is this show going to kill off anyone? Like, the plot just seems ridiculous. You've got the Tejada family that like constantly betray and undermine each other, but they always come back to sniffing each other's arseholes. It's just, I don't know, man. Just very, very. I mean, this season literally had episodes where Drew and Kane were shooting at each other and trying to kill each other, and Monet and it's just so flip floppy. I'm currently watching Raising Kanan. I just finished episode 8, right, season 3, and see how much better structure that show has got compared to that. This is all over the place. This is throwing shite against the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like, he's going to betray them, and then 2 minutes later they're going to forgive him, but then she's going to betray them. It's like the show needs a breather, and I like episodes that are action packed and you feel like you don't get a breather. But then you get the sex scenes between Davis and Noma and Effie and Kane. I know which ones I would rather be involved in. Brother testify. Well, I say involved in. Don't want a threesome. I'd rather be with Effie than Noma, is what I'm getting at. Noma is ugly. I don't give a shit what anyone says, man. See if you look at Effie and Noma and you're picking Noma over Effie, you're blind. You're Stevie Wonder, man. Seriously, don't understand that. But Noma and Carter think that Monet and Tyreek are dead because the Russians torched the trucks, and that's brilliant. That's phenomenal. Then you get Tyreek freaking out. Motherfucking Tyreek St. Patrick. No, it's like, mate, you're a diddy, man. You're not your father. You're just some fucking jobber. Don't know why Tyreek was trying to make it he was something he's not here. The Tejadas and Tyreek come up with plans, right? Yous are going to kill Noma at the wedding. Tyreek, you kill the big man Carter when he does his wee confession, and you'll enlist the help of Braden and Effie. Really? This just felt so cringe. Let's get everyone involved again. So let's talk about the hit on Carter. Tyreek gets him at gunpoint, and Carter's like, yeah, I know all about your killings, mate. You and Braden, you're fucked. You're on tape. Good night. He then gets the upper hand on him. Then Braden and Effie chase Carter and Tyreek, and I thought this scene was so cringe. I mean, Detective Carter, right, getting chased by Braden, but he wasn't reacting like he was getting chased. Like, I thought the camera work in this car chase was absolutely awful, and it's like, what, Braden, who is Tommy Egan light. He's nowhere near Tommy, man. Braden is like the most. He's funny, right? He comes up with some funny lines, but I just can't look at this guy as a man. He looks like a man child. Can't take the guy serious as a player in this world. Cannot, man. Guy's just no good enough. But yeah, essentially now they've got Detective Carter at gunpoint. I mean, how's this going to go? We'll have to wait and see. I honestly thought Tariq was probably going to kill Carter, but it would have been so lackluster. In DDO. Then you have Davis killing Noma's like right hand man, like top of the security team. Looks like it was his first kill because he was like, I've killed a man. Let's see how he gets rid of that body then. Then we have the wedding. They get married. Brilliant. Then you just get a bunch of scenes like, your mother's plotting against me. Are you going to work with me? So Noma and her band of fucking jobbers after a phone call from Detective Carter, which again so forced because Tyreek had to lose the upper hand for him to make that phone call. They've took Kane into the basement, at which point Monet turns up. She manages to save Diana and Drew, who were getting unloaded into the back of a car. And then it's like, right, what's going to happen? At this point, she's like, I'm going in, I'm saving your brother. And it just feels, at this point, I didn't actually think they were going to kill anyone, honestly. Like, I thought Noma might die, right? So essentially, the Tehada's like, no, we're going to work together. But it's like, why didn't Drew and Diana come with Monet? Like, it made sense, right, for them to cohere because they didn't have silencers, she did. And obviously, silencer, stealth, all that. I don't know what those two were doing, but Monet overhears Kane's like, I'll never give up my mother. Yeah, we fall out, but when I was young, and she's the one that always had my back since day one. So fuck you, Noma. Looks like she's about to put a bullet in Kane. This forces Monet into the room. She manages to drop a load of them. Kane falls to the side. He's tied up on the chair. He's screaming. He can't get out the chair. And then she's like, Noma says, "Oh, put a bullet in Kane. Put a bullet in Kane." So a guy goes to put a bullet in Kane. Then Monet storms around the corner in slow motion, starts firing at them, but the numbers game's too much, and she takes about 5 shots to the upper body, hits the ground, dies in front of Kane as Diana and Drew come in, and she's like, "I love my babies. I love my babies." Bleeds out, dies. Massive death, right? And I thought, see Par, I think, honestly, I'm going to give it really high praise. See, when it comes to these shootout scenes, I honestly think Par is some of the best in TV history. I do. I look at season 2, episode 10 of Power Book 3. Epic. I mean, I thought Tommy Egan and Proctor's shootout in the original Power was so fucking good. And also in Force, you had the whole Walter Flynn shootout in his lawn. All great, man. Honestly, will hold up against anything in TV history. But it's just how we got to this scene. It's just constant flip-flopping, man, between, oh, you're bad, you're good, we're brothers, let's work together, but oh, I might betray you. The writing's all over the place. It just seems so fucking rushed. But this was a much better episode. I'm only going to give it a 7. Monet's death is absolutely massive, but we've got 2 episodes to go. It's to be expected. I will be reacting to the promo of episode 10, the series finale, very soon. We will see how that goes, but overall, guys, what a chaotic end to Monet Tejada. Sad, but yeah, the show had to kill someone off at some stage, but honestly, it's like all the kids are now remaining. Like, you've got Braden, Effie, Tyreek, and the 3 Tejada children. Are any of the young blood going to die? Probably not. Anyway, 7 out of 10. Peace. They say it's a big rich town.
Oh, welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is the series finale of Power Book 2, Ghost, Season 4, Episode 10. Did it deliver? 40 episodes of the first spin-off since Power. No, I don't think this finale delivered. It is called Ghost in the Machine, and I thought it was all too cookie cutter. I thought it was all too nice. I think there was only one genuine surprise throughout the entire episode, which we'll get into right here, right now. But we begin the episode, we've got obviously Monet Tejada, dead, confirmed. I mean, we knew she died last time out, which, was a pretty big death, and I gave them credit, even if it did feel a bit too late. She's dead. Then we see the Tejada family, like, oh, we don't know who did this, obviously. They don't want to reveal who's done it, because they need to kill Noma, and obviously if you're like, oh, it was Noma that done it, and then they go kill Noma, they're going to be the first suspect. So we see that go down. I think the pacing with Power's just all over the place. Like, you have the Tejada family like bitching at each other, then like in the very next scene, they're like, alright, we phoned these guys, we're going to go in. They go into a compound, they wipe out all of Noma's men, they think Noma's going to be there, but it turns out her daughter's there, and they take Anya. Meanwhile, we've got a few scenes with Carter and Tyreek, and they're like, oh, we need to get some leverage on Carter. And then it's like, oh, look on his laptop here. He must have killed Detective Tate. And again, right, Carter did kill Tate. Kamal. Is it Kamal? I think it's Kamal Tate. He did kill Kamal Tate. But why are we sitting here? Like, it just feels so dumbed down. Like, Effie explaining it on the laptop. It's like she's literally explaining it and dumbing it down to the viewer. To me, it just felt a bit forced. And Carter, like, really, this is the end for Detective Don Carter. Sits in a chair for most of this episode, and then once these guys find out about all the leverage, he's released. To me, this sucked. They then have Anya, Tyreek, and Braden and Effie show up and like, oh, alright, we're going to work together. Drew, you go in, put a virus on Tate's computer, wipe out the footage of us killing Seon, and we'll be in the money. Brilliant, isn't it? Meanwhile, alright, you guys are going to sort out Noma for us, which required Tyreek pretending to kidnap Anya, and then Anya tells him a safe house location, to which Tyreek drops her off. And for me, this was like the only genuine surprise of the episode, where Anya is walking up the stairs to reunite with her mother, and Diana puts like 5 rounds into her back, kills her,
and she dies in Noma's arms. So again, that is, I mean, it's not a big character death, but you know, it's the death of the main villains. You know, it's the daughter dying of the main villain. So again, I guess it is a pretty big thing. And then after this, I don't know, the episode just, I think after this point, the episode just fell very, very flat. You had a scene with Carter returning. Drew was in his office. He plants the virus. Nico looks at Carter and he puts two and two together. Oh, look, he must have put the bullet in the evidence file there to switch things around. And then you've got him telling Drew, right, I want you to kill Tyreek. But then Drew, Braden, and Tyreek take Carter at gunpoint, right? How about we squash this beef and you implicate Nico is the one behind Tate's murder? And Tate's like, yeah, fuck it. And then Nico overhears all this and he comes in and arrests Tate. I just don't think all this evidence is pointing towards Tate. Carter. It would really hold up. Like, he knows so much about Tyreek. I don't. Honestly, but I mean, this is the last episode, so there's nothing really to go here with it. Again, like, there was no Rashad Tate in this episode, which I just feel is a complete waste of time. Like, the truth about his brother gets revealed here, and he I think they've dropped the ball big time with Rashad Tate. You know, obviously, there was all that talk about him getting his own spin off, and by God, I would have preferred to have seen him get a bit of screen time this season. Then we head towards the finale of this episode with the Tejadas. You know, they reminisce, oh, we're sad. Head of the family is no here. Let's kill Noma. Noma, turns out she's became an informant. Drew and Diana are told by Kane to stay back. He'll sacrifice himself. And he gets behind Noma. He's like, guys, you ready for that one last dance? Kills her. Brilliant. Flees, gets shot by the police. Effie patches him up, gives him money. Kane's away. Braden lives. Effie lives. Every member of the Tejada lives. Tyreek lives. And it's like, really, all these like young up and coming people live. I don't think that's the correct decision for me, honestly. I'm kind of baffled by the decision to keep them all alive. To me, it doesn't make much sense. If I'm being honest, like, we can't kill any of them. And then, like, the episode, like, it just kind of fucking peters out. Like, Noma's brother didn't give her any backup, so that's why she had to turn informant. Davis gets, becomes a lawyer again. He's no longer disbarred. We see the return of Agent Rodriguez and Jenny Sullivan again, and then like Tariq meets with Noma's brother, and he's like, so you'll be a ghost? Yeah, I'll be a ghost, mate. And I feel like this episode just ghosted. It wasn't that good. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I expected so much more. I was like, right, like, I mean, see Braden, Effie, right, Tyreek, and the three Tejada siblings. I think not to kill one of them throughout the duration of this show is fucking criminal. I actually don't really understand why that's not happened. I don't. And like the episode ends, Tariq, he speaks with Tasha. Oh, you'll have to set yourself up, Mom, somewhere not in Chicago or not in New York. Sorry, that's you. Sort it. But I can't come with you. I need to separate being in the game and my family. I don't get this for Tyreek. He has made enough money in this line of work to leave. Like there is no two ways about it. He could be with his mum, but I mean, I get it. People are in the game, and the game is rigged, man. There's no getting out and all that talk. But I actually do not understand Tyreek's logic. He could have got out so easy, and like I said, he's in the game, and then he's like, yeah, like a ghost, and it fades to black. We do get a post-credit scene, which I'm not going to get into here in the review. I'll make a separate vid on it, but looks like there's going to be a certain Tyreek St. Patrick going to Chicago, which I welcome. But that is it for Power Book 2. For me, a show with a lot of potential. It's not a prequel. It was taking place in New York. A lot of returning characters, a lot of new characters, but overall, I think this finale flopped, and I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I mean, a 6 out of 10 is not a horrendous rating, but it was all too cookie cutter for me. And to be honest, to rate the entire show, I'd probably give it a 6 out of 10 as well. Just leaves a wee bit to be desired. But anyway, 6 out of 10, guys. Leave your thoughts down below. With more vids coming about the finale soon. But until then, peace.